Chapter 38. Lightsong sat on the edge of his bed, sweat thick on his brow as he stared down at the floor in front of him. He was breathing heavily. Larimar eyed a lesser scribe who lowered his pen. Servants clustered around the edges of the bedchamber. They had, at his request, woken him up unusually early in the morning. "Your Grace?" Larimar asked. "It's nothing," Lightsong thought. "I dream of war because I'm thinking about it, not because of prophecy, not because I'm a god." It felt so real. In the dream, he had been a man on the battlefield with no weapon. Soldiers had died around him, friend after friend. He had known them, each one close to him. A war against Idris wouldn't be like that, he thought. It would be fought by our lifeless. He didn't want to acknowledge that his friends during the dream hadn't been wearing bright colors. He hadn't been seeing through the eyes of a Halandran soldier, but an Idrian. Perhaps that was why it had been such a slaughter. The Idrians are the ones threatening us. They're the rebels who broke off, maintaining a second throne inside of Halandran borders. They need to be quelled. They deserve it. "What did you see, Your Grace?" Larimar asked again. Lightsong closed his eyes. There were other images, the recurring ones, the glowing red panther, the tempest, a young woman's face being absorbed by darkness, eaten alive. "I saw Blushweaver," he said, speaking only of the very last part of the dreams. "Her face red and flushed. I saw you, and you were sleeping. And I saw the God King." "The God King?" Larimar asked, sounding excited. Lightsong nodded. He was crying. The scribe wrote the images down. Larimar, for once, didn't prompt further. Lightsong stood, forcing the images out of his mind, yet he couldn't ignore that his body felt weak. It was his feast day, and he would have to take in a breath, or he would die. "I'm going to need some urns," Lightsong said. 24 of them, one for each of the gods, painted after their colors. Larimar gave the order without even asking why. "I'll also need some pebbles," Lightsong said, as the servants dressed him. "Lots of them." Larimar nodded. Once Lightsong was dressed, he turned to leave the room. Off once again, to feed on the soul of a child. Lightsong threw a pebble into one of the urns in front of him. It made a slight ringing sound. "Well done, Your Grace," Larimar complimented him, standing beside Lightsong's chair. "Nothing to it," Lightsong said, tossing another pebble. It fell short of the intended urn, and a servant rushed forward, plucking it off the ground and depositing it in the proper container. "I appear to be a natural," Lightsong noted. "I get it in every time." He felt much better, having been given fresh breath. "Indeed, Your Grace," Larimar said. "I believe that Her Grace, the goddess Blushweaver, is approaching." "Good," Lightsong said, throwing another pebble. He hit the target this time. Of course, the urns were only a few feet from his seat. "I can show off my pebble-throwing skills." He sat on the green of the courtyard, a cool breeze blowing, his pavilion set up just inside the court's gates. He could see the blocking wall, the one that kept him from looking out at the city proper. With the wall in the way, it was a rather depressing sight. If they're going to lock us in here, he thought, they could at least give us the courtesy of a decent view out. "What in the name of the iridescent tones are you doing?" Lightsong didn't need to look to know that Blushweaver was standing with hands on hips beside him. He threw another pebble. "You know," he said, "it's always struck me as strange. When we say oaths like that, we use the colors. Why not use our own names? We are, allegedly, gods." "Most gods don't like their names being used as an oath," Blushweaver said, sitting beside him. "Then they are far too pompous for my taste," Lightsong said, tossing a pebble. It missed, and a servant deposited it. "I, personally, should find it very flattering to have my name used as an oath. Lightsong the Brave, or by Lightsong the Bold. I suppose that's a bit of a mouthful. Perhaps we could shorten it to a simple Lightsong." "I swear," she said, "you are getting stranger by the day." "No, actually," he said. "You didn't swear in that particular statement, unless you're proposing we should swear using the personal pronoun. You! So your line at this point is, 'What in the name of you are you doing?'" She grumbled at him under her breath. He eyed her. "I certainly don't deserve that yet. I've barely gotten started. Something else must be bothering you." "All-Mother," she said. "Still won't give you the commands?" "Refuses to even speak with me now." Lightsong threw a pebble into one of the urns. Ah, if only she knew the refreshing sense of frustration she was missing out on knowing by refusing your acquaintance. "I'm not that frustrating," Blushweaver said. "I've actually been rather charming with her." "Then that is your problem, I surmise," Lightsong said. "We're gods, my dear, and we quickly grow tired of our immortal existences. Surely we seek for extreme ranges in emotion, good or bad, it doesn't matter. In a way, it's the absolute value of emotion that is important, rather than the positive or negative nature of that emotion." Blushweaver paused. So did Lightsong. "Lightsong, dear," she said, "what in the name of you did that mean?" "I'm not exactly sure," he said. "It just kind of came out. I can visualize what it means in my head, though, with numbers." "Are you all right?" she asked, sounding genuinely concerned. Images of warfare flashed in his mind. His best friend, a man he didn't know, dying with a sword through the chest. "I'm not sure," he said. "Things have been rather strange for me lately." She sat quietly for a moment. "You want to go back to my palace and frolic? That always makes me feel better." He tossed a pebble, smiling. "You, my dear, are incorrigible." "I'm the goddess of lust, for your sake," she said. "I've got to fill the role." "Last I checked," he said, "you were goddess of honesty." "Honesty and honest emotions, my dear," she said sweetly. "And let me tell you, lust is one of the most honest of all emotions. Now, what are you doing with those silly pebbles?" "Counting," he said. "Counting your inanities?" "That," Lightsong said, tossing another pebble, "and counting the number of priests who come through the gates wearing the colors of each god or goddess." Blushweaver frowned. It was midday, and the gates were fairly busy with the comings and goings of servants and performers. There were only occasionally priests or priestesses, however, since they would have been required to come in early to attend their gods. "Each time a priest of a particular god enters," Lightsong said, "I toss a pebble into the urn representing that god." Blushweaver watched him toss, and miss, with another pebble. As he'd instructed, the servants picked up the pebble and put it in the proper urn, violet and silver. To the side, one of Hopefinder's priestesses rushed across the green toward her god's palace. "I'm baffled," Blushweaver finally said. "It's easy," Lightsong said. "You see someone wearing purple, you throw a pebble in the urn of the same color.
Yes, dear, she said. But why?
To keep track of how many priests of each god enter the court, of course, Lightsong said. They've slowed to nearly a trickle. Scoot, would you mind counting? Larimar bowed, and then gathered several servants and scribes, ordering them to empty the urns and count the contents of each one.
My dear Lightsong, Blushweaver said, I do apologize if I've been ignoring you lately. Allmother has been rudely unresponsive to my suggestions. If my lack of attention has caused your fragile mind to snap...
My mind is quite unsnapped, thank you, Lightsong said, sitting up, watching the servants count.
Then you must be so very bored, Blushweaver continued. Perhaps we can come up with something to entertain you.
I'm well entertained. He smiled, even before the counting results were in. Mercy Star had one of the smallest piles.
Lightsong?
Blushweaver asked. Nearly all of her playful attitude was gone. I ordered my priests in early today, Lightsong said, glancing at her, and to set up position here, in front of the gates, before the sun even rose. We've been counting priests for some 6 hours now. Larimar walked over, handing Lightsong a list of the gods and the number of priests who had entered, wearing their colors. Lightsong scanned it, nodding to himself. Some of the gods have had over 100 priests report for service, yet a couple of them have had barely a dozen. Mercy Star is one of those.
So?
Blushweaver asked. So? Lightsong said. I'm going to send my servants to watch and count at Mercy Star's palace, keeping track of the number of priests who are there. I already suspect that I know what they'll find. Mercy Star doesn't have fewer priests than the rest of us. They're just getting into the court by a different route.
Blushweaver looked at him blankly, but then cocked her head. The tunnels?
Lightsong nodded.
Blushweaver leaned back, sighing. Well, at least you're not insane or bored. You're just obsessed.
Something's going on with those tunnels, Blushweaver, and it relates to the servant who was murdered.
Lightsong, we have much bigger problems to worry about.
Blushweaver shook her head, holding her forehead as if she could have a headache.
I can't believe that you're still bothering with this. Honestly, the kingdom is about to go to war. For the first time, your position in the assembly is important, and you're worrying about how priests are getting into the court?
Lightsong didn't respond immediately. Here, he finally said. Let me prove my point to you. He reached over to the side of his couch and picked a small box up off the ground. He held it up, showing it to Blushweaver.
A box, she said flatly. What a convincing argument you make.
He pulled the top off of the box, leaving a small gray squirrel sitting in his hand. It stood perfectly still, staring forward, fur blowing in the breeze.
A lifeless rodent, Blushweaver said. That's much better. I feel myself being swayed already.
The person who broke into Mercy Star's palace used this as a distraction, Lightsong said. Do you know anything about breaking lifeless, my dear? She shrugged. I didn't either, Lightsong said. Not until I required my priests to break this one. Apparently, it requires weeks to take control of a lifeless, for which you don't have the right security phrases. I'm not even sure how the process goes. Has something to do with breath and torture, apparently.
Torture? She said. Lifeless can't feel.
Lightsong shrugged. Anyway, my servants broke this one for me. The stronger and more skilled the Awakener who created the lifeless, the more difficult it is to break it.
That's why we need to get the commands from Allmother, Blushweaver said. If something were to happen to her, her 10,000 would become useless to us. It would take years to break that many lifeless.
The God King and some of All-Mother's priestesses have the codes as well, Lightsong said.
Oh, Blushweaver said. And you think he is going to just give them over to us, assuming we're even allowed to talk to him?
I'm just pointing out that a single assassination couldn't ruin our entire army, Lightsong said, holding up the squirrel. That's not the point. The point is that whoever made this squirrel held quite a bit of breath and knew what he was doing. The creature's blood has been replaced with ichor alcohol. The sutures are perfect. The commands controlling the rodent were extremely strong. It's a marvelous piece of biochromatic art.
And?
She asked. And he released it in Mercy Star's palace, Lightsong said, creating a distraction so that he could sneak into those tunnels. Someone else followed the intruder, and this second person killed a man to keep him from revealing what he'd seen. Whatever is in those tunnels, wherever they lead, it's important enough to waste breath on. Important enough to kill for.
Blushweaver shook her head. I still can't believe you're even worrying about this.
You said you knew about the tunnels, Lightsong said. I had Larimar ask around, and others know of them too. They're used for storage beneath the palaces, as said. Different gods have ordered them constructed at various times during the history of the court. But, he continued, excited, they would also be the perfect place to set up a clandestine operation. The court is outside the jurisdiction of the regular city guards. Each palace is like a little autonomous country. Expand a few of those cellars so that their tunnels connect with others, dig them out past the walls so that you can come and go secretly.
Lightsong, Blushweaver said, if something that secret were going on, then why would the priests use those tunnels to come into the court? Wouldn't that be a little suspicious? I mean, if you noticed it, how hard could it be to discover?
Lightsong paused, then flushed slightly. Of course, he said. I got so wrapped up in pretending to be useful that I forgot myself. Thank you so much for reminding me that I am an idiot.
Lightsong, I didn't mean...
No, it's quite all right, he said, standing. Why bother? I need to remember who I am. Lightsong, self-hating god, the most useless person ever granted immortality. Just answer one question for me.
Blushweaver paused. What question?
Why? He asked, looking at her. Why do I hate being a god? Why do I act so frivolous? Why do I undermine my own authority? Why?
I always assumed it was because you were amused by the contrast.
No, he said. Blushweaver, I was like this from the first day. When I awoke, I refused to believe I was a god, refused to accept my place in this pantheon and this court. I've acted accordingly ever since. And, if I might say, I've gotten quite a bit more clever about it as the years have passed, which is beside the point. The thing I must focus on, the important point here, is why.
I don't know,
she confessed. I don't either, he said. But whoever I was before, he's trying to get out. He keeps whispering for me to dig at this mystery, keeps warning me that I'm no god, keeps prompting me to deal with all this in a frivolous way. He shook his head. I don't know who I was. Nobody will tell me. But I'm beginning to have suspicions. I was a person who couldn't simply sit and let something unexplained slide away into the fog of memory. I was a man who hated secrets, and I'm only just beginning to understand how many secrets there are in this court.
Blushweaver looked taken aback.
Now, he said, walking away from the pavilion, his servants hurrying to catch up. If you will excuse me, I have some business to attend to.
What business? Blushweaver demanded, rising. He glanced back. To see All-Mother. There are some lifeless commands that need to be dealt with. Chapter 39. A week living in the gutters served to drastically change Vivenna's perspective on life. She sold her hair on the second day for a depressingly small amount of money. The food that she'd bought hadn't even filled her stomach, and she didn't have the strength to regrow the locks. The haircut didn't even have the dignity of being cleanly shorn. It was a ragged job of hackwork, and the remaining hair would have still been a pale white, save for the fact that it was matted and blackened with dirt and soot. She'd thought about selling her breath, but wouldn't even know where to go or how to go about it. Besides, she had a strong feeling that Denth would be watching places where she might sell the breath. Beyond that, she had no idea how to get the breaths back from her shawl, now that she'd put them into it. No, she had to remain secret, unseen, couldn't draw attention to herself. She sat on the side of the street, holding out her hand to the passing crowds, keeping her eyes down. No offerings came. She wasn't certain how the other beggars did it. Their meager earnings seemed an amazing treasure. They knew so much she didn't. Where to sit, how to plead. Passers learned to avoid beggars, even with their eyes. The successful beggars, then, were those who managed to draw attention. Vivenna wasn't certain if she wanted the attention or not. Though the gnawing pain of hunger had eventually driven her out onto busy streets, she was still frightened that Denth or Vasher might find her. The more hungry she got, the less other worries bothered her. Eating was a problem for now. Being killed by Denth or Vasher was a problem for later. The flood of people in their colors continued to pass. Vivenna watched them without focusing on faces or bodies, just colors. Like a spinning wheel, each spoke a different hue. Denth won't find me here, she thought. He won't see the princess in the beggar on the side of the street. Her stomach growled. She was learning to ignore it, just as the people ignored her. She didn't feel like she was a true beggar or child of the street, not after just 1 week. But she was learning to imitate them, and her mind felt so fuzzy lately, ever since she'd gotten rid of her breath. She pulled the shawl close. She kept it with her always. She still hardly believed what Denth and the others had done. She had such fond memories of their joking. She couldn't connect that to what she'd seen in the cellar. In fact, sometimes she found herself rising to seek them out. Surely the things she'd seen had been hallucinations. Surely they couldn't be such terrible men. That's foolish, she thought. I need to focus. Why isn't my mind working right anymore? Focus on what? There wasn't much to think about. She couldn't go to Denth. Parlin was dead. The city authorities would be no help. She had now heard the rumors of the Idrian princess who had been causing such troubles. She'd be arrested in a heartbeat. If there were any more of her father's agents in the city, she had no idea how to locate them without exposing herself to Denth. Besides, there was a good chance that Denth had found those agents and killed them. He'd been so clever at keeping her captive, quietly eliminating those who could have taken her to safety. What did her father think? Vivenna lost to him. Every man he sent to retrieve her vanishing mysteriously. Hallandren inching closer and closer to declaring war. Those were distant worries. Her stomach growled. There were soup kitchens in the city, but at the first one she'd gone to, she'd spotted Tonk Fa, lounging in a doorway across the street. She turned and scurried away, hoping he hadn't seen her. For the same reason she didn't dare leave the city. Denth was sure to have agents watching the gates. Besides, where would she go? She didn't have the supplies for a trip back to Idris. Perhaps she could leave if she managed to save up enough money. That was hard. Almost impossible. Every time she got a coin, she spent it on food. She couldn't help herself. Nothing else seemed to matter. She'd already lost weight. Her stomach growled again. So she sat, sweaty and filthy, in the meager shade. She still wore only her shift and the shawl, though she was dirty enough that it was difficult to tell where clothing ended and skin began. Her former arrogant refusal to wear anything but the elegant dresses now seemed ridiculous. She shook her head, trying to clear the fog from it. 1 week on the street felt like an eternity. Yet she knew that she'd only just begun to experience the life of the poor. How did they survive? Sleeping in alleyways, getting rained on every day, jumping at every sound, feeling so hungry they were tempted to pick at and eat the rotting garbage they found in gutters. She'd tried that. She'd even managed to keep some down. It was the only thing she'd had to eat in 2 days. Someone stopped beside her. She looked up, eager, hands stretching out further until she saw the colors he wore. Yellow and blue. City Guard. She grabbed at her shawl, pulling it closer. It was foolish, she knew. Nobody knew about the breaths it contained. The move was reflexive. The shawl was the only thing she owned, and, meager though it was, several urchins had already tried to steal it from her while she slept. The guard didn't reach for her shawl. He just nudged her with his truncheon. "Hey," he said, "move. No begging on this corner." He didn't explain. They never did. There were apparently rules about where beggars could sit and where they couldn't, but nobody bothered to provide the specifics to the beggars. Laws were things of lords and gods, not the lowly. I'm already starting to think about lords as if they were some other species. Vivenna rose and felt a moment of nausea and dizziness. She rested against the side of the building, and the guard nudged her again, prompting her to shuffle away. She bowed her head and moved along with the crowd, though most of them kept their distance from her. Ironic that they would leave her space now that she didn't care. She didn't want to think about how she smelled, though more than the scent, it was the fear of being robbed that probably kept the others away. They needn't have worried. She wasn't skilled enough to cut purses or pick pockets, and she couldn't afford to get caught trying. She'd stopped worrying about the morality of stealing days ago. Even before leaving the slum alleys for the streets, she hadn't been so naive as to believe that she wouldn't steal if she were denied food, though she had assumed that it would take her far longer to reach that state. She didn't head to another corner, but instead shuffled out of the crowds, making her way back into the Idrian slums. Here, she'd gained some small measure of acceptance. At least, she was considered one of them. None knew that she was the princess. After that first man, nobody had recognized her. However, her accent had earned her a place. She began to seek out a location to spend the night. That was one of the reasons she'd decided not to continue begging for the evening. It was a profitable time, true, but she was just too tired. She wanted a good place to sleep. She wouldn't have thought that it would make much difference which alleyway one huddled in, but some were warmer than others, and some had better cover from the rain. Some were safer. She was beginning to learn these things, as well as who to avoid angering. In her case, that last group included pretty much everyone, including the urchins. They were all above her in the pecking order. She'd learned that the second day. She tried to bring back a coin from selling her hair, intending to save it for a chance at leaving the city. She wasn't certain how the urchins had known that she had coin, but she'd gotten her first beating that day. Her favorite alleyway turned out to be occupied by a group of men with dark expressions, doing something that was obviously illegal. She left quickly, going to her second favorite. It was crowded with a gang of urchins, the ones who had beaten her before. She left that one quickly as well. The third alley was empty. This one was beside a building with a bakery. The ovens hadn't yet been stoked for the night's baking, but they would provide some warmth through the walls in the early morning. She lay down, curling up with her back against the bricks, clutching her shawl close. Despite the lack of pillow or blanket, she was asleep in moments. Chapter 40. Ciri was enjoying a meal on the court green when Trelades found her. She ignored him, content to pick at the dishes in front of her. The sea, she had decided, was quite strange. What else could be said of a place that could spawn creatures with such wiggly tentacles and boneless bodies, and yet others with such needly skins? She poked at something the locals called a cucumber, but which, in actuality, tasted nothing like one. She tried each dish, testing them with her eyes closed, focusing on the flavor. Some hadn't been as bad as the others. She hadn't really liked any of them. Seafood just wasn't appetizing to her. I would have trouble becoming a true Hallandren, she decided, sipping her fruit juice. Fortunately, the juice was delicious. The variety and flavor of the numerous Hallandren fruits were almost as remarkable as the oddity of its sea life. Trelades cleared his throat. The God King's high priest wasn't the one accustomed to waiting. Ciri nodded to her serving women, motioning for them to prepare another series of plates. Sesebron had been coaching Ciri on how to eat with etiquette, and she wanted to practice. Coincidentally, his way of eating, taking small bites, never really finishing anything, was a good one for testing out new dishes. She wanted to become familiar with Hallandren, its ways, its people, its tastes. She'd forced her servants to begin talking to her more, and she planned to meet with more of the gods. In the distance, she saw Lightsong wandering by, and she waved to him fondly. He seemed uncharacteristically preoccupied. He waved back, but didn't come over to visit her. Pity, she thought. I would have liked a good excuse to keep Trelades waiting even longer. The high priest cleared his throat again, this time more demandingly. Finally, Ciri stood, gesturing for her servants to stay behind. "Would you mind walking with me for a bit, Your Excellency?" she asked lightly. She passed him, moving languidly in a gorgeous violet dress with a gossamer train that trailed through the grass behind her. He hurried to catch up. "I need to speak with you about something." "Yes," she said. "I deduced that by the way you summoned me several times today." "You didn't come," he said. "It seems to me that the consort of the God King shouldn't make a habit of responding to demands and hopping to attend upon others whenever she is requested." Trelades frowned. "However," she continued, "I will of course make time for the High Priest himself, should he come to speak to me." He eyed her, standing tall and straight-backed, wearing the God King's colors of the day, blue and copper. "You should not antagonize me, Your Highness." Ciri felt a brief flush of anxiety, but caught her hair before it bleached white. "I am not antagonizing you," she said. "I am simply establishing some rules that should have been understood from the beginning." Trelades got a hint of a smile on his face. "What?" Ciri thought with surprise. "Why that reaction?" As they walked, he drew himself up. "Is that so?" he said, his voice turning condescending. "You know very little of what you presume, Your Highness." "Blast!" she thought. How did this conversation get away from me so quickly? I might say the same to you, Your Excellency. The massive black temple of a palace loomed above them, sheer ebony blocks stacked like the playthings of a gigantic child.
"Oh," he said, glancing at her. "Somehow I doubt that."
She had to force back another spear of anxiety. Trelady smiled again. Wait, she thought. It's like he can read my emotions, like he can see. Her hair hadn't changed colors, at least not discernibly. She glanced at Trelady's, trying to figure out what was wrong. She noticed something interesting. In a circle around Trelady's, the grass seemed just a shade more colorful. Breath, she thought. Of course he'd have it. He's one of the most powerful men in the kingdom. People with lots of breath were supposed to be able to see very minute changes in color. Could he really be reading her from such faint reactions in her hair? Was that why he had always been so dismissive? Could he see her fear? She gritted her teeth. In her youth, Ciri had ignored the exercises that Vivenna had done to make sure she had complete control over her hair. Ciri was an emotional person, and people had been able to read her regardless of her hair, so she'd figured that there was no point in learning to manipulate the royal locks. She hadn't imagined a court of gods and men with the power of biochroma. Those tutors had been a whole lot more intelligent than Ciri had credited, as were the priests. Now that she thought about it, it was obvious that Trelades and the others would have studied the meanings of all the shades of hair changes. She needed to get the conversation back on course. "Do not forget, Trelades," she said. "You are the one who came to see me. Obviously, I have some power here, if I could force even the High Priest to do as I wish." He glanced at her, eyes cold. Focusing, she kept her hair the deepest black. Black for confidence. She met his eyes, and let not even a slight tinge color her locks. He finally turned away.
"I have heard disturbing rumors."
"Oh?"
"Yes. It appears that you are no longer fulfilling your wifely duties. Are you pregnant?"
"No," she said. "I had my women's issue just a couple of days ago. You can ask my servants."
"Then why have you stopped trying?"
"What?" she asked lightly. "Are your spies disappointed to be missing their nightly show?" Trelades flushed just slightly. He glanced at her, and she still managed to keep her hair perfectly black, not even a glimmer of white or red. He seemed more uncertain.
"You Idrians," the priest spat, "living up in your lofty mountains, dirty and uncultured, but still assuming that you're better than us. Don't judge me. Don't judge us. You know nothing."
"I know that you've been listening in on the God King's chamber."
"Not just listening," Trelady said. "The first few nights, there was a spy in the chamber itself."
Ciri couldn't mask this blush. Her hair remained mostly black, but if Trelades really did have enough biochroma to distinguish subtle changes, he would have seen a hint of red.
"I am well aware of the poisonous things your monks teach," Trelades said, turning away, "the hatred into which you're indoctrinated. Do you really think that we'd let a woman from Idris confront the God King himself, alone, unwatched? We had to make certain you weren't intending to kill him. We're still not convinced."
"You speak with remarkable frankness," she noted.
"Merely saying some things that I should have established from the beginning."
He stopped in the shadow of the massive palace.
"You are not important here. Not compared to our God King. He is everything, and you are nothing. Just like the rest of us."
If Susebron is so important, Ciri thought, meeting Trelady's eyes, then why are you planning to kill him? She held his eyes. The woman she'd been a few months ago would have looked away, but when she felt weak, she remembered Susebron. Trelades was orchestrating the plot to subdue, control, and eventually kill his own God King. And Ciri wanted to know why. "I stopped having sex with the God King on purpose," she said, keeping her hair dark with some effort. "I knew it would get your attention." In truth, she had simply stopped her little performances each night. Trelades' reaction, fortunately, proved that the priests believed her acting. For that she blessed her luck. They might still be unaware that she could communicate with Susebron. She was extra careful to whisper at night, and had even taken to writing things herself to keep up the charade. "You must produce an heir," Trelades said. "Or what? Why are you so eager, Trelades?" "It is none of your concern," he said. "Suffice it to say that I have obligations that you cannot comprehend. I am subject to the gods, and I do their will, not yours." "Well, you're going to have to bend on that last part if you want your heir," Ciri said. Trelades obviously didn't like how the conversation was going. He glanced at her hair, and somehow she kept it from showing even a slight bit of uncertainty. He looked back at her eyes. "You can't kill me, Trelades," she said. "Not if you want a royal heir. You can't bully me or force me. Only the God King can do that. And we know how he is." "I don't know what you mean," Trelades said flatly. "Oh, come now," Ciri said. "Did you honestly expect me to sleep with a man and not find out he has no tongue? That he's virtually a child? I doubt he can even go to the privy without help from some servants." Trelades flushed with anger. "He really does care," Ciri noted abstractedly. "Or at least, insulting his God King insults him. He's more devoted than I would have expected." So it probably wasn't about money. She couldn't be sure, but she suspected that this wasn't the type of man to sell out his religion. Whatever the reasons for what was happening inside the palace, it probably had to do with true conviction. Revealing what she knew about Susebron was a gamble. She figured that Trelades would guess anyway, and so it would be better to indicate that she thought Susebron a fool with the mind of a child. Give away one bit of information, but also mislead with another. If they assumed that she thought Susebron a fool, they wouldn't suspect a conspiracy between her and her husband. Ciri wasn't certain if she was doing the right thing, but she needed to learn, or Susebron would die. And the only way to learn was to do. She didn't have much, but she did have one thing that the priests wanted: her womb. It seemed that she could hold it for ransom effectively, for Trelades suppressed his anger and maintained a semblance of calm. Turning from her, he glanced up at the palace. "Do you know much about the history of this kingdom? After your family departed, of course." Ciri frowned, surprised at the question. "More than you probably think," she thought. "Not really," she said out loud. "Lord Peacegiver left us with a challenge," Trelades said. "He gave us the treasure our God King now holds, a wealth of biochromatic breath such as nobody had ever seen, over 50,000 breaths. He told us to keep them safe." Trelades turned back to her, "and he warned us not to use it." Ciri felt a slight shiver. "I do not expect you to understand what we have done," Trelades said, "but it was necessary." "Necessary to keep a man in bondage?" Ciri said. To deprive him of the ability to speak? To make a permanent child out of a grown man? He didn't even understand what he was supposed to do with a woman.
It was necessary, Trelady said, jaw set. You Idrians, you don't even try to understand. I've had dealings with your father for years, and I sense the same ignorant prejudice in him.
He's baiting me, Ciri thought, keeping her emotions in check. It was harder than she'd expected. Believing in Astra instead of your living gods isn't ignorance. After all, you're the ones who abandoned our faith and took an easier path.
We follow the god who came to protect us when your Astra, an unseen, unknown thing, abandoned us to the destroyer Khalad. Peacegiver returned to life with a specific purpose, to stop the conflict between men, to bring peace again to Hallandren.
He glanced at her.
His name is holy. He is the one who gave us life, Vessel. And he only asked one thing of us, to care for his power. He died to give it to us, but demanded that it be held in case he should return again and need it. We couldn't let it be used. We couldn't let it be profaned. Not even by our God King.
He fell silent. So, how do you get that treasure away from him to pass on? She thought. She was tempted to ask, would that be giving away too much? Finally, Trelades continued.
I see now why your father sent you instead of the other one. We should have studied all of the daughters, not just the first. You are far more capable than we had been led to believe.
His statement surprised her, but she kept her hair in check. Trelades sighed, looking away.
What are your demands? What will it take to make you return to your duties each night?
My servants, she said. I want to replace my main serving women with the women from Pankal.
You are displeased with your serving women?
Not particularly, Ciri said. I simply feel that I have more in common with the women of Pankal. They, like me, are living in exile from their own people. Besides, I like the browns they wear.
Of course,
Trelady said, obviously thinking her Idrian prejudices were behind the request. The Hallandren girls can continue to serve in the roles that the Pankal women did, Ciri said. They don't have to leave me completely. In fact, I still want to talk to some of them. However, the main women who are with me always, they are to be from Pankal.
As I said,
Trelady said,
it shall be done. You'll return to your efforts, then?
For now, Ciri said. That will earn you a few more weeks. Trelades frowned. But what could he really do? Ciri smiled at him, then turned and walked away. However, she found herself dissatisfied with the way the conversation had gone. She'd achieved a victory, but at the cost of antagonizing Trelades even further. I doubt he would have taken a liking to me, no matter how hard I tried, she decided, sitting down in her pavilion. This is probably the better way. She still didn't know what was going to happen to Sisebron. At least she had confirmed that manipulating the priests was possible. That meant something, though she knew she was treading dangerous ground. She turned back to her meal, ready to try another round of seafood. She did her best to learn about Hallandren, but if it came down to Sisebron's life, she was going to get him out. She hoped that giving Bluefingers' Pankal a more prominent role in her service would facilitate that escape. She hoped. With a sigh, she raised the first bit of food to her lips and continued with her tasting. Chapter 41. Vivenna presented her coin.
1 bit? Cads asked. "That's all? One single bit?" He was among the dirtiest men she'd met, even in the streets. He liked fancy clothing, though. It was his style. Worn and dirty clothing in the latest designs. He seemed to think it was funny, a mockery of the highborn. He turned her coin over in his grime-covered fingers. "1 bit," he repeated. "Please," Vivenna whispered. They stood at the mouth of an alley at the back of 2 restaurants. Just inside the alley she could see urchins rooting in the garbage, fresh garbage from 2 restaurants. She salivated. "I find it hard to believe, Lady Girlie," he said, "that this is all you made today." "Please, Cads," she said again. You know I don't beg well." It was starting to rain. Again. "You should do better," he said. "Even the children can bring me at least 2. Behind him, the fortunates who had pleased him continued to feast. It smelled so good. Or maybe that was the restaurants. "I haven't eaten in days," she whispered, blinking away the rain. "Then do better tomorrow," he said, shooing her away. "My coin." Cads immediately waved for his tufts as she reached toward him. Vivenna shied away reflexively, stumbling. 2 tomorrow, Cad said, walking into his alleyway. "I have to pay the restaurant owners, you know. Can't let you eat for free." Vivenna stood, staring at him, not because she thought she could get him to change his mind, but because she just had trouble making her mind understand. It was her last chance for food this day. 1 bit wouldn't buy anything more than a mouthful elsewhere, but here, last time, it had allowed her to eat until she was full. That had been a week ago. How long had she been on the streets now? She didn't know. She turned, dully, and pulled her shawl tight. It was dusk. She should go beg some more. She couldn't. Not after losing that bit. She felt shaken, as if her most valuable possession had been stolen. No. She still had that. She pulled the shawl close. Why was it important? She had trouble remembering. She shuffled back toward the highlands. Her home. A part of her realized that she shouldn't feel so distant from the person she had been. She was a princess, wasn't she? But she felt so sick lately. Sick enough that she didn't even think she could feel the hunger anymore. It was all so wrong. So very, very wrong. She entered the slums and crept along, careful to keep her head bowed, her back cowed, lest someone take offense at her. She hesitated as she walked, however, passing a street to her right. It was where the whores waited, protected from the drizzle by an awning. Vivenna stared at them, standing in their revealing clothing. It was only 2 streets into the slum, a place that wasn't too threatening for outsiders. Everyone knew not to rob a man on his way to visit the whores. The slumlords didn't like it when their customers got scared away. Bad for business, as Denth might say. Vivenna stood for a long moment. The whores looked fed. They weren't dirty. Several of them laughed. She could join them. An urchin had spoken of it the other day, mentioned that she was still young. He'd wanted her to come to the slumlord with him, hoping to get some coin for recruiting a willing girl. It was so tempting. Food, warmth, a dry bed. Blessed Astra, she thought, shaking herself. What am I thinking? What is wrong with my mind? It was so hard to focus, as if she were in a trance all the time. She forced herself to keep moving, stumbling away from the women. She wouldn't do that. Not yet. Not yet. Oh, Lord of Colors, she thought with horror. I need to get out of this city. Better for me to die, starving on the road back to Idris. Better to get taken by Denth and tortured than to end up in the brothel. However, much like the morality of stealing, the morality of using her body seemed much vaguer to her now, when her hunger was such a constant need. She made her way to her latest alleyway. She'd been kicked out of the others, but this one was good. It was secluded, yet often filled with younger urchins. Their company made her feel better, though she knew they searched her at night for coins. I can't believe how tired I am, she thought, head spinning, putting her hand against the wall. She took a few deep breaths. The dizzy spells struck often these days. She started forward again. The alleyway was empty, everyone else staying out in the evening to try for a few extra coins. She took the best of the spots, an earthen mound which had managed to grow a small tuft of grass. There weren't even that many lumps in the dirt, though it would be wet with mud from the light rain. She didn't care about that. Shadows darkened the alleyway behind her. Her reaction was immediate. She started to run. Living on the streets taught quick lessons. Weak as she was in her panic, she managed a burst of speed. Then another shadow stepped across the other end of the alley ahead of her. She froze, then turned to see a group of thugs moving up the alleyway behind her. At their back was the man who had robbed her a few weeks ago, the one who had taken her dress. He looked chagrined. Sorry, Princess, he said. Bounty just got too high. Took me blasted long enough to find you, though. You did a great job of hiding. Vivenna blinked, and then she simply let herself slide down to the ground. I just can't take it anymore, she thought, wrapping her arms around herself. She was exhausted, mentally, emotionally, completely. In a way, she was glad it was over. She didn't know what the men would do to her, but she did know it was over. Whomever they sold her to wouldn't be careless enough to let her escape again. The thugs clustered around her. She heard one mention taking her to Denth. Rough hands grabbed her arm, towing her to her feet. She followed with her head bowed. They led her out onto the main street. It was growing dim, but no urchins or beggars made their way toward the alley. I should have realized, she thought. It was too deserted. Everything, finally, overwhelmed her. She couldn't summon the energy to care about escaping. Not again. A part of her, deep inside, realized that her tutors had been right. When you were weak and hungry, it was hard to summon the energy to care about anything, even escape. She had trouble remembering her tutors now. She had trouble even remembering what it was like not to be hungry. The thugs stopped walking. Vivenna looked up, blinking away her dizziness. There was something in the dark, wet street in front of them. A black sword,
The weapon, silver sheath and all, had been rammed into the dirt. The street grew still. One of the thugs stepped forward, pulling the sword from the ground. He undid the sheath clasp. Vivenna felt a sudden nausea, more of a memory than a real sensation. She stumbled back, horrified. The other thugs, transfixed, gathered up around their friend. One of them reached for the hilt. The man carrying the sword struck. He swung the weapon, sheath and all, into the face of his friend. A black smoke began to twist off the sword, rising from the tiny sliver of blade that was visible. Men cried out, each one scrambling for the sword. The man holding it continued to swing, the weapon hitting with far more force and damage than it should have. Bones broke. Blood began to run on the cobblestones. The man continued to attack, moving with terrible speed. Vivenna, still stumbling backward, could see his eyes. They were terrified. He killed his last friend, the one who had robbed her on that day that now seemed so long ago, by slamming the sheathed sword down against the man's back. Bones cracked. By now, the clothing on the sword-wielder's arm was disintegrated, and a blackness, like vines growing on a wall, had twisted up around his shoulder. Black, pulsing veins that bulged out of the skin. The man screamed, a piercing, desperate cry. Then he twisted the sword around and rammed it, sheath and all, through his chest. It cut skin and flesh, though the sheath itself didn't look sharpened. The man stumbled to his knees, then slumped backward, twitching, staring up into the air as the black veins on his arm began to evaporate. He died like that, kneeling, held upright by the sword that came out through his back, propping him up from behind. Vivenna stood alone on a street, littered with corpses. A figure descended from a rooftop, lowered by 2 twisting lengths of animated rope. He landed softly, ropes falling dead. He passed Vivenna, ignoring her, and grabbed the sword. He paused for a moment, then did up the clasp and pulled the weapon, sheath and all, free from the corpse. The dead man finally fell to the ground. Vivenna stared dully ahead. Then, numb, she sat down in the street. She didn't even flinch as Vasher picked her up and slung her over his shoulder. Chapter 42. Her Grace is not interested in seeing you, the priestess said, maintaining a reverent posture. Well, I'm not interested in her uninterest, Lightsong said. Perhaps you should ask her again, just to be sure. The priestess bowed her head. My pardons, Your Grace, but I have already asked 14 times. Goddess All-Mother is growing impatient with your requests, and she instructed me not to respond to them anymore. Did she give the same command to the other priestesses? The priestess paused. Well, no, Your Grace. Wonderful, Lightsong said. Send for one of them. Then ask her to ask All-Mother if she will see me. The priestess sighed audibly. Lightsong considered that something of a victory. All-Mother's priests were among the most pious and most humble in the court. If he could annoy them, he could annoy anyone. He waited, hands on hips, as the priestess went to do his bidding. All-Mother could give them orders and commands, but she couldn't tell them to completely ignore Lightsong. After all, he was a god too. As long as he asked them to do something other than what All-Mother had explicitly forbidden, they had to obey, even if it annoyed their goddess. I'm developing a new skill, Lightsong said. Irritation by proxy. Larimar sighed. What about your speech to Goddess Blushweaver a few days ago, Your Grace? It seemed to imply that you were not going to annoy people as much. I said nothing of the sort, Lightsong said. I simply said that I was coming to recognize within myself a little more of the person I used to be. That doesn't mean I'm going to discard all the progress I've made over the last years. Your sense of self-awareness is remarkable, Your Grace. I know. Now hush. The priestess is coming back. Indeed, the woman approached and bowed before Lightsong on the grass. My apologies, Your Grace. Our goddess, however, has now requested that no priestess be allowed to ask her if you can come in to see her. Did she tell them that they couldn't ask if she would come out here? Yes, Your Grace, the priestess said, and every other phrasing that would imply asking her to come within Your Grace's proximity, or communicate with him by letter, or relay messages from him in any form. He said, tapping his chin. She's getting better. Well, I guess there's nothing to be done. The priestess relaxed visibly. Scoot, set up my pavilion here in front of her palace. Lightsong said, I'm going to be sleeping here tonight. The priestess looked up. You're going to do what? Larimar asked. Lightsong shrugged. I'm not moving until I meet with her. That means staying until she acknowledges me. It's been over a week. If she wants to be stubborn, then I'll prove that I can be equally stubborn. He eyed the priestess. I'm quite practiced at it, you know. Comes from being an insufferable buffoon and all. I don't suppose she forbade you from allowing squirrels into the building? Squirrels, Your Grace? The woman asked. Excellent, Lightsong said, sitting down as his servants erected the pavilion. He pulled the lifeless squirrel from its box and held it forward. Almond grass, he said quietly, giving the new command he'd had his people imprint on the lifeless. Then he spoke louder, so that the priestess could hear. Go into the building, search out the returned who lives in it, and run around in circles squeaking as loudly as you can. Don't let anyone catch you. Oh, and destroy as much furniture as you can. Then more quietly he repeated, Almond grass. The squirrel immediately jumped off his hand and shot toward the palace. The priestess twisted her head to follow it, horrified. The squirrel began to screech with a sound that seemed amazingly unsquirrel-like. It disappeared into the building, slipping between the legs of a startled guard. What a delightful afternoon it's becoming, Lightsong said, reaching for a handful of grapes as the priestess rushed after the squirrel. It won't be able to follow all of your orders, Your Grace, Larimar said. It has the mind of a squirrel, despite the power that breath gives it to obey commands. Lightsong shrugged. We shall see. He began to hear shouts of annoyance from inside the palace. He smiled. It took longer than he had expected. All-Mother was stubborn, as proved by Blushweaver's complete inability to manipulate her. As he sat, idly listening to a group of musicians, a priestess occasionally checked on him. Several hours passed. He didn't eat or drink very much, so he didn't need to visit the privy. He ordered his musicians to play louder. He had picked a group with a lot of percussion. Finally, a frazzled-looking priestess came out of the palace. Her Grace will see you, the woman said, bowing before Lightsong. Lightsong said, Oh, that. Do I have to go now? Can't I finish listening to this song? The priestess glanced up. Oh, very well, then, Lightsong said, rising. All-Mother was still in her audience chamber. Lightsong hesitated in the doorway, which, like those in every palace, was designed at the godly scale. He frowned to himself. People still waited in a line, and Allmother sat on a throne at the front of the room. She was stocky for a goddess, and he had always considered her white hair and wrinkled face an oddity within the pantheon. In bodily age, she was the oldest of the gods. It had been a while since he'd come to visit her. In fact, the last time I was here was the night before Calmseer gave up her breath, he realized. That evening, years ago, when we shared what would be her last meal. He'd never come back. What would have been the point? They'd only gotten together in the first place because of Calmseer. On most of those occasions, Allmother had been quite vocal about what she thought of Lightsong. At least she was honest. That was more than he could say for himself. She didn't acknowledge him as he entered. She continued to sit, a little stooped over, listening to the man presenting his petition. He was middle-aged and stood awkwardly, leaning on a walking staff. "My children are starving now," he said. "I cannot afford the food. I figured if my leg worked, I could go back to the docks." He looked down. "Your faith is commendable," Allmother said. "Tell me, how did you lose the use of your leg?" "A fishing accident, Your Grace," the man said. "I came down from the highlands a few years back. When early frosts took my crops, I took a job on one of the storm runners, the ships that go out during the spring tempests, catching fish when others remain in the harbor. The accident crushed a barrel against my leg. Nobody will take me on to work the boats, not with a lame leg." Allmother nodded. "I wouldn't have come to you," he said, "but with my wife sick and my daughter crying with such hunger." Allmother reached a hand out, laying it on the man's shoulder. "I understand your difficulties, but your problems are not as severe as you may think. Go and speak with my high priest. I have a man on the docks who owes me allegiance. You have 2 good hands. You will be put to work sewing nets." The man looked up, hope glimmering in his eyes. "We will send you back with enough food to care for your family until you learn your new trade," Allmother said. "Go with my blessing." The man rose, then fell back to his knees and began to cry. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you." Priests walked forward and led the man away. The room fell still, and Allmother looked over, meeting Lightsong's eyes. She nodded to the side, where a priest stepped up, holding a small bundle of fur tied tightly with ropes. "That is yours, I am told?" Allmother asked. "Ah, yes," Lightsong said, flushing slightly. "Terribly sorry. It kind of got away from me." "With an accidental command to find me?" Allmother asked. "Then run around in circles screaming?" "That actually worked?" Lightsong said. "Interesting. My high priest didn't think the squirrel's brain would be capable of following such complicated commands." Allmother regarded him with a stern look. "Oh," Lightsong said. "I mean, whoops. It completely misunderstood me. Stupid squirrel. My deepest apologies, honored sister." Allmother sighed, then waved toward a doorway on the side of the room. Lightsong walked that way, and she followed, a few servants trailing. Allmother moved with the stiffness of age. Is it me, or does she look older than she did before? That was, of course, impossible, returned didn't age. At least, not the ones who had reached maturity. Once they were out of earshot and view of the petitioners, Allmother grabbed his arm. "What in the name of the colors do you think you are doing?" she snapped. Lightsong turned, raising an eyebrow. "Well, you wouldn't see me, and do you intend to destroy what little authority we have left, you idiot?" Allmother asked. "Already, people in the city are saying that the returned are growing weak, that the best of us died years ago." "Maybe they're right." Allmother scowled. "If too many of them believe that, then we lose our access to breaths. Have you considered that? Have you considered what your lack of decorum, your flippancy, could cost all of us?" "Is that the reason for the show, then?" he asked, glancing back through the doorway. "Once, the returned didn't just listen to petitions and say yes or no," Allmother said. "They would take the time to hear each person who came to them, then seek to help them as best they could." "Seems like an awful lot of trouble." "We're their gods. Should a bit of trouble deter us?" She eyed him. "Oh, of course. We wouldn't want to let something as simple as the pains of our people interfere with our leisure time. Why am I even talking to you?" She turned to leave the room. "I came to give you my lifeless commands," Lightsong said. Allmother froze. "Blushweaver has control of 2 sets of the commands," Lightsong said, "which gives her control of half of our armies. That worries me. I mean, I trust her as much as I trust any other returned. But if war does come, then she'll quickly become the second most powerful person in the kingdom. Only the God King would have more authority." Allmother regarded him with an unreadable expression. "I figure that the best way to counter her is to have someone else who has 2 sets of commands," Lightsong said. "Perhaps it will give her pause, keep her from doing anything rash." There was silence in the room. "Calm Seer trusted you," Allmother finally said. "Her one flaw, I must profess," Lightsong said. "Even goddesses have them, or so it seems. I've found it gentlemanly to never point out such things." "She was the best of us," Allmother said, glancing out in the direction of her supplicants. "She would meet with people all day. They loved her." "Bottom line blue," Lightsong said. "That's my core security phrase. Please, take it. I'll tell Blushweaver that you bullied me into giving it to you. She'll be angry at me, of course, but it won't be the first time." "No," Allmother finally said. "No, I'm not letting you out of this so easily, Lightsong." "What?" he asked, startled. "Can't you feel it?" she asked. "Something is happening in the city. This mess with the Idrians and their slums, the increasingly fierce arguments among our priests." She shook her head. "I'm not letting you wiggle out of your part. You were chosen for that place of yours. You're a god, like the rest of us, even if you do your best to pretend otherwise." "You already have my command, Allmother," he said with a shrug, walking toward a doorway to leave. "Do what you will with it." "Verdant bells," Allmother said. "That's mine." Lightsong froze in mid-step. "Now 2 of us know both of them," Allmother said. "If what you said earlier was true, then it's better that our commands be distributed." He spun. "You were just calling me a fool. Now you entrust me with command of your soldiers? I must ask, Allmother, and please, think me not rude, but what in the name of the colors is wrong with you?" "I dreamed that you would come," she said, meeting his gaze. I saw it in the pictures a week ago. All week, I've seen patterns of circles in the paintings, all red and gold. Your colors. Coincidence, he said. She snorted quietly. Someday, you'll have to get over your foolish selfishness, Lightsong. This isn't just about us. I've decided to start doing a better job of things. Perhaps you should take a look at who you are and what you are doing. Ah, my dear Allmother, Lightsong said. You see, the problem in that challenge is the presumption that I haven't tried to be something other than what I am. Every time I do, disaster is the result. Well, you now have my commands, for better or for worse. The aged goddess turned away, walking back toward her room of supplicants. I, for one, am curious to see how you will handle them. Chapter 43. Vivenna awoke, sick, tired, thirsty, starving, but alive. She opened her eyes, feeling a strange sensation. Comfort. She was in a comfortable, soft bed. She sat up immediately. Her head spun. I'd be careful, a voice said. Your body is weak. She blinked fuzzy eyes, focusing on a figure sitting at a table a short distance away, his back to her. He appeared to be eating. A black sword in a silver sheath rested against the table. You, she whispered. Me, he said between bites. She looked down at herself. She wasn't wearing her shift anymore, but instead had on a set of soft cotton sleeping garments. Her body was clean. She raised a hand to her hair, feeling that the tangles and mats were gone. It was still white. She felt so strange to be clean. Did you rape me? She asked quietly. He snorted. A woman who's been to death's bed holds no temptation for me. I never slept with him, she said, though she didn't know why she cared to tell him. Vasher turned, face still framed by the patchy, ragged beard. His clothing was far less fine than her own. He studied her eyes. He had you fooled, didn't he? She nodded. Idiot. She nodded again. He turned back to his meal. The woman who runs this building, he said. I paid her to bathe you, dress you, and change your bedpan. I never touched you. She frowned. What happened? Do you remember the fight on the street? With your sword? He nodded. Vaguely. You saved me. I kept a tool out of Dent's hands, he said. That's all that really matters. Thank you, anyway. He was silent for a few moments. You're welcome, he finally said. Why do I feel so ill? Traumaria, the man said. It's a disease you don't have in the Highlands. Insect bites spread it. You probably got it a few weeks before I found you. It stays with you, if you're weak. She put a hand to her head. You probably had a pretty bad time lately. Vasher noted. What with the dizziness, the dementia, and the hunger. Yes, she said. You deserved it. He continued to eat. She didn't move for a long moment. His food smelled so good, but she'd apparently been fed during the fevers, for she wasn't as famished as she might have expected, just mildly hungry. How long was I unconscious? she asked.
"A week," he said. "You should sleep some more."
"What are you going to do with me?"
He didn't reply. "The biochromatic breaths you had," he said. "You gave them to Denth."
She paused, thinking. "Yes."
He glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. "No," she admitted, looking away.
"I put them in the shawl I was wearing."
He stood, leaving the room. She considered running. Instead, she got out of the bed and began to eat his food. A fish, whole and fried. Seafood didn't bother her anymore. He returned, then stopped in the doorway, watching her ravage the fish bones. He didn't force her out of the seat. He simply took the other chair at the table. Finally, he held up the shawl, washed and clean. "This?" he asked. She froze, a bit of fish on her cheek. He set the shawl on the table beside her.
"You're giving it back to me?"
she asked. He shrugged. "If there really is breath stored in it, I can't get to it. Only you can." She picked it up.
"I don't know the command."
He raised an eyebrow. "You escaped those ropes of mine without awakening them?" She shook her head.
"I guessed that one."
"I should have gagged you better." "What do you mean you guessed it?"
"It was the first time I'd ever used breath."
"That's right. You're of the royal line."
"What does that mean?"
He shook his head, pointing toward the shawl. "Your breath to mine," he said. "That's the command you want." She laid her hand on the shawl and said the words. Immediately, everything changed. Her dizziness went away. Her deadness to the world vanished. She gasped, shaking with the pleasure of breath restored. It was so strong that she actually fell from the chair, quivering like a person having a fit with the wonder of it. It was amazing. She could sense life, could sense Vasher making a pocket of color around him that was bright and beautiful. She was alive again. She basked in that for a long moment. "It's shocking when you first get it," Vasher said. "It's usually not too bad if you take the breath back after only an hour or so. Wait weeks or even a few days, and it's like taking it in for the first time." Smiling, feeling amazing, she climbed back into the seat and wiped the fish from her face. "My sickness is gone." "Of course," he said. "You've got enough breath for at least the third heightening, if I'm reading you right. You'll never know sickness. You'll barely even age. Assuming you manage to hang on to the breath, of course." She looked up at him in a panic. "No," he said. "I'm not going to force you to give it to me. Though I probably should. You're far more trouble than you're worth, Princess." She turned back to the food, feeling more confident. It seemed now as if the last few weeks had been a nightmare. A bubble, surreal, disconnected from her life. Had it really been she who sat on the street, begging? Had she really slept in the rain, lived in the mud? Had she really considered turning to prostitution? She had. She couldn't forget that just because she now had breath again. But had becoming a drab had a hand in her actions? Had the sickness had a part in it too? Either way, the greatest part had been simple desperation. "All right," he said, standing, picking up the black sword. "Time to go." "Go where?" she asked, suspicious. The last time she had met this man, he bound her, forced her to touch that sword of his, and left her gagged. He ignored her concern, tossing a pile of clothing onto the table. "Put this on." She picked through it. Thick trousers,
a tunic that tucked into them, a vest to go over the tunic, all various shades of blue. There were undergarments of a less bright color. "That's a man's clothing," she said. "It's utilitarian," Vasher said, walking toward the doorway. "I'm not going to waste money buying you fancy dresses, Princess. You'll just have to get used to those." She opened her mouth, but then shut it, discarding her complaint. She'd just spent, she didn't know how long, running around in a thin, nearly translucent shift that had only covered her to mid-thigh. She took the trousers and shirt gratefully. "Please," she said, turning toward him. "I appreciate this clothing, but can I at least know what you intend to do with me?" Vasher hesitated in the doorway. "I have work for you to do." She shivered, thinking of the bodies Denth had shown her, and of the men Vasher had killed. "You're going to kill again, aren't you?" He turned back toward her, frowning. "Denth is working towards something. I'm going to block him." "Denth was working for me," she said. "Or at least he was pretending to. All of those things he did, they were at my command. He was just playing along to keep me complacent." Vasher gave a barking laugh, and Vivenna flushed. Her hair, responding to her mood for the first time since her shock at seeing Parlin dead, turned red. It felt so surreal. 2 weeks on the street. It felt so much longer. But now, suddenly, she was cleaned and fed, and somehow she felt like her old self again. Part of it was the breath. The beautiful, wonderful breath. She never wanted to be parted from it again. Not her old self at all. Who was she, then? Did it matter? "You laugh at me," she said, turning to Vasher, "but I was just doing the best I could. I wanted to help my people in the upcoming war. Fight against Hallandren." "Hallandren isn't your enemy." "It is," she said sharply, "and it is planning to march on my people." "The priests have good reasons for acting as they do." Vivenna snorted. "Denth said that every man thinks he's doing the right thing." "Denth is too smart for his own good. He was playing with you, Princess." "What do you mean?" "Didn't it ever occur to you?" Vasher asked. "Attacking supply caravans, rousing the Idrian poor to rebel, reminding them of Var and his promises of freedom, which were so fresh in their minds, showing yourself to thug lords, making them think that Idris was working to undermine the Hallandren government. Princess, you say every man thinks he's on the right side, that every man who opposed you was deluding himself." He met her eyes. "Didn't you ever once stop to think that maybe you were the one on the wrong side?" Vivenna froze. "Denth wasn't working for you," Vasher said. "He wasn't even pretending to. Someone in this city hired him to start a war between Idris and Hallandren, and he spent these last few months using you to make it happen. I'm trying to figure out why, who's behind it, and why would a war serve them?" Vivenna sat back, eyes wide. It couldn't be. He had to be wrong. "You were the perfect pawn," Vasher said. "You reminded the people in the slums of their true heritage, giving Denth someone to rally them behind. The Court of Gods is a hair's breadth away from marching on your homeland, not because they hate Idrians, but because they feel like Idrian insurgents have already been attacking them." He shook his head. "I couldn't believe that you didn't realize what you were doing. I assumed you had to be working with him intentionally to start the war." He eyed her. "I underestimated your stupidity. Get dressed. I don't know if we have enough time to undo what you've done, but I intend to try." The clothing felt strange. The trousers pulled at her thighs, making her feel like she was exposed. It was odd not to have the swishing of skirts at her ankles. She walked beside Vasher without comment, head bowed, hair too short to even put into a braid. She didn't try to regrow it yet. That would draw needed nourishment from her body. They passed through the Idrian slum, and Vivenna had to fight to keep herself from jumping at every sound, looking over her shoulder to see if someone was following her. Was that an urchin wanting to steal the money she'd begged? Was that a group of thugs wishing to sell her to Denth? Were those shadows, gray-eyed, lifeless, come to attack and slaughter? They passed a waif beside the road, a young woman of indeterminable age, but with a soot-covered face and bright eyes that watched them. Vivenna could read the hunger in those eyes. The woman was trying to decide whether or not to try stealing from them. The sword in Vasher's hand was obviously enough to ward the girl away. Vivenna watched her scurry down an alleyway, feeling an odd sense of connection. Colors, she thought. Was that really me? No. She hadn't even been as capable as that girl. Vivenna had been so naive that she'd been kidnapped without knowing it, then worked to start a war without realizing what she was doing. Didn't you ever stop to think that maybe you were on the wrong side? She wasn't sure what to believe. She'd been taken in so quickly by Denth that she was hesitant to accept anything this Vasher said. However, she could see signs that some of what he had told her was true. Denth had always taken her to meet with the less reputable elements in the city. Not only were they the ones a mercenary like him would know, but they would be more likely to prefer the chaos of war. Attacking the Hallandran supplies wouldn't only make it more difficult to administer the war, it would make the priests more likely to attack while they were still strong. The losses would also serve to make them angrier. It made chilling sense. Sense it was hard for her to ignore. Denth made me think that the war was inevitable, Vivenna whispered as they walked through the slums. My father thinks it's inevitable. Everyone says it's going to happen. They're wrong, Vasher said. War between Hallandran and Idris has been close for decades, but never inevitable. Getting this kingdom to attack requires convincing the returned, and they're generally too focused on themselves to want something as disruptive as a war. Only an extended effort, first convincing the priests, then getting them to argue until the gods believe them, would be successful. Vivenna stared ahead, down the dirty streets with their colorful refuse. I really am useless, aren't I? She whispered. Vasher glanced over at her. First, my father sent my sister to marry the God King instead of me. I followed, but I didn't even know what I was doing. Denth took me on the very first day I was here. When I finally escaped him, I couldn't make it a month on the street without getting robbed, beaten, and then captured. Now you claim that I've single-handedly brought my people to the edge of war. Vasher snorted. Don't give yourself too much credit. Denth has been working on this war for a long time. From what I hear, he corrupted the Idrian ambassador himself. Plus, there are elements in the Hallandran government, the ones who hired Denth in the first place, who want this conflict to happen. It was all so confusing. What he said made sense, but Denth had made sense too. She needed to know more. Do you have any guesses who they might be? The ones who hired Denth? Vasher shook his head. One of the gods, I think. Or perhaps a cabal of them. Maybe a group of priests working on their own. They fell silent again. Why? Vivenna finally asked. How should I know? Vasher asked. Can't even figure out who's behind it. No, Vivenna said. Not that. I mean, why are you involved? Why do you care? Because, Vasher said. Because why? Vasher sighed. Look, Princess, I'm not like Denth. I don't have his ability with words, and I don't really like people in the first place. Don't expect me to chat with you. All right? Vivenna shut her mouth in surprise. If he's trying to manipulate me, she thought, he has a very strange way of doing it. Their destination turned out to be a rundown building on the corner of a rundown intersection. As they approached, Vivenna paused to wonder exactly how slums like this one came to exist. Did people build them cramped and shoddy on purpose? Had these streets, like others she'd seen, once been part of a better section of town that had fallen into disrepair? Vasher grabbed her arm as she stood there, then pulled her up to the door and pounded on it with the hilt of his sword. The door creaked open a second later, and a pair of nervous eyes glanced out. Get out of the way, Vasher said, testily shoving the door open the rest of the way and pulling Vivenna inside. A young man stumbled back, pressing up against the wall of the hallway and letting Vasher and Vivenna pass. He closed the door behind them. Vivenna felt as if she should be frightened, or at least angry, at the treatment. However, after what she had been through, it just didn't seem like much. Vasher let go of her and thumped his way down a set of stairs. Vivenna followed more carefully, the dark stairwell reminding her of the cellar in Denth's hideout. She shivered. At the bottom, fortunately, the similarities between cellars ended. This one had a wooden floor and walls. A rug sat in the middle of the room, with a group of men sitting on it. A couple of them rose as Vasher rounded the stairs. Vasher, one said, welcome. Do you want something to drink? No. The men glanced uncomfortably at each other as Vasher tossed his sword toward the side of the room. It hit with a clank, skidding on the wood. Then he reached back and pulled Vivenna forward. Here, he said. She hesitated. He was using her just as Denth had. But rather than make him angry, she obliged, changing the color of her hair. The men watched with awe. Then several of them bowed their heads. Princess, one whispered. Tell them you don't want them to go to war, Vasher said. I don't, she said honestly. I have never wanted my people to fight Hallandren. They would lose, almost certainly. The men turned to Vasher. But she was working with the slumlords. Why did she change her mind? Vasher looked at her. Well? Why did she change her mind? Had she changed her mind? It was all too quick. She said. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I've never wanted war. I thought it was inevitable, and so I tried to plan for it. I might have been manipulated, though. Vasher nodded, then pushed her aside. He left her and joined the men as they sat back on the rug. Vivenna remained where she was. She wrapped her hands around herself, feeling the unfamiliar cloth of the tunic and coat. These men are Idrians, she realized, listening to their accents. And now they've seen me, their princess, wearing a man's clothing. How is it that I can still care about such things, considering everything else that is happening? All right, Vasher said, squatting. What are you doing to stop this? Wait, one of the men said. You expect that to change our minds? A few words from the princess and we're supposed to believe everything you've been telling us? If Hallandren goes to war, you're dead.
Vasher snapped. "Can't you see that? What do you think will happen with the Idrians in these slums? You think things are bad now. Wait until you're seen as enemy sympathizers." "We know that, Vasher," another said. "But what do you expect us to do? Submit to Hallandren treatment of us? Cave in and worship their indolent gods?" "I don't really care what you do," Vasher said, "as long as it doesn't involve threatening the security of the Hallandren government." "Maybe we should just admit that war is coming and fight," another said. "Maybe the slumlords are right. Maybe the best thing to do is hope that Idris wins." "They hate us," another of them said, a man in his 20s with anger in his eyes. "They treat us worse than they do the statues in their streets. We're less than lifeless to them." I know that anger, Vivenna realized. I felt it. I feel it still. Anger at Hallandren. The man's words rang hollow to her now. The truth was, she hadn't really felt any ire from the Hallandren people. If anything, she'd felt indifference. She was just another body on the street to them. Perhaps that's why she hated them. She'd worked all of her life to become something important for them. In her mind, she'd been dominated by the monster that was Hallandren and its God King. And then, in the end, the city and its people had simply ignored her. She didn't matter to them, and that was infuriating. One of the Idrian men, an older man wearing a dark tan cap, shook his head in thought. "The people are restless, Vasher. Half the men talk of storming the court of gods in anger. The women store up food, waiting for the inevitable. Our youths go out in secret groups, searching the jungles for Khalad's legendary army." "They believe that old myth?" Vasher asked. The man shrugged. "It offers hope. A hidden army, powerful enough that it nearly ended the many-war itself." "Believing myths isn't what frightens me," another man said. "It's that our youths would even think of using lifeless as soldiers. Khalad's phantoms. Bah!" He spat to the side. "What it means is that we're desperate," one of the older men said. "The people are angry. We can't stop the riots, Vasher. Not after that slaughter a few weeks back." Vasher pounded the floor with a fist. "That's what they want. Can't you fools see that you're giving your enemies perfect scapegoats? Those lifeless that attacked the slum weren't given their orders by the government. Someone slipped a few broken lifeless into the group with orders to kill so that things would turn ugly." What? Vivenna thought. The Hallandren theocracy is a top-heavy structure laden with bureaucratic foolishness and inertia. Vasher said, "It never moves unless someone pushes it. If we have riots in the street, that will be just what the war faction needs." I could help him, Vivenna thought, watching the reactions of the Idrians. She knew them instinctively, in a way Vasher obviously didn't. He made good arguments, but he approached them in the wrong way. He needed credibility. She could help, but should she? Vivenna didn't know what to think anymore. If Vasher was right, she'd been played like a puppet by Denth. She believed that was true. But how could she know that Vasher wasn't doing the same thing? Did she want war? No, of course she didn't. Particularly not a war Idris would have a very hard time surviving, let alone winning. Vivenna had worked so hard to undermine Hallandren's ability to wage war. Why hadn't she ever considered trying to head it off? I did, she realized. That was my original plan when I was back in Idris. I'd intended to talk the God King out of war when I became his bride.
she'd given up on that plan. No, she'd been manipulated into giving up on it, either by her father's sense of inevitability, or by Dent's subtlety, or by both. It didn't really matter. Her initial instinct had been to prevent the conflict. That was the best way to protect Idris. And it was, she now realized, also the best way to protect Ciri. She'd practically given up on saving her sister, focusing on her own hate and arrogance instead. Stopping the war wouldn't protect Ciri from being abused by the God King, but it would probably keep her from being used as a pawn or a hostage. It could save her life. That was enough for Vivenna. "It's too late," one of the men said. "No," Vivenna said. "Please." The men in the circle paused, looking over at her. She walked back to the circle and knelt before them. "Please, do not say such things." "But, Princess," one of the men said, "what can we do? The slumlords rile the people to anger. We have no power compared to them." "You must have some influence," she said. "You seem like men of wisdom." "We're family men and workers," another said. "We have no riches." "But people listen to you?" she asked. "Some do." "Then tell them that there are more options," Vivenna said, bowing her head. "Tell them to be stronger than I was. The Idrians here in the slums, I've seen their strength. If you tell them that they've been used, maybe they can avoid being manipulated further." The men fell silent. "I don't know if everything this man says is true," she said, nodding to Vasher. "But I do know that Idris will not win this war. We should be doing everything we can to prevent a conflict, not to encourage one." She felt a tear on her cheek, and her hair had grown a pale white. "You can see, I no longer have the control a princess and follower of Ostra should show. I am a disgrace to you, but please don't let my failure doom you. The Hallandren don't hate us. They barely even notice us. I know this is frustrating, but if you make them notice you by rioting and destroying, they will only be shaken into anger against our homeland." "So we should just roll over?" the young man asked. "Let them step on us? What does it matter if they do it unintentionally? We still get crushed." "No," Vivenna said. "There must be a better way. An Idrian is their queen now. Perhaps, if we give them time, they will get over their prejudice. We must focus our energies now on keeping them from attacking." "Your words make sense, Princess," said the older man, wearing the cap. "But, and forgive me for my ostentation, those of us here in Hallandren find it difficult to care about Idris much anymore. It failed us before we even left, and now we can't really go back." "We are Idrians," one of the others said, "but, well, our families here are more important." A month ago, Vivenna would have been offended. Her sojourn on the streets, though, had taught her a little of what desperation could do to a person. What was Idris to them if their families starved? She couldn't blame them for their attitude. "You think you will fare better if Idris is conquered?" Vasher asked. "If there's war, you'll be treated even worse than you are now." "There are other options," Vivenna said. "I know of your plight. If I return to my father and explain it, perhaps we can find a way to return you to Idris." "Return us to Idris?" one of the men said. "My family has been here in Hallandren for 50 years now." "Yes, But as long as the king of Idris lives, Vivenna said, you have an ally. We can work with diplomacy to make things better for you.
The king doesn't care about us,
another said sadly. I care, Vivenna said. And she did. She found it strange, but a part of her felt more of a kinship with the Idrians in the city than with those she had left behind. She understood. We must find a way to bring attention to your suffering without bringing hatred as well, she said. We will find a way. As I said, my sister is married to the God King himself. Perhaps through her, he can be persuaded to improve the slums, not because he's afraid of the violence our people might cause, but because of the pity he feels for their situation. She continued to kneel, ashamed before these men, ashamed to be crying, to be seen in the immodest clothing and with ragged short hair, ashamed to have failed them so completely. How could I fail so easily? She thought. I, who was supposed to be so prepared, so in control. How could I be so angry that I ignored my people's needs just because I wanted to see Hallandren pay?
She is sincere,
one of the men finally said.
I will give her that. I don't know, said another. I still feel it's too late.
If that's the case, Vivenna said, still looking at the floor, what do you have to lose? Think of the lives you could save. I promise, Idris will not forget you any longer. If you make peace with Hallandren, I will ensure that you are seen as heroes back in our homeland.
Heroes, eh?
One of them said.
It would be nice to be known as a hero, rather than the ones who left the highlands to live in brazen Hallandren.
Please, Vivenna whispered.
I'll see what I can do,
one of the men said, standing. Several of the others voiced agreement. They stood as well, shaking hands with Vasher. Vivenna remained kneeling as they left. Eventually, the room was empty, save for her and Vasher. He sat down across from her.
Thanks,
he said. I didn't do it for you, she whispered.
Get up,
he said.
Let's go. I want to meet with someone else.
She sat up on the rug, trying to make sense of her feelings. Why should I do as you tell me? How do I know that you're not just using me, lying to me, like Denth did?
You don't know,
Vasher said, recovering his sword from the corner.
You'll just have to do what I say.
Am I a prisoner, then? He glanced at her, then walked over and squatted.
Look,
he said,
we both agree that war is bad for Idris. I'm not going to take you on raids or make you meet with slumlords. All you have to do is tell people you don't want war.
And if I'm not willing to do that, she said, will you force me? He watched her for a moment, then swore under his breath, standing. He pulled out a bag of something and tossed it at her. It clinked as it hit her chest, and then fell to the floor.
Go, he said. Get back to Idris. I'll do it without you.
She just continued to sit, staring. He began to walk away. Denth used me, she found herself whispering. And the worst part is, I still feel like this must all be just a misunderstanding. I feel that he is really my friend, and that I should go to him and find out why he did what he did. Maybe we are all just confused. She closed her eyes, resting her head on her knees. But then I remember the things I saw him do. My friend Parlin is dead. Other soldiers sent by my father, stuffed in sacks. I'm so confused.
The room fell silent. You're not the first one he's taken in, Princess, Vasher finally said. Denth. He's a subtle one. A man like him can be evil to the core. But if he is charismatic and amusing, people will listen to him. They'll even like him. She looked up, blinking teary eyes. Vasher turned away. Me, he said. I'm not like that. I have trouble talking. I get frustrated. I snap at people. Doesn't make me very popular. But I promise you that I won't lie to you. He met her eyes. I want to stop this war. That's all that really matters to me right now. I promise you. She wasn't sure if she believed him, yet she found herself wanting to. Idiot, she thought. You're just going to get taken in again. She hadn't proven herself a very good judge of character. Still, she didn't pick up the bag of coins. I am willing to help, assuming it doesn't involve anything more than telling others that I wish to keep Idris from harm. Good enough. She hesitated. Do you really think we can do it? Stop the war? He shrugged. Maybe. Assuming I can keep myself from beating the colors out of all these Idrians for acting like idiots. A pacifist with temper control issues, she thought ruefully. What a combination. A little like a devout Idrian princess who holds enough biochromatic breath to populate a small village. There are more places like this, Vasher said. I would show you to the people there. All right, she said, trying not to look at the blade as she stood. Even now, it had a strange ability to make her feel sick. Vasher nodded. There won't be many people at each meeting. I don't have dense connections, and I'm not friendly with important people. The ones I know are workers. We'll have to go visit the dye vats, perhaps even some of the fields. I understand, she said. Without further comment, Vasher picked up his bag of coins, then led her out onto the street. And so, she thought, I begin again. I can only hope that this time I'm on the right side. Chapter 44. Ciri watched Sesebron with affection as he ate a third dessert. Their night's meal lay spread out on the table and floor, some dishes completely devoured, others barely tasted. That first night when Sesebron had ordered a meal had started a tradition. Now they ordered food every night, though only after Ciri did her act for the listening priests. Sesebron claimed to find it very amusing, though she noticed the curiosity in his eyes as he watched her. Sesebron had proved to have quite a sweet tooth, now that disapproving priests and their sense of etiquette were absent. You should probably watch out, she noted, as he finished another pastry. If you eat too many of those, you will get fat. He reached for his writing board. No, I won't. Yes, you will, she said, smiling. That's the way it works. Not for gods, he wrote. My mother explained it. Some men become more bulky if they exercise a lot, and become fat if they eat a lot. That doesn't happen to Returned. We always look the same. Ciri couldn't offer argument. What did she know of Returned? Is food in Idris like this? Sesebron wrote. Ciri smiled.
He was always so curious about her homeland. She could sense a longing in him, the wish to be free of his palace and see the outside. And yet, he didn't want to be disobedient, even when the rules were harsh. "I really need to work on corrupting you some more," she noted. He paused. "What does that have to do with food?" "Nothing," she said. "But it's true, nonetheless. You're far too good a person, Sisebron." "Sarcasm?" he wrote. "I certainly hope that it is." "Only half," she said, lying down on her stomach and watching him across their impromptu picnic setting. "Half sarcasm?" he wrote. "Is this something new?" "No," she said, sighing. "There is truth sometimes, even in sarcasm. I don't really want to corrupt you, but I do think that you're just too perfectly obedient. You need to be a little more reckless, impulsive and independent." "It's hard to be impulsive when you are locked in a palace, surrounded by hundreds of servants," he wrote. "Good point. However, I have been thinking about the things you've said. Please don't be mad at me." Ciri perked up, noting the embarrassment in his expression. "All right. What did you do?" "I talked to my priests," he said, "with the artisan's script." Ciri felt a moment of panic. "You told them about us?" No, he wrote quickly. "I did tell them I was worried about having a child. I asked why my father died right after he had a child." Ciri frowned. Part of her wished that he'd let her handle such negotiations. However, she said nothing. She didn't want to keep him pinned down as his priests did. It was his life that was being threatened. He deserved the chance to work on the problem, too. "Good," she said. "You're not mad?" She shrugged. "I was just encouraging you to be more impulsive. I can't complain now. What did they say?" He erased, then continued. "They told me not to worry. They said everything would be all right. So I asked them again, and again they gave me a vague answer." Ciri nodded slowly. "It hurts me to write this, but I am beginning to think that you are right. I have noticed that my guards and awakeners are staying particularly close lately. We even skipped going to the court assembly yesterday." "That's a bad sign," she agreed. "I haven't had much luck finding out what is going to happen. I've ordered in 3 other storytellers, but none of them had any better information than what Hoyd gave me." "You still think it's about the breath I hold?" She nodded. "Remember what I said about my conversation with Trelades? He talked about that breath of yours with reverence. To him, it's something to be passed from generation to generation, like a family tapestry." "In one of the children's stories in my book," he wrote, "there is a magic sword. A young boy is given it by his grandfather, and it turns out the sword was an heirloom, the symbol of kingship in the land." "What are you saying?" she asked. "Perhaps the entire monarchy of Hallandren is nothing more than a way to guard the breath. The only way to safely pass breath between individuals and generations is to use people as hosts. So they created a dynasty of god-kings who could hold the treasure and pass it from father to son." Ciri nodded slowly. "That would mean that the god-king is more of a vessel than I am, a sheath for a magic weapon." "Exactly," Sisebron wrote, hand moving quickly. They had to make my family kings because of how much breath was in that treasure, and they had to give it to a returned. Otherwise their king and their gods might have competed for power. Perhaps it seems awfully convenient that the God King always bears a stillborn son who becomes returned. She trailed off. Susebron saw it too. Unless the next God King isn't really the son of the current one, he wrote, hand shaking slightly. Astra, Ciri said. God of colors. That's it. Somewhere in the kingdom, a baby died and returned. That's why it's so urgent that I get pregnant. They already have the next God King. Now they just need to keep up the farce. They marry me to you, hope for a child as quickly as possible, then switch the baby for the returned one. Then they kill me, and somehow take my breaths away, he wrote, and give it to this child, who can become the next God King. Wait, do infants even return? She asked. Yes, he wrote. But how does an infant return in a way that is heroic or virtuous or anything like that? Susebron hesitated, and she could tell he didn't have an answer for her. Infant returned. Among her own people, they didn't believe that a person was chosen to return because of some virtue they exemplified. That was a Hallandran belief. To her, it seemed a hole in their theology, but she didn't want to challenge Susebron on it further. He already worried about how she didn't believe in his divinity. Ciri sat back. That doesn't really matter. The real question is more important. If the God Kings are just vessels to hold breath, then why bother changing them? Why not just leave one man holding the breath? I don't know, Susebron wrote. It doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Maybe they are worried about keeping a single God King captive that long. Children are easier to control, perhaps. If that's the case, they would want to change more often, Ciri said. Some of those God Kings lasted centuries. Of course, it could just have to do with how rebellious they think their king is. I do everything I'm supposed to. You just complained that I'm too obedient. Compared to me, you are, she said. Maybe from their viewpoint, you're a wild man. After all, you did hide that book your mother gave you, and then you learned to write. Perhaps they know you well enough to realize that you weren't going to stay docile. So now that they have an opportunity to replace you, they're intending to take it. Maybe, he wrote. Ciri thought through her conclusions again. Looked at critically, she could see that they were just speculations. Yet everyone said that the other returned couldn't have children. And so why would the God King be different? That might just be a means of obfuscating the fact that they were bringing in a new person to be God King when they found one. That still didn't answer the most important question. What were they going to do to Susebron to get his breaths away from him? Susebron leaned back, staring up at the dark ceiling. Ciri watched him, noting the look of sadness in his eyes. What? She asked. He just shook his head. Please, what is it? He sat for a moment, then looked down, writing. If what you say is true, then the woman who raised me was not my mother. I would have been born to someone random out in the countryside. The priests would have taken me once I returned, then raised me in the palace as the son of the God King they'd just killed. Seeing him in pain made her insides twist. She moved around the blanket, sitting beside him, putting her arms around him and resting her head on his arm.
"She is the only person to have shown me real kindness in my life," he wrote. "The priests, they revere me and care for me, or at least I assumed that they did. However, they never really loved me. Only my mother did that. And now I'm not sure I even know who she is."
"If she raised you, she's your mother," Ciri said. "It doesn't matter who gave birth to you."
He didn't respond to that.
"Maybe she was your real mother," Ciri said. "If they were going to bring you to the palace in secret, they might as well bring your mother, too. Who better to care for you?"
He nodded, then scribbled on the board with one hand, the other around Ciri's waist. "Perhaps you are right, though it now seems suspicious to me that she would die as she did. She was one of the few who could have told me the truth."
This seemed to make him even more sad, and Ciri pulled him closer, laying her head on his chest.
"Please," he wrote, "tell me of your family."
"My father was often frustrated with me," Ciri said, "but he did love me, does love me. He just wanted me to do what they thought was right, and, well, the more time I spend in Hallandren, the more I wish I had listened to him, at least a little bit. Ridger is my older brother. I was always getting him into trouble. He was the heir, and I had him thoroughly corrupted, at least until he got old enough to appreciate his duties. He's a little like you, very kind-hearted, always trying to do what is right. He didn't eat as many sweets, though."
Sisebron smiled faintly, squeezing her shoulder.
"Between us is Fafn. I didn't really know her that well. She joined a monastery when I was still quite young, and I was glad. It's seen as a duty in Idris to provide at least one child for the monasteries. They're the ones who grow the food for the needy and take care of things that need to be done around the city. Pruning, washing, painting, anything to be of service."
He reached over. "A little like a king," he wrote, "living life to serve others."
"Sure," Ciri said. "Only they don't get locked up, and they can stop doing it if they want. Either way, I'm glad it was Fafn and not me. I would have gone crazy living as a monk. They have to be pious all the time and are supposed to be the least ostentatious in the city."
"Not a good match for your hair," he wrote.
"Definitely," she said.
"Though," he wrote, frowning slightly, "it's stopped changing colors so often lately."
"I've had to learn to control it better," Ciri said with a grimace. "People can read me too easily by it. Here." She changed it from black to yellow, and he smiled, running his fingers through its lengthy locks. "After Fafn and Ridger," Ciri said, "there's just the eldest, Vivenna. She's the one you were supposed to marry. She spent her entire life preparing to move to Hallandren."
"She must hate me," Sisebron wrote, "growing up knowing she would have to leave her family and live with a man she didn't know."
"Nonsense," Ciri said. "Vivenna looked forward to it. I don't think she can feel hatred. She was always just calm and careful and perfect." Sisebron frowned. "I sound bitter, don't I?" Ciri said, sighing. "I don't mean to. I really do love Vivenna. She was always there, watching out for me. But it seemed to me that she made too many efforts to cover up for me. My big sister, pulling me out of trouble, scolding me calmly, then seeing that I wasn't punished as much as I should have been." She hesitated. "They're all probably at home right now, worried sick about me."
"You sound like you're worried about them," he wrote.
"I am," she said. I've been listening to the priests argue in the court. It doesn't sound good, Seb. There are a lot of Idrians in the city, and they're being very reckless. The city guard was forced to send troops into one of the slums a few weeks back. That isn't helping reduce tensions between our countries. Sisebron didn't write a response, but instead wrapped his arm around her again, pulling her close. It felt good to be held against him. Very good. After a few minutes, he pulled his arm away and wrote again, awkwardly erasing first. I was wrong, you know. About what? About one of the things I said earlier. I wrote that my mother was the only person to ever show me love and kindness. That's not true. There's been another. He stopped writing and looked at her. Then he glanced at the board again. You didn't have to show me kindness, he wrote. You could have hated me for taking you from your family and your homeland. Instead, you taught me to read, befriended me, loved me. He stared at her. She stared at him. Then, hesitant, he leaned down and kissed her. Oh dear, Ciri thought, a dozen objections popping into her head. She found it difficult to move, to resist, or to do anything. Anything other than kiss him back. She felt hot. She knew that they needed to stop, lest the priesthood get exactly what they were waiting for. She understood all of these things. Yet those objections began to seem less and less rational as she kissed him, as her breathing grew more hurried. He paused, obviously uncertain what to do next. Ciri looked up at him, breathing heavily, then pulled him down to kiss him again, feeling her hair bleed to a deep, passionate red. At that point, she stopped caring about anything else. Sisebron didn't know what to do, but she did. I really am too hasty, she thought, as she pulled off her shift. I need to get better at controlling my impulses. Some other time. Chapter 45. That night, Lightsong dreamed of Teteller burning, of the God King dead, and of soldiers in the streets, of lifeless, killing people in colorful clothing, and of a black sword. Chapter 46. Vivenna choked down her meal. The dried meat tasted strongly of fish, but she had learned that by breathing through her mouth, she could ignore much of the flavor. She ate every bite, then washed the taste away with a few mouthfuls of warm, boiled water. She was alone in the room. It was a small chamber built onto the side of a building near the slums. Vasher had paid a few coins for a day in it, though he wasn't there at the moment. He'd rushed off to deal with something. She leaned back, food consumed, closing her eyes. She'd reached the point where she was so exhausted that she actually found it difficult to sleep. The fact that the room was so small didn't help. She couldn't even stretch out all the way. Vasher hadn't been exaggerating when he'd said that their work would be rigorous. Stop after stop, she spoke with Idrians, consoling them, begging them not to push Hallandren to war. There were no restaurants, as there had been with Denth, no dinners with men in fine clothing and guards, just group after group of tired, working-class men and women. Many of them weren't rebellious, and a large number of them didn't even live in the slums. But they were part of the Idrian community in Teteller, and they could influence how their friends and family felt. She liked them, empathized with them. She felt far better about her new efforts than she had about her work with Denth, And so far as she could tell, Vasher was being honest with her. She had decided to trust those instincts. That was her decision, and that decision meant helping Vasher, for now. Vasher didn't ask her if she wanted to continue. He simply led her from location to location, expecting her to keep up. And so she did, meeting with the people and begging their forgiveness, despite how emotionally draining it was. She wasn't certain if she could repair what she had done, but she was willing to try. This determination seemed to gain her some respect from Vasher. It was much more reluctantly given than Denth's respect had been. Denth was fooling me the entire time. It was still hard to remember that fact. Part of her didn't want to. She leaned forward, staring at the bland wall in front of her in the box-like room. She shivered. It was a good thing that she'd been working herself so hard lately. It kept her from thinking about things. Discomforting things. Who was she? How did she define herself now that everything she'd been and everything she'd tried had collapsed around her? She couldn't be Vivenna, the confident princess, anymore. That person was dead, left behind in that cellar with Parlin's bloody corpse. Her confidence had come from naivete. Now she knew how easily she had been played. She knew the cost of ignorance, and she had glimpsed the grim truths of real poverty. Yet, she also couldn't be that woman, the waif of the streets, the thief, the beaten-down wretch. That wasn't for her. She felt as if those weeks had been a dream, brought on by the stress of isolation and trauma of her betrayal, fueled by becoming a drab and being suffocated by disease. To pretend that was the real her would be to parody those who truly lived on the streets, the people she'd hidden among and tried to imitate. Where did that leave her? Was she the penitent, quiet princess who knelt with bowed head, pleading with the peasants? This, too, was partially an act. She really did feel sorry. However, she was using her stripped pride as a tool. That wasn't her. Who was she? She stood up, feeling cramped in the tiny room, and pushed open the door. The neighborhood outside wasn't quite a slum, but it wasn't rich either. It was simply a place where people lived. There were enough colors along the street to be welcoming, but the buildings were small and held a number of families each. She walked along the street, careful not to stray too far from the room Vasher had rented. She passed trees, admiring their blooms. Who was she, really? What was left when one stripped away the princess and the hatred of Hallandren? She was determined. That part of her she liked. She'd forced herself to become the woman she needed to be in order to marry the God King. She'd worked hard, sacrificing to reach her goal. She was also a hypocrite. Now she knew what it was to be truly humble. Compared to that, her former life seemed more brash and arrogant than any colorful skirt or shirt. She did believe in Astra. She loved the teachings of the 5 visions. Humility, sacrifice, seeing another's problems before your own. Yet she was beginning to think that she, along with many others, had taken this belief too far, letting her desire to seem humble become a form of pride itself. She now saw that when her faith had become about clothing instead of people, it had taken a wrong turn. She wanted to learn to awaken. Why? What did that say about her? That she was willing to accept a tool her religion rejected, just because it would make her powerful? No, that wasn't it. At least, she hoped it wasn't. Looking back on her recent life, she felt frustrated at her frequent helplessness, and that felt like part of who she really was. The woman who would do anything to be sure she wasn't helpless. That was why she'd studied so hard with the tutors in Idris. That was also why she wanted to learn how to awaken. She wanted as much information as she could get, and wanted to be prepared for the problems that might come to her. She wanted to be capable. That might be arrogant, but it was the truth. She wanted to learn everything she could about how to survive in the world. The most humiliating aspect of her time in Tutelar was her ignorance. She wouldn't make that mistake again. She nodded to herself. Time to practice, then, she thought, returning to the room. Inside, she pulled out a piece of rope, the one that Vasher had used to tie her up, the first thing that she had awakened. She'd since retrieved the breath from it. She went back outside, holding the rope between her fingers, twisting it, thinking. The commands that Denth taught me were simple phrases. Hold things. Protect me. He'd implied that the intent was important. When she'd awakened her bonds, she'd made them move as if part of her body. It was more than just the command. The command brought the life, but the intent, the instructions from her mind, brought focus and action. She stopped beside a large tree with thin, blossom-laden branches that drooped toward the ground. She stood beside a branch, touched the bark of the tree's trunk itself to use its color. She held out the rope to the branch. Hold things, she commanded, reflexively letting out some of her breath. She felt an instant of panic as her sense of the world dimmed. The rope twitched. However, instead of drawing color from the tree, the awakening pulled color from her tunic. The garment bled gray, and the rope moved, wrapping like a snake around the branch. Wood cracked slightly as the rope pulled tight. However, the other end of the rope twisted in an odd pattern, writhing. Vivenna watched, frowning, until she figured out what was happening. The rope was twisting around her hand, trying to hold it as well. Stop, Vivenna said. Nothing happened. It continued to pull tight. Your breath to mine, she commanded. The rope stopped twisting, and her breath returned. She shook the rope free. All right, she thought. Hold things works, but it's not very specific. It will wrap around my fingers as well as the thing I wanted to tie up. What if I tried something else? Hold that branch, she commanded. Again, breath left her. More of it this time. Her trousers drained of color, and the rope end twisted, wrapping around the branch. The rest of it remained still. She smiled in satisfaction. So the more complicated the command, the more breath it requires. She took back her breath. As Vasher had explained, doing so didn't shock her senses, for it was a mere restoration to a normal state for her. If she'd gone several days without that breath, she'd have been overwhelmed by recovering its power. It was a little like taking a first bite of something very flavorful. She eyed her clothes, which were now completely gray. Out of curiosity, she tried awakening the rope again. Nothing happened. She picked up a stick, then awakened the rope. It worked this time, the stick losing its color, though it took a lot more breath. Perhaps this was because the stick wasn't very colorful. The tree trunk didn't work for color, though. Presumably, one couldn't draw color from something that was itself alive. She discarded the branch and fetched a few of Vasher's colored handkerchiefs from the room. She walked back to the tree. Now what? She thought. Could she put the breath into the rope now, then command it to hold something later? How would she even phrase that? Hold things that I tell you to hold, she commanded. Nothing happened. Hold that branch when I tell you. Again, nothing. Hold whatever I say. Nothing. A voice came from behind. Tell it to hold when thrown. Vivenna jumped, spinning. Vasher stood behind her, Nightblood held before him, point down. He had his pack over his shoulder. Vivenna flushed, glancing back at the rope. "Hold when thrown," she said, using a handkerchief for color. Her breath left her, but the rope remained limp, so she tossed it to the side, hitting one of the hanging tree branches. The rope immediately twisted about, locking the branches together and holding them tightly. "That's useful," Vivenna said. Vasher raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps. Dangerous, though." "Why?" "Get the rope back." Vivenna paused, realizing that the rope had twisted around branches that were too high for her to reach. She hopped up, trying to grab it. "I prefer to use a longer rope," Vasher said, raising Nightblood by the blade and using its hooked crossguard to pull the branches down. "If you always keep hold of one end, then you don't have to worry about it getting taken from you. Plus, you can awaken when you need to, rather than leaving a bunch of breath locked into a rope that you may or may not need." Vivenna nodded, recovering her breath from the rope. "Come on," he said, walking back toward the room. "You've made enough of a spectacle for one day." Vivenna followed, noticing that several people on the street had stopped to watch her. "How did they notice?" she asked. "I wasn't that obvious about what I was doing." Vasher snorted. "And how many people in Teller walk around in gray clothing?" Vivenna blushed as she followed Vasher into the cramped room. He set down his pack and then leaned Nightblood against one wall. Vivenna eyed the sword. She still wasn't certain what to make of the weapon. She felt a little nauseated every time she looked at it, and the memory of how violently sick she'd felt when touching it was still fresh. Plus, there had been that voice in her head. Had she really heard it? Vasher had been characteristically tight-lipped when she'd asked about it, rebuffing her questions. "Aren't you an Idrian?" Vasher asked, drawing her attention as he settled down. "Last I checked," she replied. "You seem oddly fascinated with awakening for a follower of Ostra." He spoke with eyes closed as he rested his head against the door. "I'm not a very good Idrian," she said, sitting down. "Not anymore. I might as well learn to use what I have." Vasher nodded. "Good enough. I've never really understood why Ostrism suddenly turned its back on awakening." "Suddenly?" He nodded, eyes still closed. "Wasn't like that before the Many War." "Really?" "Of course," he said. He often spoke that way, mentioning things that seemed far-fetched to her, yet saying them as if he knew exactly what he was talking about. No conjecture, no wavering, as if he knew everything. She could see why it was sometimes hard for him to get along with people. "Anyway," Vasher said, opening his eyes, "did you eat all of that squid?" She nodded. "Is that what that was?" "Yes," he said, opening his pack, getting out another dried chunk of meat. He held it up. "Want more?" She felt sick. "No, thank you." He paused, noticing the look in her eyes. "What? Did I give you a bad piece?" She shook her head. "What?" "It's nothing." He raised an eyebrow. "I said it's nothing." She glanced away. "I just don't care for fish very much." "You don't?" he asked. "I've been feeding it to you for 5 days now." She nodded, silently. "You ate it every time." "I'm dependent upon you for food," she said. "I don't intend to complain about what you give me." He frowned, then took a bite of squid and began chewing. He still wore his torn, almost ragged clothing, but Vivenna had now been around him enough to know that he kept it clean. He obviously had the resources to get new clothing, yet he chose to wear the worn and tattered things instead. He also wore the same half-scrub, half-beard on his face. It never seemed to get longer, yet she never saw him trim it or shave it. How did he manage to keep it just the right length? Was that intentional? Or was she reading too much into it?
"You aren't what I expected,"
he said. "I would have been," she said, "a few weeks ago."
"I doubt it,"
he said, gnawing on his chunk of squid.
"That tenacious spirit you've got doesn't come from a few weeks on the streets. Neither does that sense of martyrdom."
She met his eyes. "I want you to teach me more about awakening." He shrugged.
"What do you want to know?"
"I don't even know how to answer that," she said. "Denth taught me a few commands, but that was the same day that you took me captive." Vasher nodded. They sat silent for a few minutes. "Well?" she finally asked. "Are you going to say anything?"
"I'm thinking,"
he said. She raised an eyebrow. He scowled.
"Awakening is something I've done for a very, very long time. I always have trouble trying to explain it. Don't rush me."
"It's okay," she said. "Take your time." He shot her a glance.
"Don't patronize me either."
"I'm not patronizing. I'm being polite."
"Well, next time, be polite with less condescension in your voice,"
he said. Condescension, she thought. I wasn't condescending. She eyed him as he sat, chewing on his dried squid. The more time she spent with him, the less frightening she found him, but the more frustrating. He is a dangerous man, she reminded herself. He has left corpses strewn all over the city, using that sword of his to make people slaughter each other. She considered running from him on several occasions, but had eventually decided that she'd be a fool to do so. She could find no fault in his efforts to stop the war, and his solemn promise in the basement that first day still stuck with her. She believed him, hesitantly. She just intended to keep her eyes open a little wider from now on.
"All right,"
he said.
"I guess this is for the best. I'm getting tired of you walking around with that bright aura of yours that you can't even use."
Well?
"Well, I think we should start with theory,"
he said.
"There are 4 kinds of biochromatic entities. The first, and most spectacular, are the returned. They're called gods here in Hallandren, but I'd rather call them spontaneous, sentient, biochromatic manifestations in a deceased host. What is odd about them is that they're the only naturally occurring biochromatic entity, which is theoretically the explanation for why they can't use or bestow their biochromatic investiture. Of course, the fact is that every living being is born with a certain biochromatic investiture. This could also explain why Type 1s retain sentience."
Vivenna blinked. That wasn't what she had been expecting.
"You're more interested in Type 2 and Type 3 entities,"
Vasher continued.
"Type 2 being mindless manifestations in a deceased host. They are cheap to make, even with awkward commands. This is per the law of biochromatic parallelism. The closer a host is to a living shape and form, the easier it is to awaken. Biochroma is the power of life, and so it seeks patterns of life. That, however, leads us to another law, the law of comparability. It states that the amount of breath required to awaken something isn't necessarily indicative of its power once awakened. A piece of cloth cut into a square and a piece of cloth cut into the shape of a person will take very different amounts of breath to awaken, but it will be essentially the same once they have been invested. The explanation for this is simple. Some people think of awakening as pouring water into a cup.
You pour until the cup is filled, and then the object comes to life. This is a false analogy. Instead, think of awakening as beating down a door. You pound, and some doors are easier to open than others. But once they're open, they do about the same thing. He glanced at her. Understand? She said. She'd spent her youth training with the tutors, but this was beyond even their methods of teaching. It's a little dense. Well, do you want to learn or not? You asked me if I understood, she thought, and I answered. However, she didn't voice her objections. Better for him to keep talking. Type 2 biochromatic entities, he said, are what people in Hallandren call lifeless. They are different from Type 1 entities in several ways. Lifeless can be created at will, and require only a few breaths to awaken, anywhere between 1 and hundreds, depending on the commands used, and they feed off their own color when being invested. They don't present an aura when awakened, but the breath sustains them, keeping them from needing to eat. They can die, and need a special alcohol solution to remain functional past a few years of awakened status. Because of their organic host, their breath clings to the body, and cannot be withdrawn once invested. I know a little about them, Vivenna said. Denth and his team have a lifeless. Vasher fell silent. Yes, he finally said. I know. Vivenna frowned, noticing a strange look in his eyes. They sat silently for a few moments. You were talking about lifeless and their commands? She prompted. Vasher nodded. They need a command to awaken them, just like anything else. Even your religion teaches about commands. It says that Ostra is the one who commands the return to come back. She nodded. Understanding the theory of commands is tough. Look at lifeless, for instance. It's taken us centuries to discover the most efficient ways to bring a body to a lifeless state. Even now, we're not sure if we understand how it works. I guess this is the first thing I'd like to get across to you. That biochroma is complicated, and we really don't understand most of it. What do you mean? She asked. Just what I said, Vasher replied, shrugging. We don't really know what we're doing. But you sound so technical and precise in your descriptions. We have figured out some things, he said, but Awakeners really haven't been around that long. The more you learn about biochroma, the more you'll realize that there are more things that we don't know than there are things we do. Why are the specific commands so important? And why do they have to be spoken in your native language? What brings Type 1 entities, returned, back to life in the first place? Why are lifeless so dull-minded, while returned, fully sentient? Vivenna nodded. Creating Type 3 biochromatic entities is what we traditionally call awakening. Vasher continued. That's when you create a biochromatic manifestation in an organic host that is far removed from having been alive. Cloth works the best, though sticks, reeds, and other plant matter can be used. What about bones? Vivenna asked. They're strange, Vasher said. They take far more breath to awaken than a body held together with flesh and aren't as flexible as something like cloth. Still, breath will stick to them fairly easily, since they were once alive and maintain the form of a living thing. So Idrian's stories that talk about skeletal armies aren't just fabrications. He chuckled. Oh, they are. If you want to awaken a skeleton, you'd have to arrange all the bones together in their correct places. That's a lot of work for something that will take upwards of 50 or 100 breaths to awaken. Intact corpses make far more sense economically, even if the breath sticks to them so well that it becomes impossible to recover. Still, I've seen some very interesting things done with skeletons which have been awakened. Anyway, Type 3 entities, regular awakened objects, are different. Biochroma doesn't stick to them very well at all. The result is that they require quite a bit of investiture, often well over 100 breaths, to awaken them. The benefit of this, of course, is that the breath can be drawn back out again. This has allowed for quite a bit more experimentation, and that has resulted in a more comprehensive understanding of awakening techniques. You mean the commands? Vivenna asked. Right, Vasher said. As you've seen, most basic commands work easily. If the command is something the object could do, and you state it in a simple way, the command will usually work. I tried some simple commands, she said, on the rope. They didn't work. Those may have sounded simple, but they weren't. Simple commands are only 2 words long. Grab something, hold something, move up, move down, twist around. Even some 2-word commands can be more complicated, and it takes practice visualizing. Or, well, imagining. Well, using your mind to... I understand that part, she said, like flexing a muscle. He nodded. The command, protect me, though only 2 words, is extremely complicated. So are others, like fetch something. You have to give the right impulse to the object. This area is where you really begin to understand how little we know. There are probably thousands of commands we don't know. The more words you add, the more complicated the mental component becomes. Which is why discovering a new command can take years of study. Like the discovery of a new command to make lifeless, she said thoughtfully. 300 years ago, those who had the one-breath command could make their lifeless much more cheaply than those who didn't. That disparity started the many-war. Yes, Vasher said. Or at least, that was part of what caused the war. It's not really important. The thing to understand is that we're still children when it comes to awakening. It doesn't help that a lot of people who learn new, valuable commands never share them, and probably die with the knowledge. Vivenna nodded, noticing how his lesson grew more relaxed and conversational as he got into the topic. His expertise surprised her. He sits on the floor, she thought, eating a dry piece of squid, not having shaven in weeks, and wearing clothing that looks like it's about to fall off. Yet he talks like a scholar, giving a lecture. He carries a sword that leaks black smoke and causes people to kill each other. Yet he works so hard to stop a war. Who is this man? She glanced to the side, to where Nightblood sat leaning against the wall. Perhaps it was the discussion of the technical aspects of biochroma, or perhaps it was simply her growing suspicion. She was beginning to understand what wasn't right about the sword. What is Type 4 biochromatic entity? Vivenna asked, glancing back at Vasher. He fell silent. Type 1 is a human body with sentience, Vivenna said. Type 2 is a human body without sentience. Type 3 is an awakened object, like a rope, an object with no sentience. Is there a way to create an awakened object with sentience? Like a returned, but inside of something other than a human body? Vasher stood. We've covered enough for one day. You didn't answer my question. And I'm not going to, he said, and I advise you never to ask it again. Understand? He glanced at her, and she felt a chill at the harshness in his voice. All right, she said, though she didn't glance away. He snorted to himself, then reached into his large pack, yanking something out. Here, he said, I brought you something. He tossed a long, cloth-wrapped object to the floor. Vivenna stood, walking over to pull the cloth off. Inside was a thin, well-polished dueling blade. "I don't know how to use one of these," she said. "Then learn," he replied. "If you know how to fight, you'll be far less annoying to have around. I won't have to keep pulling you out of trouble all the time." She flushed. "One time." "It'll happen again," he said. She hesitantly picked up the sheathed sword, surprised at how light it was. "Let's go," Vasher said. "I've got another group for us to visit." Chapter 47. Lightsong tried not to think about his dreams. He tried not to think about Tutelar in flames, of people dying, of the world, essentially, ending. He stood on the second story of his palace, looking over the Court of Gods. The second story was essentially a covered roof, open on all sides. Wind blew through his hair. The sun was close to setting. Already, torches were arrayed on the lawn. It was so perfect. The palaces set in a circle, lit by torches and lanterns matching the colors of the nearest building. Some of the palaces were dark, the buildings that currently held no gods. What would happen if too many others returned before we killed ourselves? He thought idly. Would they build more palaces? As far as he knew, there had always been enough space. At the head of the court sat the God King's palace, tall and black. It had obviously been built so that it would dominate even the extravagant mansions of the others, and it threw a wide, warped shadow across the back wall. Perfect. So perfect. The torches were arranged in patterns he could only see by standing atop a building. The grass was kept manicured, and the massive wall tapestries were replaced often so that they showed no wear, stains, or fading. The people put forth such effort for their gods. Why? Sometimes it baffled him. But what to think of other faiths, ones with no visible gods, only incorporeal imaginings or wishes? Surely those gods did even less for their people than the Hallandren court, yet they still were worshipped. Lightsong shook his head. Meeting with Allmother had reminded him of days he hadn't thought of in a long time. Calmseer. She had been his mentor when he'd first returned. Blushweaver was jealous of his memories of her, but she didn't understand the truth. Nor could he, really, explain it. Calmseer had come closer to being a divinity than any returned Lightsong had known. She'd cared for her followers as much as Allmother now tried to do. But there had been genuine concern in Calmseer's regard. She hadn't helped the people because she feared that they would stop worshipping. She had no arrogance of presumed superiority. Real kindness, real love, real mercy. Yet even Calmseer had felt inadequate. She had often said she felt guilty because she couldn't live up to what people expected. How could she? How could anyone? In the end, he suspected this was what drove her to answer a petition. There had only been one way, in her estimation, to be the goddess everyone demanded she be. And that was to give up her life. They push us into it, Lightsong thought. They craft all of this splendor and luxury. They give us whatever we desire. Then they subtly poke at us. Be a god. Prophesy. Maintain our illusion for us. Die. Die so that we can keep believing. He usually stayed off his roof. He preferred to be down below, where the limited perspective made it so much easier to ignore the larger view. so much easier to focus on simple things, like his life in the moment.
"Your Grace,"
Larimar asked quietly, approaching. Lightsong didn't reply.
"Are you all right, Your Grace?"
"No man should be this important," Lightsong said.
"Your Grace?"
Larimar asked, walking up beside him. "It does strange things to you. We weren't built for it."
"You're a god, Your Grace. You were built for it."
"No," he said. "I'm no god."
"Excuse me, but you don't really get to choose. We worship you, and that makes you our god."
Larimar spoke the words in his usual calm fashion. Didn't the man ever get upset? "You're not helping."
"I apologize, Your Grace, but perhaps you should stop arguing about the same old things."
Lightsong shook his head. "This is something different today. I'm not sure what to do."
"You mean about All-Mother's commands?"
Lightsong nodded. "I thought I had it figured out, Scoot. I can't keep up with all of the things Blushweaver is plotting. I've never been good at details." Larimar didn't respond. "I was going to give it up," Lightsong said. "All-Mother was doing a fantastic job of standing up for herself. I figured that if I gave her my commands, then she'd know what to do. She'd understand if it's better to support Blushweaver or oppose her."
"You could still just let her,"
Larimar said.
"You gave her your commands, too."
"I know," Lightsong said. They fell silent. "So it comes down to this," he thought. "The first of us who changes those commands takes control of all 20,000. The other will be locked out." What did he choose? Did he sit back and let history happen, or did he jump in and make a mess of it? "Whoever you are," he thought, "whatever is out there that sent me back, why couldn't you just let me be? I'd already lived one life. I'd already made my choices. Why did you have to send me back?" He'd tried everything, and yet people still looked to him. He knew for a fact that he was one of the most popular returned, visited by more petitioners and given more art than almost anyone else. Honestly, he thought, what is wrong with these people? Were they so in need of something to worship that they chose him rather than worry that their religion might be false? All-Mother claimed that some did think that. She worried about the perceived lack of faith among the common people. Lightsong wasn't certain he agreed with her. He knew of the theories, that the gods who lived the longest were the weak ones because the system encouraged the best to sacrifice themselves quickly. However, the same number of petitioners came to him now as when he first started. Plus, too few gods were chosen on the whole for that to be statistically valid. Or was he just distracting himself with irrelevant details? He leaned on the railing, looking out over the green and its glowing pavilions. This could be the crowning moment for him. He could finally prove himself to be an indolent wastrel. It was perfect. If he did nothing, then All-Mother would be forced to take up the armies and resist Blushweaver. Was that what he wanted? All-Mother kept herself isolated from the other gods. She didn't attend many court assemblies and didn't listen to the debates. Blushweaver was intimately involved. She knew every god and goddess well. She understood the issues, and she was very clever. Of all the gods, only she had begun taking steps to secure their armies. Ciri is no threat, he thought. But if someone else were manipulating her, would All-Mother have the political savvy to understand the danger? Without his concerned guidance, would Blushweaver see that Ciri wasn't crushed? If he did walk away, there would be a cost. He would be to blame, for he'd given up. Who was she? Larimar? Lightsong asked quietly. The young woman in my dreams. Was she my wife? The high priest didn't answer. I need to know, Lightsong said, turning. This time, I really need to know. Larimar frowned, then looked away. No, he said quietly. She was not your wife. My lover? He shook his head. But she was important to me. Very, Larimar said. And is she still alive? Larimar wavered, then finally nodded his head. Still alive, Lightsong thought. If this city fell, then she would be in danger. Everyone who worshipped Lightsong, everyone who counted on him despite his best efforts, would be in danger. Teteller couldn't fall. Even if there were war, the fighting wouldn't come here. Hallandren wasn't in danger. It was the most powerful kingdom in the world. And what of his dreams? He had been given only one real duty in the government, that of taking command of 10,000 lifeless, of deciding when they should be used and when they should not be. Still alive. He turned and walked toward the steps. The lifeless enclave was technically part of the Court of Gods. The huge building was built at the base of the court plateau, and a long covered walkway ran down to it. Lightsong moved down the steps with his entourage. They passed several guard posts, though he wasn't sure why they needed guards in a hallway leading from the court. He had only visited the enclave a couple of times, primarily during his first few weeks as a returned, when he had been required to give the security phrase to his 10,000 soldiers. Perhaps I should have come more often, he thought. What would have been the point? Servants cared for the lifeless, making certain their ichor alcohol was fresh, that they exercised, and did whatever else it was that lifeless did. Larimar and several of the other priests were puffing from the long, brisk walk by the time they reached the bottom of the steps. Lightsong, of course, had no trouble, as he was in perfect physical condition. There were some things about godhood that never made him complain. A couple of guards opened the doors into the compound. It was gigantic, of course. It contained space for 40,000 lifeless. There were 4 large warehouse-like storage areas for the different groups of lifeless, a track for them to run around, a room filled with various stones and blocks of metal for them to lift to keep their muscles strong, and a medical area where their ichor alcohol was tested and refreshed. They passed through several twisting passages designed to confuse invaders who might try to strike at the lifeless, then approached a guard post set beside a large open doorway. Lightsong passed the living human guards and looked in at the lifeless. He'd forgotten that they kept them in the dark. Larimar waved for a couple of priests to hold up lamps. The door opened onto a viewing platform. The floor of the warehouse extended below, filled with line upon line of silent, waiting soldiers. They wore their armor and carried their weapons in sheaths. There are holes in the ranks, Lightsong said. Some of them will be exercising, Larimar replied. I have sent a servant to fetch them. Lightsong nodded. The lifeless stood with eyes open. They didn't shuffle or cough. Staring out over them, Lightsong suddenly remembered why he never felt any desire to return and inspect his troops. They were simply too unnerving. Everyone out, Lightsong said. Your Grace, Larimar asked. Don't you want a few priests to stay?
Lightsong shook his head. No, I will bear this phrase myself. Larimar hesitated, but then nodded, doing as ordered. In Lightsong's opinion, there was no good way of keeping command phrases. Leaving them in the hands of a single god was to risk losing the phrase through assassination. However, the more people who knew the command phrases, the more likely it was that the secret would be bribed or tortured out of someone. The only mitigating factor was the God King. Apparently, with his powerful biochroma, he could break lifeless more quickly. Still, taking control of 10,000 would require weeks, even for the God King. The choice was left to the individual returned. They could let some of their priests hear the command phrase, so that if something happened to the god, the priests could pass the phrase on to the next returned. If the god chose not to give the phrase to his priests, then he placed an even larger burden on himself. Lightsong had found that option silly years before, and had included Larimar and several others in the secret. This time he saw wisdom in keeping the phrase to himself. Should he get the chance, he would whisper it to the God King. But only him. "Bottom line blue," he said. "I give you a new command phrase." He paused. "Red Panther. Red Panther. Step to the right side of the room." A group of the lifeless near the front, those who could hear his voice, moved over to the side. Lightsong sighed, closing his eyes. A part of him had hoped that All-Mother had come here first, that she had already changed the command phrase. But she hadn't. He opened his eyes, then took the steps down to the warehouse floor. He spoke again, changing the phrase for another group. He could do about 20 or 30 at a time. He remembered the process taking hours the last time. He continued. He would leave the lifeless with their basic instructions to obey the servants when they asked the creatures to exercise or go to the infirmary. He'd give them a lesser command that could be used to move them about and make them march to specific locations, as when they had been placed in ranks outside the city to greet Ciri, and another to make them go with members of the city guard to provide extra muscle. Yet there would be only one person with ultimate command of them. One person who could make them go to war. When he was done in this room, he would move on, taking utter command of All-Mother's 10,000 as well. He would draw both armies to him, and in doing so, he would take his place at the very heart of the fate of 2 kingdoms. Chapter 48. Sisebron didn't leave in the mornings anymore. Ciri lay in the bed beside him, curled slightly, her skin against his. He slept peacefully, chest going up and down, the white bed sheets throwing out prismatic colors around him as they inevitably reacted to his presence. A few months back, who could have understood where she'd find herself? Not only married to the God King of Hallandren, but in love with him as well. She still thought it amazing. He was the most important religious and secular figure in the whole of the Inner Sea area. He was the basis for worship of the Hallandren iridescent tones. He was a creature feared and hated by most people in Idris. And he was dozing quietly at her side. A god of color and beauty, his body as perfectly sculpted as a statue. And what was Ciri? Not perfect, of that she was sure. And yet, somehow, she'd brought to him something that he needed. A hint of spontaneity, a breath from the outside, untamed by his priests or his reputation. She sighed, head resting on his chest. There would be a price to be paid for their enjoyment these last few nights. We really are fools,
she thought idly. We only have to avoid one thing, giving the priests a child. We're aiming ourselves straight toward disaster. She found it hard to berate herself too firmly. She suspected that her act wouldn't have fooled the priests for much longer. They would grow suspicious, or at least frustrated, if she continued it without producing an heir. She could imagine them interfering if faced with more stalling. Whatever she and Sisebron did to change events, they would have to do it quickly. He stirred beside her, and she twisted, looking at his face as he opened his eyes. He regarded her for a few minutes, stroking her hair. It was amazing how quickly they had become comfortable in their intimacy. He reached for his writing board. "I love you." She smiled. It was always the first thing he wrote in the mornings. "And I love you," she said. "However," he continued, "we are probably in trouble, aren't we?" "Yes." "How long?" he asked. "Until it's obvious that you will bear a child, I mean." "I'm not sure," she said, frowning. "I don't have much experience with this, obviously. I know that some of the women back in Idris complained of not being able to have children as quickly as they wanted, so maybe it doesn't always happen immediately. I know other women who bore children almost exactly 9 months after their wedding night." Sisebron looked thoughtful. "A year from now, I could be a mother," Ciri thought. She found the concept daunting. Up until a short time ago, she hadn't really thought of herself as an adult. "Of course," she thought, feeling a bit sick, "according to what we've been told, any children I bear the God King will be stillborn anyway. Even if that was a lie, her child would be in danger." She still suspected that the priests would spirit it away, then replace it with a returned. In all likelihood, Ciri would then be made to disappear as well. "Bluefingers tried to warn me," she thought. "He spoke of danger, not only to Sisebron, but to me." Sisebron was writing. "I've made a decision," he wrote. Ciri raised an eyebrow. "I want to try making myself known to the people," he wrote, "and the other gods. I want to take control of my kingdom for myself." "I thought we decided that would be too dangerous." "It will be," he wrote, "but I'm beginning to think that it is a risk we must take." "And your objections from before?" she asked. "You can't shout out the truth, and your guards are likely to rush you away if you try something like escaping." "Yes," Sisebron wrote, "but you have far fewer guards, and you can yell." Ciri paused. "Yes," she said. "But would anyone believe me? What would they think if I just started screaming about how the God King is being held prisoner by his own priests?" Sisebron cocked his head. "Trust me," she said. "They'd think that I was crazy." "What if you gain the confidence of the returned you often speak about?" he wrote. "Lightsong the Bold." Ciri gave that some thought. "You could go to him," Sisebron wrote. "Tell him the truth. Perhaps he will lead you to other returned he thinks might listen. The priests will not be able to silence us all." Ciri lay beside him for a moment, head still resting on his chest. "It sounds possible, Seb, but why not just run? My serving women are from Pankal now. Bluefingers has said that he will try to get us out if I ask. We can flee to Idris." "If we flee, Hallandran troops will follow, Ciri. We would not be safe in Idris." "We could go somewhere else, then." He shook his head. "Ciri, I have been listening to the arguments in the Court of Judgment. There will soon be war between our kingdoms. If we run, we will be abandoning Idris to invasion.
The invasion will happen if we stay, too.
Not if I take control of my throne. Sisebron wrote, "The people of Hallandren, even the gods, are obligated to obey me. There will be no war if they know I disapprove."
He erased, then continued, writing faster.
"I have told the priests that I don't wish to go to war, and they appeared sympathetic. However, they have done nothing."
"They are probably worried," Ciri said. "If they let you start making policy, then you may begin to think that you don't need them."
"They'd be right," he wrote, smiling. "I need to become the leader of my people, Ciri. That is the only way to protect your beautiful hills and the family you love so much."
Ciri fell silent, offering no further objections. To do as he was saying would be to play their hand, make a gamble for everything. If they failed, the priests would undoubtedly figure out that Ciri and Sisebron were in communication. That would spell the end of their time alone together. Sisebron obviously noticed her concern.
"It is dangerous, but it is the best option. Fleeing would be just as risky, and it would leave us in far worse circumstances. In Idris, we would be seen as the reason the Hallandren armies had come. Other countries would be even more dangerous."
Ciri slowly nodded. In another country, they'd have no money and would make perfect subjects for ransom. They'd escape the priests only to find themselves being held captive to be used against Hallandren. The kingdom of iridescence was still widely disliked because of the many war. "We'd be taken captive, as you say," she acknowledged. "Plus, if we were in another country, I doubt we'd be able to get you a breath every week. Without them, you'd die." He looked hesitant. "What?" she asked.
"I would not die without breath," he wrote. "But that is not an argument in favor of flight."
"You mean the stories of returned needing breath to live are lies?" Ciri asked incredulously.
"Not at all," he wrote quickly. "We do need breath. But you forget that I hold the wealth of breath passed down for generations in my family. I heard my priests speak of this once. If it were necessary to move me, I could survive on the extra breaths I hold, those over and above the breath that makes me returned. My body would simply feed off those extra breaths, absorbing one a week."
Ciri sat back thoughtfully. That seemed to imply something about breath that she couldn't quite figure out. Unfortunately, she just didn't have the experience to sort through it. "All right," she said. "So we could go into hiding if we needed to."
"I said this was not an argument for fleeing," Sisebron wrote. "My treasure of breaths might keep me alive, but it would also make me a very valuable target. Everyone will want those breaths. Even if I weren't the God King, I would be in danger."
That was very true. Ciri nodded. "All right," she said. "If we're really going to try exposing what the priests have done, I think we make our move soon. If I display any signs of being pregnant, I bet it will take the priests all of 2 heartbeats to sequester me."
Sisebron nodded. "There will be a general assembly of the court in a couple of days. I have heard my priests say that this will be an important meeting. It is rare that the gods are all called together to vote. That meeting will decide whether or not we march on Idris."
Ciri nodded nervously. "I could sit with Lightsong," she said, "and plead for his help. If we go to several of the other gods, perhaps they, in front of the crowds, can demand to know whether or not I am lying."
"And I will open my mouth and reveal that I have no tongue," he wrote. "Then let us see what the priests do. They will be forced to bow to the will of their own pantheon." Ciri nodded. "All right," she said. "Let's try it." Chapter 49. Vasher found her practicing again. He hovered outside the window, lowered down from the roof via an awakened rope, which gripped him about the waist. Inside, Vivenna repeatedly awakened a strip of cloth, unaware of Vasher. She commanded the cloth to wiggle across the room, wrap around a cup, then bring that cup back without spilling. "She's learning so quickly," he thought. The commands themselves were simple to say, but providing the right mental impulse was difficult. It was like learning to control a second body. Vivenna was quick. Yes, she had a lot of breath. That made it easier, but true instinctive awakening, the ability to awaken objects without training or practice, was a gift granted only by the sixth heightening. That was one step beyond even what Returned had, with their single deific breath. Vivenna was far from that stage. She learned faster than she should have, even if he knew she was frustrated by how often she got things wrong. Even as he watched, she made a mistake. The cloth wiggled across the room, but climbed into the cup instead of wrapping around it. It shook, making the cup fall over, then the cloth finally returned, leaving a soggy trail. Vivenna cursed and walked over to refill the cup. She never noticed Vasher hanging just outside. He wasn't surprised. He was currently a drab, his excess breath stored in his shirt. She replaced the cup, and he pulled himself up as she walked back. Of course, the mechanics of how he moved about with the ropes were far more complicated than they seemed. His command incorporated making the rope respond to taps of his finger along its length. Awakening was different from creating a lifeless. Lifeless had brains and could interpret commands and requests. The rope had none of that. It could only act on its original instructions. With a few taps, he lowered himself again. Vivenna faced away from him as she picked up another colored swatch to use as fuel when she awakened her cup-fetching ribbon. "I like her," Nightblood said. "I'm glad we didn't kill her." Vasher didn't respond. "She's very pretty, don't you think?" Nightblood asked. "You can't tell," Vasher replied. "I can tell," Nightblood said. "I've decided that I can." Vasher shook his head. Pretty or not, the woman should never have come to Hallandren. She'd given Denth a perfect tool. Of course, he admitted wryly, Denth probably didn't need that tool. Hallandren and Idris were close to snapping. Vasher had stayed away too long. He knew that. He also knew that there was no way he would have come back earlier. Inside the room, Vivenna successfully managed to get the cloth to bring her cup, and she drank from it with a satisfied look that Vasher could just barely see from the side. He had the rope lower him to the ground. He ordered it to let go up above. Then, once it had twisted down around his arm, he recovered his breath and climbed the external steps to the room. Vivenna turned as Vasher entered. She set down the cup, hurriedly stuffing the cloth in her pocket. "What does it matter if he sees me practicing?" she thought, flushing. "It's not like I have anything to hide." But practicing before him was embarrassing. He was so stern, so unforgiving of faults. She didn't like him to see her fail. "Well?" she asked. He shook his head. "Both the house you were using and the safe house in the slums are empty," he said. "Denth is too clever to get caught like that. He must have figured that you would reveal his location. Vivenna ground her teeth in frustration, settling back against the wall. Like the other rooms they had stayed in, this one was utterly simple. Their only possessions were a pair of bedrolls and their changes of clothing, all of which Vasher carried about in his duffel. Denth lived far more luxuriously. He could afford to. He now held all of Lemex's money. Clever bit, that, she thought. Giving me the money, making me feel like I was in charge. He knew all along that the gold was never out of his hands, just as I never was. I was hoping we'd be able to watch him, she said. Maybe get a jump on what he's planning next. Vasher shrugged. Didn't work. No use crying about it. Come on. I think I can get us in to meet with some of the Idrian workers at one of the orchards, assuming we arrive during the lunch break. Vivenna frowned as he turned to go. Vasher, she said, we can't keep doing this. This? When I was with Denth, we met with crime lords and politicians. You and I are meeting with peasants, on corners and in fields. They're good people. I know they are, Vivenna said quickly. But do you really think we're making a difference? Compared to what Denth is probably doing, I mean. He frowned, but instead of arguing with her, he just pounded his fist against the side of the wall. I know, he said. I've tried other leads, but most everything I do seems a step behind Denth. I can kill his gang of thieves, but he has more of them than I can find. I've tried to figure out who is behind the war, even followed leads in the Court of Gods itself. But everyone is growing more and more tight-lipped. They assume the war to be inevitable now, and don't want to be seen as being on the losing side of the argument. What about priests? Vivenna said. Aren't they the ones who bring things to the attention of the gods? If we can get more of them to argue against the war, then maybe we can stop it. Priests are fickle, Vasher said with a shake of his head. Most of those who argued against the war have caved in. Even Nanrova switched sides on me. Nanrova? High Priest of Stillmark, Vasher said. I thought he was solid. He even met with me a few times to talk about his opposition to the war. Now he refuses to see me anymore, and has switched sides. Colorless liar. Vivenna frowned. Nanrova. Vasher, she said. We did something to him. What? Denth and his team, Vivenna said. We helped a gang of thieves rob from a salt peddler. We used a couple of distractions to cover the burglary. We set a fire in a nearby building and overturned a carriage that was passing through the garden. The carriage belonged to a high priest. I think his name was Nanrova. Vasher cursed quietly. You think it might be connected? She asked. Maybe. You know which thieves were actually doing the robbery? She shook her head. I'll be back, he said. Wait here. So she did. She waited for hours. She tried practicing her awakening, but she'd already spent most of the day working on that. She was mentally exhausted and found it difficult to concentrate. Eventually, she found herself staring out the window in annoyance. Denth had always let her go along on his information-gathering forays. That was just because he wanted to keep me close, she thought. Now that she looked back, there were obviously lots of things Denth had been hiding from her. Vasher just didn't care to placate her. He wasn't stingy with information, though, when she asked. His answers were grumpy, but he did usually answer. She still mulled over their conversation about awakening, less because of what he'd said, more because of the way he'd said it. She'd been wrong about him. She was almost certain of that now. She had to stop judging people. But was that possible? Wasn't interaction based in part on judgments? A person's background and attitudes influenced how she responded to them. The answer, then, wasn't to stop judging. It was to hold those judgments as mutable. She judged Denth to be a friend, but she shouldn't have ignored the way he talked about mercenaries having no friends. The door slammed open. Vivenna jumped, putting a hand to her chest. Vasher walked in. "Start reaching for that sword when you're startled," he said. "There's little reason to grab your shirt, unless you're planning to rip it off." Vivenna flushed, hair twinging red. The sword he had bought her lay at the side of the room. They hadn't had much opportunity to practice, and she still barely even knew how to hold the thing properly. "Well?" she asked as he closed the door. It was already dark outside, and the city was beginning to sparkle with lights. "The robbery was a cover," Vasher said. "The real hit was that carriage. Denth promised the thieves something valuable if they committed a robbery and started a fire, both as distractions to get at the carriage." "Why?" Vivenna asked. "I'm not sure." "Coins?" Vivenna asked. "When Claude hit the horse, it knocked a chest off the top. It was filled with gold." "What happened then?" Vasher asked. "I left with some others. I thought the carriage itself was the distraction, and once it went down, I was supposed to pull out." "Denth?" "He wasn't there, come to think of it," Vivenna said. "The others told me he was working with the thieves." Vasher nodded, walking over to his pack. He threw aside the bedrolls, then took out several articles of clothing. He pulled off his shirt, exposing a well-muscled and rather hairy torso. Vivenna blinked in surprise, then blushed. She probably should have turned aside, but the curious part of her was too strong. What was he doing? He didn't remove his trousers, thankfully, but instead threw on a different shirt. The sleeves of this one were cut into long ribbons near the wrists. "Upon call," he said, "become my fingers and grip that which I must." The cuff tassels wiggled. "Wait," Vivenna said. "What was that? A command?" "Too complicated for you," he said, kneeling and undoing the cuff of his trousers. She could see that here, too, there were extra lengths of cloth. "Become as my legs and give them strength," he commanded. The leg tassels crossed under his feet, growing tight. Vivenna didn't argue with his insistence that the commands were too complicated. She just memorized them anyway. Finally, Vasher threw on his tattered cloak, which was ripped in places. "Protect me," he commanded, and she could see a lot of his remaining breath drain into the cloak. He wrapped his rope belt around his waist. It was thin for a rope, but strong, and she knew its purpose wasn't to keep his trousers up. Finally, he picked up Nightblood. "You coming?" "Where?" "We're going to go capture a few of those thieves. Ask them exactly what Denth wanted with that carriage." Vivenna felt a stab of fear. "Why invite me? Won't I just make it harder for you?" "Depends," he said. "If we get into a fight, and you get in the way, then it will be more difficult. If we get into a fight, and half of them attack you instead of me, it will make things easier." "Assuming you don't defend me." "That's a good assumption," he said, looking into her eyes. "If you want to come, come, but don't expect me to protect you. And, whatever you do, don't try and follow on your own." "I wouldn't do such a thing," she said. He shrugged. "I thought I'd make the offer. You're no prisoner here, Princess. You can do whatever you want. Just don't get in my way when you do it. Understand?" "I understand," she said, feeling a chill as she made her decision. "And I'm coming." He didn't try to dissuade her. He simply pointed at her sword. "Keep that on." She nodded, tying it on. "Draw it," he said. She did so, and he corrected her grip. "What good will holding it properly do?" she asked. "I still don't know how to use it." "Look threatening, and it might make someone attacking you pause. Make them hesitate for a couple seconds in a fight, and that could mean a lot." She nodded nervously, sliding the weapon back in its sheath. Then she grabbed several lengths of rope. "Hold when thrown," she said to the smaller one, then stuffed it into her pocket. Vasher eyed her. "Better to lose the breath than get killed," she said. "Few awakeners agree with you," he noted. "To most of them, the thought of losing breath is far more frightening than the prospect of death." "Well, I'm not like most awakeners," she said. "Half of me still finds the process blasphemous." He nodded. "Put the rest of your breath somewhere else," he said, opening the door. "We can't afford to draw attention." She grimaced, then did as told, putting her breath into her shirt with a basic and non-active command. It was actually the same as giving a half-spoken command, or one that was mumbled. Those would draw out the breath, but leave the item unable to act. As soon as she placed the breath, the dullness returned. Everything seemed dead around her. "Let's go," Vasher said, moving out into the darkness. Night in Teller was very different from her homeland. There, it had been possible to see so many stars overhead that it looked like a bucket of white sand had been dashed into the air. Here, there were street lamps, taverns, restaurants, and houses of entertainment. The result was a city full of lights, a little like the stars themselves had come down to inspect Grand Teller. And yet, Vivenna was still saddened by how few real stars she saw in the sky. None of that meant that the places they were going were by any means bright. Vasher led her through the streets, and he quickly became little more than a hulking shadow. They left behind places with streetlights and even lit windows, moving into an unfamiliar slum. This was one of those she'd been afraid to enter, even when she lived on the streets. The night seemed to grow even darker as they entered and walked down one of the twisting dark alleys that passed for streets in such places. They remained silent. Vivenna knew not to speak and draw attention. Eventually, Vasher pulled to a stop. He pointed toward a building, single-story, flat-topped, and wide. It sat alone, in a depression, shanties built from refuse covering the low hill behind it. Vasher waved for her to stay back, then quietly put the rest of his breath into his rope and crept forward up the hill. Vivenna waited, nervous, kneeling beside a decaying shanty that appeared to have been built from half-crumbling bricks. "Why did I come?" she thought. "He didn't tell me to. He simply said that I could. I could just as easily have stayed behind." But she was tired of things happening to her. She had been the one to point out that maybe there was a connection between the priest and Denth's plan. She wanted to see this to the end. Do something. That had been easy to think back in the lit room. It didn't help her nerves that looming to the left side of the shanty was one of the Dedenner statues. There had been some of them in the Highland slums as well, though most of those had been defaced or broken. She couldn't feel anything with her life sense. She felt almost as if she'd been blinded. The breath's absence brought memories of nights sleeping in the mud of a cold alleyway, beatings administered by urchins half her size but with twice her competence. Hunger. Terrible, omnipresent, depressing, and draining hunger. A footstep cracked, and a shadow loomed. She nearly gasped in shock, but managed to keep it in as she recognized Nightblood, in the figure's hand.
2 guards,
Vasher said,
both silenced.
Will they do for answering our questions?
Vasher shook a silhouetted head. Practically kids. We need someone more important. We'll have to go in. Either that, or sit and watch for a few days to determine who is in charge. Then grab him when he's alone.
That would take too long, Vivenna whispered.
I agree, he said. I can't use the sword, though. When Nightblood is done with a group, there's never anyone to question.
Vivenna shivered.
Come on,
he whispered. She followed as quietly as she could, moving for the front door. Vasher grabbed her arm and shook his head. She followed him around to the side, barely noticing the 2 lumps of unconscious bodies rolled into a ditch. At the back of the building, Vasher began to feel around on the ground. After a few moments, without success, he cursed quietly and pulled something from his pocket, a handful of straw. In just a few seconds, he had constructed 3 little men from the straw and some thread, then used breath reclaimed from his cloak to animate them. He gave each one the same command:
find tunnels.
Vivenna watched with fascination. That's far more abstract a command than he led me to believe was possible, she thought, as the little men scuttled around on the ground. Vasher himself returned to his searching. Apparently experience, and ability to use mental images, is the most important aspect of awakening. He's been doing this a long time, and the way he spoke before, like a scholar, indicates he's studied awakening very seriously. One of the straw men began to jump up and down. The other 2 rushed over to it, and then they began to bounce as well. Vasher joined them, as did Vivenna, and she watched as he uncovered a trap door hidden beneath a thick layer of dirt. He raised it a tad, then reached underneath. His hand came back out with several small bells, which had apparently been rigged there to ring if the door were opened all the way.
No group like this has a hideout without bolt holes,
Vasher said.
Usually a couple of them. Always trapped.
Vivenna watched as he recovered the breath from the straw men, quietly thanking each one. She frowned at the curious words. They were just piles of straw. Why thank them? He put the breath back into his cloak with a protection command, then led the way down through the trapdoor. Vivenna followed, stepping softly, skipping a particular step when Vasher indicated. The bottom was a roughly cut tunnel, or so she got from feeling along the sides of the lightless earthen chamber. Vasher moved forward. She could only tell because of the quiet rustling of his clothing. She followed and was curious to see light ahead. She could also hear voices, men talking and laughing. Soon she could see Vasher's silhouette. She moved up next to him, peeking out of their tunnel and into an earthen room. There was a fire burning at the center, the smoke twisting up through a hole in the ceiling. The upper chamber, the building itself, was probably just a front, for the chamber down here looked very lived in. There were piles of cloth, bedrolls, pots and pans, all of it as dirty as the men who sat around the fire, laughing. Vasher gestured to the side. There was another tunnel a few feet to the side of the one they were hiding in. Vivenna's heart jumped in shock as Vasher crept into the room and toward the second tunnel. She glanced at the fire. The men were very focused on their drinking and were blinded by the light. They didn't seem to notice Vasher. She took a deep breath, then followed into the shadows of the large room, feeling exposed with the firelight to her back. Vasher didn't go far, however, before stopping. Vivenna nearly collided with him. He stood there for a few moments. Finally, Vivenna poked him in the back, trying to get him to move so that she could see what he was doing. He shuffled aside, letting her see what was before him. This tunnel ended abruptly. Apparently, it wasn't so much as a tunnel as a nook. Nestled against the back of the nook was a cage, about as high as Vivenna's waist. Inside the cage was a child. Vivenna gasped softly, pushing past Vasher and kneeling down beside the cage. The valuable thing in the carriage, she thought, making the connection. It wasn't the coins. It was the priest's daughter. The perfect bargaining chip if you wanted to blackmail someone into changing their position at court. As Vivenna knelt, the girl pulled back in the cage, sniffling quietly and quivering. The cage stank of human waste, and the child was covered in grime, all except for lines on her cheeks, which had been streaked clean by tears. Vivenna looked up at Vasher. His eyes were shadowed, his back to the fire, but she could see him gritting his teeth. She could see tension in his muscles. He turned his head to the side, half illuminating his face with the light of the red fire. In that single lit eye, Vivenna saw fury. "Hey!" one of the thieves called out. "Get the child out," Vasher said in a harsh whisper. "How did you get here?" another man yelled. Vasher met her eyes with his single illuminated one, and she felt herself shrink before him. She nodded, and Vasher turned away from her, one hand clenching into a fist, the other grabbing Nightblood in a hard-knuckled grip. He stepped slowly, deliberately, as he approached the men, his cloak rustling. Vivenna intended to do as asked, but she found it hard to look away from him. The men drew blades. Vasher moved suddenly. Nightblood, still sheathed, took one man in the chest, and Vivenna heard bones snap. Another man attacked, and Vasher spun, whipping out a hand. The tassels on his sleeve moved on their own, wrapping around the blade of the thief's sword, catching it. Vasher's momentum ripped the blade free, and he tossed it aside, the tassels releasing it. The sword hit the dirt of the cellar floor. Vasher's hand snapped up, grabbing the thief's face. The tassels wrapped around the man's head like a squid's tentacles. Vasher slammed the man backward and down into the ground, kneeling as he did to add momentum, even as he rammed the sheathed Nightblood into another man's legs, dropping him. A third tried to cut Vasher from behind, and Vivenna cried a warning. Vasher's cloak, however, suddenly whipped out, moving on its own, and grabbed the surprised man by the arms. Vasher turned, anger in his face, and swung Nightblood toward the entangled man. Vivenna cringed at the sound of the cracking bones, and she turned away from the fight as the screaming continued. With shaking fingers, she tried to open the cage. It was locked, of course. She drew out some breath from a rope, then tried to awaken the lock, but nothing happened. Metal, she thought. Of course, it hasn't been alive, so it can't be awakened. Instead, she pulled a thread free from her shirt, trying to ignore the cries of pain from behind. Vasher began to bellow as he fought, losing any semblance of being a cold, professional killer. This was a man enraged. She raised the thread. "Unlock things," she commanded. The thread wriggled a bit, but when she stuck it into the lock, nothing happened. She withdrew the breath, took a few calming breaths of her own, then closed her eyes. Have to get the intention right. Need it to go inside, twist the tumbler free. "Twist things," she said, feeling the breath leave her. She stuck the thread into the lock. It spun about, and she heard a click. The door opened. The sounds of fighting from behind stopped, though men continued to moan. Vivenna recovered her breath, then reached into the cage. The girl cringed, crying out and hiding her face. "I'm a friend," Vivenna said soothingly. "Please, I'm here to help you." But the girl wiggled, screaming when touched. Frustrated, Vivenna turned back toward Vasher. He stood beside the fire, head bowed, bodies strewn around him. He held Nightblood in one hand, sheathed tip resting back against the dirty floor, and for some reason he seemed larger than he had a few moments ago, taller, broader of shoulder, more threatening. Vasher's other hand was on Nightblood's hilt. The sheath clasp was undone, and a black smoke crept out, off of the blade, some pouring toward the ground, some floating up toward the ceiling, as if it couldn't decide. Vasher's arm was quivering. "Draw me," a distant voice seemed to say in Vivenna's head. "Kill them." Many of the men still twitched on the ground. Vasher began to slide the blade free. It was dark black, and it seemed to suck in the firelight. "This isn't good," she thought. "Vasher!" she yelled. "Vasher, the girl won't come to me!" He froze, then glanced at her. Eyes glazed over. "You defeated them, Vasher. No need to draw the sword." "Yes. Yes, there is." He blinked, then saw her. He snapped Nightblood back into place, shaking his head and rushing toward her. He kicked a body as he passed, earning a grunt. "Colorless monsters," he whispered, looking into the cage. He no longer seemed larger, and she decided that what she'd seen must have just been a trick of the light. He reached into the cage, holding out his hands, and, oddly, the child immediately went to him, grabbing his chest and weeping. Vivenna watched with shock. Vasher picked the child up, tears in his own eyes. "You know her?" Vivenna asked. He shook his head. "I've met Nanrova, and knew he had young children, but I never met any of them." "Then how? Why did she come to you?" He didn't answer. "Come on," he said. "I attacked the ones who came running down when they heard screams, but more might return." He looked like he almost wished that would happen. He turned toward the exit tunnel, and Vivenna followed. They immediately moved toward one of the rich neighborhoods of Teteller. Vasher didn't say much as they walked, and the girl was even more unresponsive. Vivenna worried for the child's mind. She had obviously had a rough couple of months. They passed from shanties to tenements to decent homes on tree-lined streets with burning lanterns. As they reached the mansions, Vasher paused on the street, setting the girl down. "Child," he said, "I'm going to say some words to you. I want you to repeat them. Repeat them, and mean them." The girl regarded him absently, nodding slightly. He glanced at Vivenna. "Back away." She opened her mouth to object, but thought better of it. She stepped back out of earshot. Fortunately, Vasher was near a lit street lamp, so she could see him well. He spoke to the little girl, and she spoke back to him. After opening the cage, Vivenna had taken the breath back from the thread. She hadn't stowed it somewhere else, and, with the extra awareness she had, she thought she saw something. The girl's biochromatic aura, the normal one that all people had, flickered just slightly. It was faint, yet with the first heightening, Vivenna could have sworn she saw it. "But Denth told me it was all or nothing," she thought. "You have to give away all the breath you hold, and you certainly can't give away part of a breath." Denth, it had been proven in other instances, was also a liar. Vasher stood, the girl climbing back into his arms. Vivenna walked up and was surprised to hear the girl talking. "Where's Daddy?" she asked. Vasher didn't reply. "I'm dirty," the girl said, looking down. "Mommy doesn't like it when I get dirty. The dress is dirty, too." Vasher began walking. Vivenna hurriedly caught up. "Are we going home?" the girl asked. "Where have we been? It's late, and I shouldn't be out. Who's that woman?" She doesn't remember, Vivenna realized. Doesn't remember where she's been. Probably doesn't remember anything of the entire experience. Vivenna looked again at Vasher, walking with his ragged beard, eyes forward, child in one arm, Nightblood in the other. He walked right up to a mansion's gates, then kicked them open. He moved onto the mansion grounds, Vivenna following more nervously. A pair of guard dogs began barking. They howled and growled, getting closer. Vivenna cringed. Yet, as soon as they saw Vasher, they grew quiet, then trailed along happily, one hopping up and trying to lick his hands. What in the name of colors is going on? Some people were gathering at the front of the mansion, holding lanterns, trying to see what had caused the barking. One saw Vasher, said something to the others, then disappeared back inside. By the time Vivenna and Vasher had reached the front patio, a man had appeared at the front doors. He wore a white nightgown and was guarded by a couple of soldiers. They stepped forward to block Vasher. The man in the nightgown rushed between them, crying out. He wept as he took the child from Vasher's arms. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you." Vivenna stood quietly, staying back. The dogs continued to lick Vasher's hands, though they noticeably avoided Nightblood. The man clutched his child before finally surrendering her to a woman who had just arrived, the child's mother, Vivenna assumed. The woman exclaimed in joy, taking the girl. "Why have you returned her?" the man said, looking at Vasher. "Those who took her have been punished," Vasher said, in his quiet, gruff voice. "That's all that should matter to you right now." The man squinted. "Do I know you, stranger?" "We've met," Vasher said. "I asked you to argue against the war." "That's right," the man said. "You didn't need to encourage me. But when they took Misal away from me, I had to stay quiet about what had happened, had to change my arguments, or they said they'd kill her." Vasher turned away, moving to walk back down the path. "Take your child. Keep her safe." He paused, turning back. "And make certain this kingdom doesn't use its lifeless for a slaughter." The man nodded, still weeping. Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much." Vasher continued walking. Vivenna rushed after him, eyeing the dogs. "How did you make them stop barking?" He didn't respond. She glanced back at the mansion. "You have redeemed yourself," he said quietly, passing the dark gates. "What?" "Kidnapping that girl is something Denth would have done, even if you hadn't come to tell her," Vasher said. "I would never have found her. Denth worked with too many different groups of thieves. And I thought that burglary was simply intended to disrupt supplies. Like everyone else, I ignored the carriage." He stopped, then looked at Vivenna in the darkness. "You saved that girl's life." "By happenstance," she said. She couldn't see her hair in the dark, but she could feel it going red. "Regardless." Vivenna smiled, the compliment affecting her, for some reason, far more than it should have. "Thank you." "I'm sorry I lost my temper," he said. "Back in that lair. A warrior is supposed to be calm. When you duel or fight, You can't let anger control you. That's why I've never been that good a duelist." "You did the job," she said, "and Denth has lost another pawn." They moved out onto the street. "Though," she added, "I wish I hadn't seen that lavish mansion. Doesn't raise my opinion of the Hallandren priests." Vasher shook his head. "Nanrava's father was one of the wealthiest merchants in the city. The son dedicated himself to serving the gods out of gratitude for their blessings. He takes no pay for his service." Vivenna paused. "Oh." Vasher shrugged in the darkness. "Priests are always easy to blame. They make convenient scapegoats. After all, anyone with a strong faith different from your own must either be a crazy zealot or a lying manipulator." Vivenna flushed yet again. Vasher stopped in the street, then turned to her. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to say it that way." He cursed, turning and walking again. "I told you I'm no good at this." "It's all right," she said. "I'm getting used to it." He nodded in the darkness, seeming distracted. "He is a good man," she thought. Or, at least, an earnest man, trying to be good. A part of her felt foolish for making yet another judgment. Yet she knew she couldn't live, couldn't interact, without making some judgments. So she judged Vasher, not as she judged Denth, who had said amusing things and given her what she'd expected to see. She judged Vasher by what she had seen him do. Cry when he saw a child being held captive. Return that child to her father, his only reward an opportunity to make a rough plea for peace. Living with barely any money, dedicating himself to preventing a war. He was rough, he was brutal, he had a terrible temper, but he was a good man. And, walking beside him, she felt safe for the first time in weeks. Chapter 50. "And so we each have 20,000, Blushweaver said, walking beside Lightsong on the stone pathway that led in a circle around the arena. "Yes," Lightsong said. Their priests, attendants, and servants followed in a holy herd, though the two gods had refused palanquin or parasol. They walked alone, side by side, Lightsong in gold and red, Blushweaver, for once, wearing a gown that actually covered her. Amazing how good she looks in something like that, he found himself thinking, when she takes the time to respect herself. He wasn't certain what made him dislike her revealing outfits. Maybe he'd been a prude in his former life. Or maybe he simply was one now. He smiled ruefully to himself. How much can I really blame on my old self? That man is dead. He wasn't the one who got himself involved in the kingdom's politics. The arena was filling, and in a rare show, all of the gods would be in attendance. Only Weatherlove was late, but he was often unpredictable. Important events are imminent, Lightsong thought. They have been building for years now. Why should I be at the center of them? His dreams, the night before, had been so odd. Finally, no visions of war. Just the moon, and some odd twisting passages, like tunnels. Many of the gods nodded in respect as he passed their pavilions, though, admittedly, some scowled at him, and a few just ignored him. What a strange system of rule, he thought. Immortals who only last a decade or two, and who have never seen the outside world, and yet the people trust us. The people trust us. I think we should share the command phrases with each other, Lightsong, Blushweaver said, "so that we can each have all four, just in case." He didn't say anything. She turned away from him, looking at the people in their colorful clothing, clogging the benches and seats. My, Blushweaver said, "quite a crowd, and so few of them paying attention to me. Quite rude of them, wouldn't you say?" Lightsong shrugged. "Oh, that's right," she said. "Perhaps they're just... what was it? Stunned, dazzled, and dumbfounded?" Lightsong smiled faintly, remembering their conversation a few months back, the day this all had started. Blushweaver looked at him, a longing in her eyes. "Indeed," Lightsong said, "or perhaps they're really just ignoring you, in order to compliment you." Blushweaver smiled. "And how, exactly, does ignoring me make a compliment?" "It provokes you to be indignant," Lightsong said, "and we all know that is when you are in your best form." "You like my form, then?" "It has its uses. Unfortunately, I cannot compliment you by ignoring you, as the others do. You see, only truly, sincerely ignoring you would provide the intended compliment. I am, actually, helpless and unable to ignore you. I do apologize." "I see," Blushweaver said. "I'm flattered, I think. Yet you seem very good at ignoring some things. Your own divinity, general good manners, my feminine wiles." "You're hardly wily, my dear," Lightsong said. "A wily man is one who fights with a small, carefully hidden dagger in reserve. You are more like a man who crushes his opponent with a stone block. Regardless, I do have another method of dealing with you, one that you shall likely find quite flattering." "Somehow I find myself doubting." "You should have more faith in me," he said with a suave wave of the hand. "I am, after all, a god. In my divine wisdom, I have realized that the only way to truly compliment one such as you, Blushweaver, is to be far more attractive, intelligent, and interesting than you." She snorted. "Well, then, I feel rather insulted by your presence." "Touché," Lightsong said. "And are you going to explain why you consider competing with me to be the most sincere form of compliment?" "Of course I am," Lightsong said. "My dear, have you ever known me to make an inflammatorily ridiculous statement without providing an equally ridiculous explanation to substantiate it?" "Of course not," she agreed. "You are nothing if not exhaustive in your self-congratulatory, made-up logic." "I am rather exceptional in that regard." "Undoubtedly." "Anyway," Lightsong said, holding up a finger, "by being far more stunning than you are, I invite people to ignore you and pay attention to me. That, in turn, invites you to be your usual charming self, throwing little tantrums and being overly seductive, to draw their attention back to you. And that, as I explained, is when you are your most majestic. Therefore, the only way to make certain you receive the attention you deserve is to draw it all away from you. It's really quite difficult. I hope you appreciate all the work I do to be so wonderful." "Let me assure you," she said, "I do appreciate it. In fact, I appreciate it so very much that I would like to give you a break. You can back off. I will bear the awful burden of being the most wonderful of the gods." "I couldn't possibly let you." "But if you are too wonderful, my dear, you will completely destroy your image." "That image is getting tiresome anyway," Lightsong said. "I've long sought to be the most notoriously lazy of the gods, but I'm realizing more and more that the task is beyond me. The others are all naturally so much more delightfully useless than I am. They just pretend not to be aware of it." "Lightsong," she said, "one could say you begin to sound jealous."
"One could also say that my feet smell like guava fruit," he said. "Just because one could say it doesn't mean it's relevant." She laughed. "You are incorrigible." "Really? I thought I was in to tell her. When did we move?" She held up a finger. That pun was a stretch. Perhaps it was just a feint. A feint? Yes, an intentionally weak joke to distract from the real one. Which is? Lightsong hesitated, glancing at the arena. "The joke that has been played on all of us," he said, voice growing softer. "The joke the others in the Pantheon have played by giving me so much influence over what our kingdom will do." Blushweaver frowned at him, obviously sensing the growing bitterness in his voice. They stopped on the walkway, Blushweaver facing him, her back to the arena floor. Lightsong feigned a smile, but the moment was dying. They couldn't go on as they had, not amidst the weighty matters in motion all around them. "Our brothers and sisters aren't as bad as you imply," she said quietly. "Only a matchless group of idiots would give me control of their armies." "They trust you." "They're lazy," Lightsong said. "They want others to make the difficult decisions. That's what this system encourages, Blushweaver. We're all locked in here, expected to spend our time in idleness and pleasure, and then we're supposed to know what is best for our country?" He shook his head. "We're more afraid of the outside than we're willing to admit. All we have are artworks and dreams. That's why you and I ended up with these armies. Nobody else wants to be the one who actually sends our troops out to kill and die. They all want to be involved, but nobody wants to be responsible." He fell silent. She looked up at him, a goddess of perfect form. So much stronger than the others, but she hid it behind her own veil of triviality. "I know one thing that you said is true," she said quietly, "and that is, you are wonderful, Lightsong." He stood there, looking into her eyes for a time, widely set, beautiful green eyes. "You're not going to give me your command phrases, are you?" she asked. He shook his head. "I brought you into this," she said. "You always talk about being useless, but we all know that you're one of the few who always goes through every picture, sculpture, and tapestry in his gallery, the one who hears every poem and song, the one who listens most deeply to the pleas of his petitioners." "You are all fools," he said. "There is nothing in me to respect." "No," she said. "You're the one who makes us laugh, even while you insult us. Can't you see what that does? Can't you see how you've inadvertently set yourself above everyone else? You didn't do it intentionally, Lightsong, and that's what makes it work so well. In a city of frivolity, you're the only one who's shown any measure of wisdom. In my opinion, that's why you hold the armies." He didn't reply. "I knew you might resist me," she said, "but I thought that I'd be able to influence you anyway." "You can," he said. "As you've said, it's your doing that I'm involved in all of this." She shook her head, still staring into his eyes. "I can't decide which feeling for you is stronger, Lightsong, my love or my frustration." He took her hand and kissed it. "I accept them both, Blushweaver, with honor." And with that, he turned from her and went to his box. Weatherlove had arrived. That left only the God King and his bride. Lightsong sat down, wondering where Ciri was. She usually got to the arena long before it was time to begin. He found it difficult to focus his attention on the young queen. Blushweaver still stood on the walkway where he had left her, watching him. Finally, she turned
and made her way to her own pavilion. Ciri walked through the palace corridors, surrounded by her brown, uniformed serving women, a dozen worries circling through her brain. First, go to Lightsong, she told herself, going over the plan. It won't look odd for me to sit with him. We often spend time together at these things. I wait for Susebron to arrive. Then I ask Lightsong if we can talk in private, without our servants or his priests. I explain what I have discovered about the God King. I tell him about the way Susebron is being held captive. Then we see what he does. Her biggest fear was that Lightsong would already know. Could he be part of the entire conspiracy? She trusted him as much as she trusted anyone except Susebron, but her nerves had a way of making her question everything and everyone. She passed through room after room, each one decorated in its own color theme. She didn't notice how bright those were anymore. Assuming Lightsong agrees to help, she thought, I wait for the break. Once the priests leave the sand, Lightsong goes and speaks with several other gods. They each go to their priests and instruct them to begin a discussion in the arena about why the God King never speaks to them. They force the God King's priests to let him offer his own defense. She didn't like depending on the priests, even those who weren't members of Susebron's priesthood. But this did seem like the best way. Besides, if the priests of the various gods didn't do as instructed, Lightsong and the others would realize that they were being undermined by their own servants. Either way, Ciri realized she was getting into very dangerous territory. I started in dangerous territory, she thought, leaving the formal rooms of the palace and entering the darker outer hallway. The man I love is threatened with death, and any children I bear will be taken from me. She either had to act or let the priests continue to push her around. Susebron and she were in agreement. The best plan was... Ciri slowed. At the end of the hallway, in front of the doors out to the court, a small group of priests stood with several lifeless soldiers. They were silhouetted by the evening light. The priests turned toward her, and one pointed. Colors, Ciri thought, spinning. Another group of priests was approaching up the back hallway. No, not now. The two groups of priests closed on her. Ciri considered running, but where? Dashing in her long dress, pushing through servants and lifeless, was hopeless. She raised her chin, eyeing the priests with a haughty stare, and kept her hair completely under control. What is the meaning of this? She demanded. We're terribly sorry, Vessel, the lead priest said, but it has been decided that you shouldn't be exerting yourself while in your condition. My condition? Ciri asked icily. What foolishness is this? The child, Vessel, the priest said. We can't risk danger to it. There are many who would try to harm you, should they know that you are carrying. Ciri froze. Child? She thought with shock. How could they know that Susebron and I have actually started... But no. She would know if she were with child. However, she'd supposedly been sleeping with the God King for months now. That was just enough time for a pregnancy to have begun to show. It would sound plausible to the people of the city. Fool, she thought to herself in a sudden panic. Assuming they've already found their replacement God King, I don't actually need to bear them a child. They just have to make everyone think I was pregnant. There is no child, she said. You were just waiting. You just had to stall until you had an excuse to lock me away. Please, Vessel, one of the priests said, gesturing for a lifeless to take her arm. She didn't struggle. She forced herself to remain calm, looking the priest in the eyes. He looked away.
"This will be for the best,"
he said.
"It's for your own good."
"I'm sure it is," she snapped, but allowed herself to be led back to her rooms. Vivenna sat among the crowds, watching and waiting. Part of her found it foolish to come out into the open so flagrantly. However, that part of her, the cautious Idrian princess, was growing more and more quiet. Denth's people had found her when she'd been hiding in the slums. She'd probably be safer in the crowds with Vasher than she ever had been in the alleyways, particularly considering how well she now blended in. She hadn't realized how natural it could feel to sit in trousers and a tunic, brightly colored and completely ignored. Vasher appeared at the railing above the benches. She carefully slipped out of her seat. Someone else took it immediately and walked toward him. The priests had already begun their arguments down below. Nanrava, his daughter restored to him, had started by announcing the retraction of his previous position. He currently was leading the discussion against war. He had very little support. Vivenna joined Vasher along the railing, and he quite unapologetically elbowed open a space for her. He didn't carry Nightblood. At her insistence, he had left the sword behind with her own dueling blade. She wasn't certain how he'd managed to sneak the blade in the last time he'd come to the court, but the last thing they wanted was to draw attention. "Well?" she asked quietly. He shook his head.
"If Denth is here, I couldn't find him."
"No surprise, considering the size of this crowd," Vivenna said quietly. There were bodies all around them, hundreds lining the railing alone. "Where did they all come from? This is far more jammed than the other assembly sessions." He shrugged.
"People who are granted a one-time visit to the court can hold their token of entry until they want to use it. A lot of them use those at a general court assembly, rather than one of the smaller meetings. It's their one chance to see all of the gods together."
Vivenna turned back to look over the throng. She suspected it also had to do with the rumors she'd heard. People thought that this session would be the one where the Pantheon of Returned finally declared war on Idris. "Nanrava argues well," she said, although she was having trouble hearing him because of the crowds. The Returned apparently had messengers relaying transcripts. She wondered why someone just didn't order all the people to be quiet. That didn't seem to be the Hallandran way. They liked chaos, or at least they liked the opportunity to sit and chat while important events were in progress.
"Nanrava is being ignored,"
Vasher said.
"He's changed his mind twice now on the same issue. He lacks credibility."
"He should explain why he changed his mind, then."
"He might, but I don't know. If the people knew his child had been kidnapped, it would make some more afraid, and they would decide that Idrian instigators had been behind it, no matter what he said. Plus, there's that stubborn Hallandran pride. Priests are particularly bad. Mentioning that his daughter had been taken, and that he had been pressured into changing his politics.
"I thought you liked the priests," she said.
"Some of them," he said, "not others."
When he said that, he eyed the God King's pedestal. Sesebron had yet to arrive, and they had started without him. Ciri wasn't there either. That annoyed Vivenna, since she'd been anticipating checking in on the girl, if only from a distance. "I'll help you, Ciri. For real this time. The first step has to be stopping this war." Vasher looked back at the floor of the arena, leaning on the railing, looking anxious. "What?" she asked. He shrugged. She rolled her eyes. "Tell me."
"I just don't like leaving Nightblood alone for too long,"
he said. "What's it going to do?" Vivenna asked. "We locked it in the closet." He shrugged again. "Honestly," she said, "you would think that you'd admit that bringing a 5-foot-long black sword out in public would be rather conspicuous. It doesn't help, mind you, that said sword bleeds smoke and can talk in people's minds." "I don't mind being conspicuous." "I do," she replied. Vasher grimaced, and she thought he'd argue some more, but he finally just nodded. "You're right, of course," he said. "I've just never been good at being unobtrusive. Denth used to make fun of me for that, too." Vivenna frowned. "You were friends?" Vasher turned away and fell silent. Kalad's phantoms! She thought in frustration. One of these days, someone in this colors-cursed city is going to tell me the whole truth. I'll probably die of shock. "I'm going to go see if I can find out why the God King is taking so long," Vasher said, leaving the railing. "I'll be back." She nodded, and he was gone. She leaned down, wishing she hadn't relinquished her seat. Once, she would have felt stifled by the large mass of people, but she'd grown used to the busy market streets, and so being surrounded by people wasn't as intimidating as it had been. Besides, there was her breath. She'd put some of it into her shirt, but she'd held on to a portion. She needed to be of at least the first heightening to pass through the gates into the court without being questioned. Her breath let her feel life as an ordinary person felt the air, always there, cool against the skin. Having so many people in such close proximity left her feeling a little intoxicated. So much life, so many hopes and desires, so much breath. She closed her eyes, drinking it in, listening to the voices of the priests down below rise over the crowd. She felt Vasher approach before he arrived. Not only did he have a lot of breath, but he was watching her, and she could feel the slight familiarity of that gaze. She turned, picking him out of the crowd. He stood out far more than she did, in his darker, ragged clothing. "Congratulations," he said as he approached, taking her arm. "Why?" "You'll soon be an aunt." "What are you—" She trailed off. "Ciri?" "Your sister is pregnant," he said. "The priests are going to make an announcement later this evening. The God King is apparently remaining in his palace to celebrate." Vivenna stood, stunned. Ciri. Pregnant. Ciri, who was still a little girl in Vivenna's mind, bearing the child of that thing in the palace. And yet wasn't Vivenna now fighting to keep that thing on his throne? No, she thought. I haven't forgiven Hallandren, even if I am learning not to hate it. I can't let Idris be attacked and destroyed. She felt a panic. Suddenly all of her plans seemed meaningless. What would the Hallandren do to her once they had their heir? "We have to get her out," Vivenna found herself saying. "Vasher, we have to rescue her." He remained quiet. "Please, Vasher," she whispered. "She's my sister. I thought to protect her by ending this war. But if your hunch is right, then the God King himself is one of those who wants to invade Idris. Ciri won't be safe with him." "All right," Vasher said. "I'll do what I can." Vivenna nodded, turning back to the arena. The priests were withdrawing. "Where are they going?" "To their gods," Vasher said, "to seek the will of the Pantheon in formal vote." "About the war?" Vivenna asked, feeling a chill. Vasher nodded. "It is time." Lightsong waited beneath his canopy, a couple of serving men fanning him, a cup of chilled juice in his hand, lavish snacks spread out to his side. Blushweaver brought me into this, he thought, because she was worried that Hallandren would be taken by surprise. The priests were consulting with their gods. He could see several of them kneeling before they returned, heads bowed. It was the way that government worked in Hallandren. The priests debated their options, and then they sought the will of the gods. That would become the will of the Pantheon. That would become the will of Hallandren itself. Only the God King could veto a decision of the full Pantheon. And he had chosen not to attend this meeting. So self-congratulatory on spawning a child that he couldn't even bother with the future of his people? Lightsong thought with annoyance. I had hoped he was better than that. Larimar approached. Though he had been down below with the other high priests, he had offered no arguments to the court. Larimar tended to keep his thoughts to himself. The high priest knelt before him. Please, favor us with your will, Lightsong, my god. Lightsong didn't respond. He looked up, across the open arena to where Blushweaver's canopy stood, verdant in the dimming evening light. "O God," Larimar said, "please, give me the knowledge I seek. Should we go to war with our kinsmen, the Idrians? Are they rebels who need to be quelled?" Priests were already returning from their supplications. Each held aloft a flag indicating the will of their god or goddess. Green for a favorable response, red for dissatisfaction with the petition. In this case, green meant war. So far, 5 of the returning 7 flew green. "Your Grace?" Larimar asked, looking up. Lightsong stood. They vote. But what good are their votes? He thought, walking out from beneath his canopy. They hold no authority. Only 2 votes really matter. More green. Flags flapped as priests ran down the walkways. The arena was abuzz with people. They could see the inevitable. To the side, Lightsong could see Larimar following him. The man must be frustrated. Why didn't he ever show it? Lightsong approached Blushweaver's pavilion. Almost all of the priests had gotten their answers, and the vast majority of them carried flags of green. Blushweaver's high priestess still knelt before her. Blushweaver, of course, waited upon the drama of the moment. Lightsong stopped outside of her canopy. Blushweaver reclined inside, watching him calmly, though he could sense her true anxiety. He knew her too well. "Are you going to make your will known?" she asked. He looked down at the center of the arena. "If I resist," he said, "this declaration will be for naught. The gods can shout war until they are blue, but I control the armies. If I don't allow them my lifeless, then Hallandren will not win any wars." "You would defy the will of the Pantheon?" "It is my right to do so," he said, "just as any of them have the same right." "But you have the lifeless." "That doesn't mean I have to do what I'm told." There was a moment of silence before Blushweaver waved to her priestess. The woman stood, then raised a flag of green, and ran down to join the others. This brought forth a roar. The people must know that Blushweaver's political wranglings had left her in a position of power. Not bad for a person who had started without command of a single soldier. With her control of that many troops, she'll be an integral part of the planning, diplomacy, and execution of the war. Blushweaver could emerge from this as one of the most powerful returned in the history of the kingdom. and so could I. He stared for a long moment. He hadn't spoken of his dreams the last night to Larimar. He'd kept them to himself. Those dreams of twisting tunnels and of the rising moon, just barely cresting the horizon. Could it be possible that they actually meant something? He couldn't decide about anything. I need to think about this some more, Lightsong said, turning to go. What? Blushweaver demanded. What about the vote? Lightsong shook his head. Lightsong, she said as he left. Lightsong, you can't leave us hanging like this. He shrugged, glancing back. Actually, I can, he smiled. I'm frustrating like that. And with that, he left the arena, heading back to his palace without giving his vote. Chapter 51. I'm glad you came back for me, Nightblood said. It was very lonely in that closet. Vasher didn't reply as he walked across the top of the wall surrounding the Court of Gods. It was late, dark, and quiet, though a few of the palaces still shone with light. One of those belonged to Lightsong the Bold. I don't like the darkness, Nightblood said. You mean darkness like now? Vasher asked. No, in the closet. You can't even see. A person knows when they're in darkness, Nightblood said, even when they can't see. Vasher didn't know how to respond to that. He paused atop the wall, overlooking Lightsong's palace. Red and gold. Bold colors, indeed. You shouldn't ignore me, Nightblood said. I don't like it. Vasher knelt down, studying the palace. He'd never met the one called Lightsong, but he had heard rumors. The most scurrilous of the gods, the most condescending and mocking. And this was the person who held the fate of 2 kingdoms in his hands. There was an easy way to influence that fate. We're going to kill him, aren't we? Nightblood said, eagerness sharp in his voice. Vasher just stared at the palace. We should kill him, Nightblood continued. Come on, we should do it. We really should do it. Why do you care? Vasher whispered. You don't know him. He's evil, Nightblood said. Vasher snorted. You don't even know what that is. For once, Nightblood was silent. That was the great crux of the problem, the issue that had dominated most of Vasher's life. 1,000 breaths. That was what it took to awaken an object of steel and give it sentience. Even Shashara hadn't fully understood the process, though she had first devised it. It took a person who had reached the 9th heightening to awaken stone or steel. Even then, this process shouldn't have worked. It should have created an awakened object with no more of a mind than the tassels on his cloak. Nightblood should not be alive. And yet he was. Shashara had always been the most talented of them, far more capable than Vasher himself, who had used tricks, like encasing bones in steel or stone, to make his creations. Shashara had been spurred on by the knowledge that she'd been shown up by Yestiel and the development of ichor alcohol. She had studied, experimented, practiced, and she'd done it. She'd learned to forge the breath of 1,000 people into a piece of steel, awaken it to sentience, and give it a command. That single command took on immense power, providing a foundation for the personality of the object awakened. With Nightblood, she and Vasher had spent much time in thought, then finally chosen a simple yet elegant command. Destroy evil. It had seemed like such a perfect, logical choice. There was only one problem. something neither of them had foreseen. How was an object of steel, an object that was so removed from life that it would find the experience of living strange and alien, supposed to understand what evil was? "I'm figuring it out," Nightblood said. "I've had a lot of practice." The sword wasn't really to blame. It was a terrible, destructive thing, but it had been created to destroy. It still didn't understand life or what life meant. It only knew its command, and it tried so very hard to fulfill it. "That man down there," Nightblood said, "the god in the palace. He holds the power to start this war. You don't want this war to start. That's why he's evil." "Why does that make him evil?" "Because he will do what you don't want him to." "We don't know that for certain," Vasher said. "Plus, who is to say that my judgment is best?" "It is," Nightblood said. "Let's go. Let's kill him. You told me war is bad. He will start a war. He's evil. Let's kill him. Let's kill him." The sword was getting excited. Vasher could feel it, feel the danger in its blade, the twisted power of breaths that had been pulled from living hosts and shoved into something unnatural. He could picture them breathing out, black and corrupted, twisting in the wind, drawing him toward Lightsong, pushing him to kill. "No," Vasher said. Nightblood sighed. "You locked me in a closet," he reminded. "You should apologize." "I'm not going to apologize by killing someone." "Just throw me in there," Nightblood said. "If he's evil, he'll kill himself." This gave Vasher pause. Colors, he thought. The sword seemed to be getting more subtle each year, though Vasher knew he was just imagining things, projecting. Awakened objects didn't change or grow. They simply were what they were. It was still a good idea. "Maybe later," Vasher said, turning away from the building. "You are afraid," Nightblood said. "You don't know what fear is," Vasher replied. "I do. You don't like killing returned. You're afraid of them." The sword was wrong, of course, but on the outside, Vasher supposed that his hesitation did look like fear. It had been a long time since he dealt with the returned. Too many memories. Too much pain. He made his way to the God King's palace. The structure was old, far older than the palaces that surrounded it. Once, this place had been a seaside outpost, overlooking the bay. No city, no colors, just the stark, black tower. It amused Vasher that it had become the home of the God King of iridescent tones. Vasher slid Nightblood into a strap on his back, then jumped from the wall toward the palace. Awakened tassels around his legs gave him extra strength, letting him leap some 20 feet. He slammed against the side of the building, smooth onyx blocks rubbing his skin. He twitched his fingers, and the tassels on his sleeves grabbed onto the ledge above him, holding him tight. He breathed. The belt at his waist, touching his skin as always, awakened. Color drained from the kerchief tied to his leg beneath his trousers. "Climb things, then grab things, then pull me up," he commanded. 3 commands in one awakening, a difficult task for some. For him, however, it had become as simple as blinking. The belt untied itself, revealing it to be far longer than it looked when wrapped around him. The 25 feet of rope snaked up the side of the building, curling inside of a window. Seconds later, the rope hauled Vasher up and into the air. Awakened objects could, if created well, have much more strength than regular muscles. He'd once seen a small group of ropes, not much thicker than his own, lift and toss boulders at an enemy fortification. He released his tassel grips. then pulled Nightblood free as the rope deposited him inside the building. He knelt silently, eyes searching the darkness. The room was unoccupied. Carefully, he drew back his breath, then wrapped the rope around his arm and held it in a loose coil. He stalked forward. "Who are we going to kill?" Nightblood asked. "It's not always about killing," Vasher said. "Vivenna, is she in here?" The sword was trying to interpret his thoughts again. It had trouble with things that weren't fully formed in Vasher's head. Most thoughts passing through a man's mind were fleeting and momentary. Flashes of image, sound, or scent. Connections made, then lost, then recovered again. That sort of thing was difficult for Nightblood to interpret. Vivenna, the source of a lot of his troubles. His work in the city had been easier when he'd been able to assume that she was working willingly with Denth. Then, at least, he'd been able to blame her. "Where is she? Is she here? She doesn't like me, but I like her." Vasher hesitated in the dark hallway. "You do?" "Yes, she's nice, and she's pretty." Nice and pretty. Words that Nightblood didn't really understand. He had simply learned when to use them. Still, the sword did have opinions, and it rarely lied. It must like Vivenna, even if it couldn't explain why. "She reminds me of a returned," the sword said. "Ah," Vasher thought. "Of course. That makes sense." He moved on. "What?" Nightblood said. "She's descended from one." He thought. "You can tell by the hair. There's a bit of returned in her." Nightblood didn't respond to that, but Vasher could feel it, thinking. He paused at an intersection. He was pretty sure he knew where the God King's chambers would be. However, a lot of the interior seemed different now. The fortress had been stark, built with odd twists and turns to confuse an invading foe. Those remained. All the stonework was the same. But the open dining halls, or garrison rooms, had been split into many smaller rooms, colorfully decorated in the mode of the Hallandren upper class. Where would the God King's wife be? If she was pregnant, she'd be under the care of servants. One of the larger complex of chambers, he assumed, on a higher level. He made his way to a stairwell. Fortunately, it seemed late enough that there were very few people awake. "The sister," Nightblood said. "That's who you're after. You're rescuing Vivenna's sister." Vasher nodded quietly in the darkness, feeling his way up the stairs, counting on his biochroma to let him know if he approached anyone. Though most of his breath was stored in his clothing, he had just enough to awaken the rope and to keep him aware. "You like Vivenna too," Nightblood said. "Nonsense," Vasher thought. "Then why?" "Her sister," he thought. "She's a key to all of this, somehow. I realized it today. As soon as the Queen arrived, the real move to start the war surged." Nightblood fell silent. That kind of logical leap was a bit too complex for it. "I see," he said, though Vasher smiled at the confusion he sensed in the voice. "At the very least," Vasher thought, "she's a very handy hostage for the Hallandren. The God King's priests, or whoever's behind this, can threaten the girl's life should the war go poorly for them. She makes an excellent tool." "One you intend to remove," Nightblood said. Vasher nodded, reaching the top of the stairwell and slinking through one of the corridors. He walked until he sensed someone nearby, a maidservant approaching. Vasher awakened his rope, stood in the shadows of an alcove, and waited. As she passed, the rope shot from the shadows, wrapped around her waist, and yanked her into the darkness. Vasher had one of his tassel hands wrapped around her mouth before she could scream. She squirmed, but the rope tied her tightly. She felt a little stab of guilt as he loomed over her, her terrified eyes tearing up. He reached for Nightblood and pulled the sword slightly out of its sheath. The girl immediately looked sick. A good sign. "I need to know where the Queen is," Vasher said, forcing Nightblood up so that its hilt touched her cheek. "You're going to tell me." He held her like that for a time, watching her squirm, feeling unhappy with himself. Finally, he relaxed the tassels, keeping the sword against her cheek. She began to vomit, and he turned her to the side. "Tell me," he whispered. "Southern corner," the girl whispered, trembling, spittle on her cheek. "This floor." Vasher nodded, then tied her up with the rope, gagged her, and took his breath back. He pushed Nightblood back into the sheath, and then rushed down the hallway. "You won't kill a god who plans to march his armies to war?" Nightblood asked. "But you'll nearly choke a young woman to death?" It was a complicated statement for the sword. However, it lacked the accusation that a human would have put into the words. To Nightblood, it really was just a question. "I don't understand my morality either," Vasher thought. "I'd suggest you avoid confusing yourself." He found the place easily. It was guarded by a large group of brutish men who seemed rather out of place in the fine palace hallways. Vasher paused. "Something strange is going on here." "What do you mean?" Nightblood asked. He hadn't meant to address the sword, but that was the trouble with an object that could read minds. Any thoughts Vasher formed in his head, Nightblood thought were directed at it. After all, in the sword's opinion, everything really should have been directed toward it. Guards at the door. Soldiers, not servants. So they had already taken her captive. Was she really even pregnant? Were the priests just securing their power? That many men would be impossible to kill without making noise. The best he could hope for was to take them fast. Maybe they were far enough from anyone else that a brief fight wouldn't be heard. He sat for a few minutes, jaw clenched. Then, finally, he stepped closer and tossed Nightblood in amongst the men. He'd let them fight each other, and then be ready to deal with any who weren't taken into the sword's influence. Nightblood clanged to the stones. All of the men's eyes turned toward it, and, at that moment, something grabbed Vasher by the shoulder and yanked him backward. He cursed, spinning, throwing his hands up to wrestle with whatever had him. An awakened rope. Men started to fight behind him. Vasher grunted, pulling out the knife in his boot, then slicing the awakened rope. Someone tackled him as he got free, and he was thrown back against the wall. He grabbed his attacker by the face with one of his arm tassels, then twisted the man back and threw him into the wall. Another figure charged him from behind, but Vasher's awakened cloak caught that one, tripping him. "Grab things other than me," Vasher said quickly, snatching the cloak of one of the fallen men and awakening it. That cloak whipped about, taking down another man, whom Vasher then killed with a swipe of his dagger. He kicked another man, throwing him backward, opening a pathway. Vasher lunged, making for Nightblood, but 3 more figures burst out of the rooms around him, cutting him off. They were the same kind of brutish men that were now fighting over the sword. Men were all around, dozens of them. Vasher kicked out, breaking a leg, but one man pulled Vasher's cloak off with a lucky twist. Others piled on top of him, and then another awakened rope snapped out, tying his legs together. Vasher reached for his vest. "Your breath to..." he began, trying to draw in some breath to use for an attack, but 3 men grabbed his hand and pulled it away. Within seconds, he was wrapped up in the awakened rope. His cloak still fought against 3 men who were struggling to cut it up, but Vasher himself was pinned. Someone emerged from the room to his left. "Denth," Vasher spat, struggling. "My good friend," Denth said, nodding for one of his lackeys, the one known as Tonk Fa, to move down the hallway toward the Queen's room. Denth knelt beside Vasher. "Very good to see you again." Vasher spat again. "Still as eloquent as ever, I see," Denth said with a sigh. "You know the best thing about you, Vasher? You're solid, predictable. I guess I am too, in a way. Hard to live as long as we have without falling into patterns, eh?" Vasher didn't reply, though he did try to yell as some men gagged him. He noticed with satisfaction that he'd taken down a good dozen opponents before they'd managed to stop him. Denth eyed the fallen soldiers. "Mercenaries," he said. "No risk is too great, assuming the pay is right." He said it with a twinkle in his eye. Then he leaned down, his joviality gone as he met Vasher's eyes. "And you were always to be my payment, Vasher. I owe you. For Shashara, even still. We've been waiting, hidden in the palace here for a good 2 weeks, knowing that eventually the good Princess Vivenna would send you to save her sister." Tonk Fa returned with a bundle held in a blanket. Nightblood. Denth eyed it. "Throw that out somewhere far away," he said, grimacing. "I don't know, Denth," Tonk Fa said. "I kind of think we should keep it. It could be very useful." The beginnings of the lust began to show in his eyes, the desire to draw Nightblood, to use the sword, to destroy evil, or, really, just to destroy. Denth stood and snatched the bundle away. Then he smacked Tonk Fa on the back of the head. "Ow!" Tonk Fa said. Denth rolled his eyes. "Stop whining. I just saved your life. Go check on the Queen, and then clean up that mess. I'll take care of the sword myself." "You always get so nasty when Vasher's around," Tonk Fa grumbled, waddling away. Denth wrapped up Nightblood securely. Vasher watched, hoping to see the lust appear in Denth's eyes. Unfortunately, Denth was far too strong-willed to be taken by the sword. He had nearly as much history with it as Vasher did. "Take away all his awakened clothing," Denth said to his men, walking away. "Then hang him up in that room over there. He and I are going to have a long talk about what he did to my sister." Chapter 52. Lightsong sat in one of the rooms of his palace, surrounded by finery, a cup of wine in his hand. Despite the very late hour, servants moved in and out, piling up furniture, paintings, vases, and small sculptures, anything that could be moved. The riches sat in heaps. Lightsong lounged back on his couch, ignoring empty plates of food and broken cups, which he refused to let his servants take away. A pair of servants entered, carrying a red and gold couch. They propped it up by the far wall, nearly toppling a pile of rugs. Lightsong watched them leave, then downed the rest of his wine. He dropped the empty cup to the floor beside the others and held out his hand for another full one. The servant provided, as always. He wasn't drunk. He couldn't get drunk. "Do you ever feel," Lightsong said, "like something is going on? Something far greater than you are? Like a painting you can only see the corner of, no matter how you squint and search?" "Every day, Your Grace," Larimar said. He sat on a stool beside Lightsong's couch. As always, he watched events calmly, though Lightsong could sense the man's disapproval as another group of servants piled several marble figurines in the corner. "How do you deal with it?" Lightsong asked. I have faith, Your Grace, that someone understands.
Not me, I hope,
Lightsong noted. You are part of it, but it is much larger than you. Lightsong frowned to himself, watching more servants enter. Soon the room would be so piled with his wealth that his servants wouldn't be able to move in and out. It's odd, isn't it? Lightsong said, gesturing toward a pile of paintings. Arranged like this, none of it looks beautiful anymore. When you put it together in piles, it just seems like junk. Larimar raised an eyebrow. The value in something relates to how it is treated, Your Grace. If you see these items as junk, then they are, regardless of what someone else would pay for them.
There's a lesson in there somewhere, isn't there?
Larimar shrugged. I am a priest, after all. We have a tendency to preach. Lightsong snorted, then waved toward the servants.
That's enough, he said. You can go now.
The servants, having grown resigned to being banished, left the room promptly. Soon Lightsong and Larimar were alone with piles and piles of riches, all stolen from other parts of his palace and brought into this one room. Larimar surveyed the mounds. So what is the point of all this, Your Grace? This is what I mean to them, Lightsong said, gulping down some more wine. The people. They'll give up their riches for me. They sacrifice the breath of their souls to keep me alive. I suspect that many would even die for me. Larimar nodded quietly. And, Lightsong said, all I'm expected to do at the moment is choose their fates for them. Do we go to war, or do we remain at peace? What do you think? I could argue for either side, Your Grace, Larimar said. It would be easy to sit here and condemn the war on mere principle. War is a terrible, terrible thing. And yet, it seems that few great accomplishments in history ever occur without the unfortunate fact of military action. Even the Many War, which caused so much destruction, can be regarded as the foundation of modern Hallandran power in the Inner Sea region. Lightsong nodded. But, Larimar continued, to attack our brethren, despite provocation, I cannot help but think that invading is too extreme. How much death, how much suffering are we willing to cause simply to prove that we won't be pushed around? And what would you decide? Fortunately, I don't have to. And if you were forced to? Lightsong asked. Larimar sat for a moment. Then, carefully, he removed the large mitre from his head, revealing his thinning black hair plastered to the skull with sweat. He set aside the ceremonial headgear. I speak to you as a friend, Lightsong, not your priest. Larimar said quietly. The priest cannot influence his god for fear of disrupting the future. Lightsong nodded. And as a friend, Larimar said, I honestly have trouble deciding what I would do. I didn't argue on the floor of the court. You rarely do, Lightsong said. I'm worried, Larimar said, wiping his brow with a kerchief, shaking his head. I don't think we can ignore the threat to our kingdom. The fact of the matter is, Idris is a rebel faction living within our borders. We've ignored them for years, enduring their almost tyrannical control of the northern passes. So you're for attacking? Larimar paused, then shook his head. No. I don't think that even Idris's rebellion can justify the slaughter it would take to get those passes back.
Great, Lightsong said flatly. So, you think we should go to war, but not attack? Actually, yes, Larimar said. We declare war. We make a show of force, and we frighten them into realizing just how precarious their position is. If we then hold peace talks, I'll bet we could forge more favorable treaties for use of the passes. They formally renounce their claim of our throne. We recognize their independent sovereignty. Wouldn't we both get what we want? Lightsong sat thoughtfully. I don't know, he said. That's a very reasonable solution, but I don't think those who are calling for war would accept it. It seems that we're missing something, Scoot. Why now? Why are tensions so high after the wedding, which should have unified us? I don't know, Your Grace, Larimar said. Lightsong smiled, standing. Well then, he said, eyeing his high priest, let's find out. Ciri would have been annoyed if she hadn't been so terrified. She sat alone in the black bedchamber. It felt wrong for Susebron to not be there with her. She'd hoped that maybe he would still be allowed to come to her when night fell, but, of course, he didn't arrive. Whatever the priests were planning, it didn't require her to actually be pregnant. Not now that they'd played their hand and locked her up. The door creaked, and she sat up on the bed, hope reviving. But it was only the guard checking on her again. One of the crass, soldier-like men who had been guarding her in recent hours. Why did they change to these men? She wondered, as the guard closed the door. What happened to the lifeless and the priests who were watching me before? She lay back down on the bed, staring up at the canopy, still dressed in her fine gown. Her mind kept flashing to her first week in the palace, when she'd been locked inside for her wedding jubilation. It had been difficult enough then, and she'd known when it would be over. Now she didn't even have an assurance that she'd live through the next few days. No, she thought, they'll keep me around long enough for my baby to be born. I'm insurance. If something goes wrong, they'll still need me to show off. That was little comfort. The thought of 6 months cooped up inside the palace, not allowed to see anyone lest they see that she wasn't really pregnant, was frightening enough to make her want to scream. But what could she do? Hope in Susebron, she thought. I taught him to read, and I gave him the determination that he needed to break free from his priests. That will have to be enough. Your Grace, Larimar said, his voice hesitant. Are you certain you want to do this? Lightsong crouched down, peeking through the bushes toward Mercy Star's palace. Most of the windows were dark. That was good. However, she still had a number of guards patrolling the palace. She was afraid of another break-in. And rightly so. In the distance, he saw the moon just barely rising into the night sky. It almost matched the position he had seen in his dream the night before, the same dream where he'd seen the tunnels. Were these things really symbols? Signs from the future? He still resisted. The truth was, he didn't want to believe he was a god. It implied too many things. But he couldn't ignore the images, even if they were just spoken from his subconscious. He had to get into those passages beneath the court of gods, had to see if, at last, there was something prophetic about what he had seen. The timing seemed important. The rising moon. Just another degree or so. There, he thought, looking down from the sky. A guard patrol was approaching. Your Grace? Larimar asked, sounding more nervous.
The portly high priest knelt on the grass beside Lightsong. "I should have brought a sword," Lightsong said thoughtfully. "You don't know how to use one, Your Grace." "We don't know that," Lightsong said. "Your Grace, this is foolishness. Let's go back to your palace. If we must see what is in those tunnels, we can hire someone from the city to sneak in." "That would take too long," Lightsong said. A guard patrol passed their side of the palace. "You ready?" he asked once the patrol had passed. "No." "Then wait here," Lightsong said, taking off in a dash toward the palace. After a moment, he heard a hissed, "Kalad's phantoms," from Laramar, followed by bushes rustling as the priest followed. "Why, I don't believe I've ever heard him curse before," Lightsong thought with amused energy. He didn't look back, he just kept running toward the open window. As in most returned palaces, the doorways and windows were open. The tropical climate encouraged such designs. Lightsong reached the side of the building, feeling exhilarated. He climbed up through the window, then reached a hand out to help Laramar when he arrived. The hefty priest puffed and sweated, but Lightsong managed to pull him up and into the room. They took a few moments, Laramar resting with his back to the outer wall, gasping for breath. "You really need to exercise more regularly, Scoot," Lightsong said, creeping toward the doorway and peeking out into the hall beyond. Laramar didn't answer. He just sat, puffing, shaking his head, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. "I wonder why the man who attacked the building didn't come in through the window," Lightsong said. Then he noticed that the guard standing at the inner doorway had an easy view of this particular room. "Ah," he thought. "Well then, time for the backup plan." Lightsong stood up, walking out into the hallway. Laramar followed, then jumped when he saw the guards. They had similar expressions of amazement on their faces. "Hello," Lightsong said to the guards, then turned from them and walked down the hallway. "Wait," one said. "Stop!" Lightsong turned toward them, frowning. "You dare command a god?" They froze. Then they glanced at each other. One took off running in the opposite direction. "They're going to alert others," Laramar said, rushing up. "We'll be caught." "Then we should move quickly," Lightsong said, taking off in another run. He smiled, hearing Laramar grudgingly break into a jog behind him. They quickly reached the trapdoor. Lightsong knelt, feeling around for a few moments before finding the hidden clasp. He triumphantly pulled the trapdoor open, then pointed down. Laramar shook his head in resignation, then climbed down the ladder into the darkness. Lightsong grabbed a lamp off the wall and followed. The remaining guard, unable to interfere with a god, simply watched with concern. The bottom wasn't very far down. Lightsong found a tired Laramar sitting on some boxes in what was obviously a small storage cellar. "Congratulations, Your Grace," Laramar said. "We've found the secret hiding place of their flower." Lightsong snorted, moving through the chamber, poking at the walls. "Something living," he said, pointing at one wall. "That direction. I can feel it with my life sense." Laramar raised an eyebrow, standing. They pulled back a few boxes, and behind them was a small tunnel entrance cut into the wall. Lightsong smiled, then crawled down through it, pushing the lamp ahead of him. "I'm not sure I'll fit," Laramar said. "If I fit, you will," Lightsong said, voice muffled by the close confines. He heard another sigh from Laramar, followed by shuffling as the portly man entered the hole. Eventually, Lightsong passed out of another hole into a much larger tunnel. Lit by several lanterns hanging from one of the walls, he stood up, feeling self-satisfied as Larimar squeezed through. "There," Lightsong said, throwing a lever and letting a grate drop down over the opening. "They'll have trouble following now." "And we'll have trouble escaping," Larimar said. "Escape?" Lightsong said, raising his lamp, inspecting the tunnel. "Why would we want to do that?" "Pardon me, Your Grace," Larimar said, "but it seems to me that you are getting far too much enjoyment from this experience." "Well, I'm called Lightsong the Bold," Lightsong said. "It feels good to finally be living up to the title. Now hush, I can still feel life nearby." The tunnel was obviously man-made and resembled Lightsong's idea of a mine shaft, just like the image from his dreams. The tunnels had several branches, and the life he sensed was straight ahead. Lightsong didn't go that way, but instead turned left, toward a tunnel that sloped steeply downward. He followed it for a few minutes to judge its likely trajectory. "Figured it out yet?" Lightsong asked, turning to Larimar, who had taken one of the lanterns, as this tunnel didn't have any light of its own. "The lifeless barracks," Larimar said. "If this tunnel continues this way, it will lead directly to them." Lightsong nodded. Why would they need a secret tunnel to the barracks? Any god could go there whenever he wants. Larimar shook his head, and they continued down the tunnel. Sure enough, after a short time, they arrived at a trap door in the ceiling that, when pushed up, led into one of the dark, lifeless warehouses. Lightsong shivered, looking out at the endless rows of legs, barely illuminated by his lamp. He pulled his head back down, closed the trap door, and they followed the tunnel further. "It goes in a square," he said quietly. "With doors up into each of the lifeless barracks, I'll bet," Larimar said. He reached out, taking a piece of dirt from the wall and crumbling it between his fingers. "This tunnel is newer than the one we were in up above." Lightsong nodded. "We should keep moving," he said. "Those guards in Mercy Star's palace know we're down here. I don't know who they'll tell, but I'd rather finish exploring before we get chased out." Larimar shivered visibly at that. They walked back up the steep tunnel to the main one just below the palace. Lightsong still felt life down a side tunnel, but he chose the other branch to explore. It soon became apparent that this one split and turned numerous times. Tunnels to some of the other palaces, he guessed, poking at a wooden beam used to support the shaft. Old. Much older than the tunnel to the barracks. Larimar nodded. "All right, then," Lightsong said. "Time to find out where the main tunnel goes." Larimar followed as Lightsong approached the main tunnel. Lightsong closed his eyes, trying to determine how close the life was. It was faint, almost beyond his ability to sense. If everything else in this catacomb hadn't been merely rocks and dirt, he wouldn't even have noticed the life in the first place. He nodded to Larimar, and they continued down the tunnel as quietly as possible. Did it seem that he was able to move with surprising stealth? Did he have unremembered experience with sneaking about? He was certainly better at it than Larimar. Of course, a tumbling boulder was probably better at moving quietly than Larimar, considering his bulky clothing and his puffing exhalations. The tunnel went on straight for a time without branches. Lightsong looked up, trying to estimate what was above them. The God King's palace? He guessed. He couldn't be certain. It was difficult to judge direction and distance under the ground. He felt excited, thrilled. This was something no god was supposed to do. Sneaking at night, moving through secret tunnels, looking for secrets and clues. Odd, he thought. They give us everything they think that we might want. They glut us with sensation and experience, and yet real feelings, fear, anxiety, excitement, are completely lost to us. He smiled. In the distance, he could hear voices. He turned down the lamp and crept forward extra quietly, waving for Larimar to stay behind. "Have him up above," a masculine voice was saying. "He came for the princess's sister, as I said he would." "You have what you want, then," said another voice. "Really, you pay far too much attention to that one." "Do not underestimate Vasher," the first voice said. "He has accomplished more in his life than 100 men, and has done more for the good of all people than you will ever be able to appreciate." Silence. "Aren't you planning to kill him?" said the second voice. "Yes." Silence. "You're a strange one, Denth," the second voice said. "However, our goal is accomplished. You people don't have your war yet. We will." Lightsong crouched beside a small pile of rubble. He could see light up ahead, but couldn't distinguish much beyond some moving shadows. His luck seemed remarkably good in arriving to hear this conversation. Was that proof that his dreams were indeed foretellings, or was it just coincidence? It was very late at night, and anyone still up was likely to be engaged in clandestine activities. "I have a job for you," the second voice said. "We've got someone I need you to interrogate." "Too bad," the first voice said, growing distant. "I've got an old friend to torture. I just had to pause to dispose of his monstrosity of a sword." "Denth, come back here." "You didn't hire me, little man," the first voice said, growing fainter. "If you want to make me do something, go get your boss. Until then, you know where to find me." Silence. And then, something moved behind Lightsong. He spun, and could just barely make out Larimar creeping forward. Lightsong waved him back, then joined him. "What?" Larimar whispered. "Voices ahead," Lightsong whispered back, the tunnel dark around them, "talking about the war." "Who were they?" Larimar asked. "I don't know," Lightsong whispered, "but I'm going to find out. Wait here while I—" He was interrupted by a loud scream. Lightsong jumped. The sound came from the same place he had heard the voices, and it sounded like, "Let go of me!" Blushweaver yelled. "What do you think you're doing? I'm a goddess!" Lightsong stood up abruptly. A voice said something back to Blushweaver, but Lightsong was too far down the tunnel to make out the words. "You will let me go!" Blushweaver yelled. She cut off sharply, crying out in pain. Lightsong's heart was pounding. He took a step. "Your Grace," Larimar said, standing. "We should go for help." "We are help," Lightsong said. He took a deep breath. Then, surprising himself, he charged down the tunnel. He quickly approached the light, rounding a corner and coming into a section of tunnel that had been worked with rock. In seconds, he was running on a smooth stone floor and burst into what appeared to be a dungeon. Blushweaver was tied into a chair. A group of men, wearing the robes of the God King's priests, stood around her with several uniformed soldiers. Blushweaver's lip was bleeding, and she was crying through a gag that had been placed over her mouth. She wore a beautiful nightgown, but it was dirty and disheveled. The men in the room looked up in surprise, obviously shocked to see someone come up behind them. Lightsong took advantage of this shock and threw his shoulder against the soldier nearest to him. He sent the man flying back into the wall. Lightsong's superior size and weight knocking him aside with ease. Lightsong knelt down and quickly pulled the fallen soldier's sword from its sheath. "Aha!" Lightsong said, pointing the weapon at the men in front of him. "Who's first?" The soldiers regarded him dumbly. "I say you," Lightsong said, lunging at the next closest guard. He missed the man by a good 3 inches, fumbling and off balance from the lunge. The guard finally realized what was going on and pulled out his own sword. The priests backed against the wall. Blushweaver blinked through her tears, looking shocked. The soldier nearest Lightsong attacked, and Lightsong raised his blade awkwardly, trying to block, doing a horrible job of it. The guard at his feet suddenly threw himself at Lightsong's legs, toppling him to the ground. Then one of the standing guards thrust his sword into Lightsong's thigh. The leg bled blood as red as that of any mortal. Suddenly, Lightsong knew pain. Pain literally greater than any he'd known in his short life. He screamed. He saw, through tears, Larimar heroically trying to tackle a guard from behind, but the attack was almost as poorly executed as Lightsong's own. The soldiers stepped away, several guarding the tunnel, another holding his bloodied blade toward Lightsong's throat. Funny, Lightsong thought, gritting his teeth against the pain. That was not at all how I imagined this going. Chapter 53. Vivenna waited up for Vasher. He didn't return. She paced in the small one-room hideout, the 6th in a series. They never spent more than a few days in each location. Unadorned, it held only their bedrolls, Vasher's pack, and a single flickering candle. Vasher would have chastised her for wasting the candle. For a man who held a king's fortune in breaths, he was surprisingly frugal. She continued pacing. She knew that she should probably just go to sleep. Vasher could take care of himself. It seemed that the only one in the city who couldn't do that was Vivenna. And yet he told her he was only going on a quick scouting mission. Though he was a solitary person himself, he apparently understood her desire to be a part of things, so he usually let her know where he was going and when to expect him back. She'd never waited up for Denth to come back from a night mission, and she'd been working for Vasher for a fraction of the time she'd spent with the mercenaries. Why did she worry so much now? Though she had felt like she was Denth's friend, she hadn't really cared about him. He'd been amusing and charming, but distant. Vasher was, well, who he was. There was no guile in him. He wore no false mask. She'd only met one other person like that. Her sister. The one who would bear the God King's child. Lord of colors, Vivenna thought, still pacing. How did things turn into such a mess? Ciri awoke with a start. There was shouting coming from outside her room. She roused herself quickly, moving over to the door and putting her ear to it. She could hear fighting. If she were going to run, perhaps now would be the time. She rattled the door, hoping for some reason that it was unlocked. It wasn't. She cursed. She'd heard fighting earlier, screaming and men dying. And now again. Someone trying to rescue me, perhaps? She thought hopefully. But who? The door shook suddenly, and she jumped back as it opened. Trelades, High Priest of the God King, stood in the doorway. "Quickly, child," he said, waving to her. "You must come with me." Ciri looked desperately for a way to run. She backed away from the priest, and he cursed quietly, waving for a couple of soldiers in the city guard uniforms to rush in and grab her. She screamed for help. "Quiet, you fool," Trelades said,
We're trying to help you." His lies rang hollow in her ears, and she struggled as the soldiers pulled her from the room. Outside, bodies were lying on the ground, some in guard uniforms, others in nondescript armor, still others with gray skin. She heard fighting down the hallway, and she screamed toward it, as the soldiers roughly pulled her away. Old Chaps, they called him. Those who called him anything, that is. He sat in his little boat, moving slowly across the dark water of the bay. Night fishing. During the day, one had to pay a fee to fish into Teller waters. Well, technically, during the night you were supposed to pay, too. But the thing about night was, nobody could see you. Old Chaps chuckled to himself, lowering his net over the side of the boat. The waters made their characteristic lap, lap, lap against the side of the boat. Dark. He liked it dark. Lap, lap, lap. Occasionally, he was given better work, taking bodies from one of the city's slumlords, weighting them down with rocks tied in a sack to the foot, then tossing them into the bay. There were probably hundreds of them down there, floating in the current with their feet weighted to the floor. A party of skeletons having a dance. Dance, dance, dance. No bodies tonight, though. Too bad. That meant fish. Free fish he didn't have to pay tariffs on. And free fish were good fish. "No," a voice said to him. "A little bit more to your right." The sea talked to him sometimes, coaxed him this way or that. He happily made his way in the direction indicated. He was out on the waters almost every night. They should know him pretty well by now. "Good. Drop the net." He did so. It wasn't too deep in this part of the bay. He could drag the net behind his boat, pulling the weighted edges along the bottom, catching the smaller fish that came up into the shallows to feed. Not the best fish, but the sky was looking too dangerous to be out far from the shore. A storm brewing? His net struck something. He grumbled, yanking it. Sometimes it got caught on debris or coral. It was heavy. Too heavy. He pulled the net back up over the side, then opened the shield on his lantern, risking a bit of light. Tangled in the net, a sword lay in the bottom of his boat, silvery, with a black handle. Lap, lap, lap. "Ah, very nice," the voice said, much clearer now. "I hate the water. So wet and icky down there." Transfixed, Old Chaps reached out, picking up the weapon. It felt heavy in his hand. "I don't suppose you'd want to go destroy some evil, would you?" the voice said. "I'm not really sure what that means, to be honest. I'll just trust you to decide." Old Chaps smiled. "Oh, all right," the sword said. "You can admire me a little bit longer if you must. After that, though, we really need to get back to shore." Vasher awoke, groggily. He was tied by his wrists to a hook in the ceiling of a stone room. The rope that had been used to tie him, he noticed, was the same one he'd used to tie up the maid. It had been completely drained of color. In fact, everything around him was a uniform gray. He had been stripped, saved for his short, white underbreeches. He groaned, his arms feeling numb from the awkward angle of being hung by his wrists. He wasn't gagged, but he had no breath left. He'd used the last of it in the fight, to awaken the cloak
of the fallen man. He groaned. A lantern burned in the corner. A figure stood next to it. "And so we both return," Denth said quietly. Vasher didn't reply. "I still owe you for Arsteel's death, too," Denth said quietly. "I want to know how you killed him."
"In a duel,"
Vasher said in a croaking voice. "You didn't beat him in a duel, Vasher," Denth said, stepping forward. "I know it."
"Then maybe I snuck up and stabbed him from behind,"
Vasher said.
"It's what he deserved."
Denth backhanded him across the face, causing him to swing from the hook. "Arsteel was a good man."
"Once,"
Vasher said, tasting blood.
"Once. We were all good men, Denth. Once."
Denth was quiet. "You think your little quest here will undo what you've done?"
"Better than becoming a mercenary,"
Vasher said.
"Working for whomever will pay."
"I am what you made me," Denth said quietly.
"That girl trusted you. Vivenna."
Denth turned, eyes darkened, the lantern light not quite reaching his face. "She was supposed to."
"She liked you. Then you killed her friend."
"Things got a little out of hand."
"They always do with you,"
Vasher said. Denth raised an eyebrow, his face growing amused in the wan light. "I get out of hand, Vasher? Me? When's the last time I started a war? Slaughtered tens of thousands? You're the one who betrayed his closest friend and killed the woman who loved him." Vasher didn't respond. What argument could he offer? That Shashara had needed to die? It had been bad enough that she'd revealed the commands to make lifeless from a single breath. What if the way of making awakened steel, like Nightblood, had entered the Many-War? Undead monsters slaughtering people with awakened swords thirsting for blood? None of that mattered to a man who'd seen his sister murdered by Vasher's hand. Besides, Vasher knew he had little credibility to stand on. He'd created his own monsters to fight in that war. Not awakened steel, like Nightblood, but deadly enough in their own right. "I was going to let Tonk Fa have you," Denth said, turning away again. "He likes hurting things. It's a weakness he has. We all have weaknesses. With my direction, he's been able to restrict it to animals." Denth turned to him, holding up a knife. "I've always wondered what he finds so enjoyable about causing pain." Dawn was approaching. Vivenna threw off her blanket, unable to sleep. She dressed, frustrated, but not sure why. Vasher was probably just fine. He was likely out carousing somewhere. Of course, she thought wryly, carousing. That sounds just like him. He'd never stayed out an entire night before. Something had gone wrong. She slowed as she pulled on her belt, glancing over at Vasher's pack and the change of clothing he had inside of it. "Every single thing I've tried since I left Idris has failed miserably," she thought, continuing to dress. "I failed as a revolutionary, I failed as a beggar, and I failed as a sister. What am I supposed to do? Find him? I don't even know where to start." She looked away from the pack. Failure. It wasn't something she'd been accustomed to, back in Idris. Everything she'd done there had turned out well. Maybe that's what this is all about, she thought, sitting. My hatred of Hallandren, my insistence on saving Ciri, on taking her place. When her father had chosen Ciri over her, it had been the first time in her life she'd felt that she wasn't good enough. So she'd come to Teller, determined to prove the problem wasn't with her. It had been with someone else, anything else, as long as Vivenna wasn't flawed. But Hallandren had repeatedly proved that she was flawed, and now that she'd tried and failed so often, she found it hard to act. By choosing to act, she might fail, and that was so daunting that doing nothing seemed preferable. It was the crowning arrogance in Vivenna's life. She bowed her head. One last bit of feathered hypocrisy to adorn her royal hair. You want to be competent? She thought. You want to learn to be in control of what goes on around you, rather than just being pushed around? Then you'll have to learn to deal with failure. It was frightening, but she knew it was true. She stood up and walked over to Vasher's pack. She pulled out a wrinkled overshirt and a pair of leggings. Both had tassels hanging from the cuffs. Vivenna put them on. Vasher's spare cloak followed. It smelled like him, and was cut, like his other one, into the vague shape of a man. She understood at least one of the reasons his clothing looked so tattered. She pulled out a couple of colorful handkerchiefs. "Protect me," she commanded the cloak, imagining it grabbing people who tried to attack her. She placed a hand on the sleeve of the shirt. "Upon call," she commanded, "become my fingers and grip that which I must." She'd only heard Vasher give the command a couple of times, and she still wasn't quite sure how to visualize what she wanted the shirt to do. She imagined the tassels closing around her hands as she had seen them do for Vasher. She awakened the leggings, commanding them to strengthen her legs. The leg tassels began to twist, and she raised each foot in turn, letting the tassels wrap around the bottoms. Her stance felt firmer. The leggings pulled tight against her skin. Finally, she tied on the sword Vasher had given her. She still didn't know how to use it, though she could hold it properly. It felt right to bring it. Then she left. Lightsong had rarely seen a goddess cry. "It wasn't supposed to go this way," Blushweaver said, heedless of the tears streaming down her cheeks. "I had things under control." The dungeon beneath the God King's palace was a cramped room. Cages, like the kind that might be used for animals, lined both walls. They were large enough to hold a god. Lightsong couldn't decide if that was just a coincidence. Blushweaver sniffled. "I thought I had the God King's priesthood on my side. We were working together." Something's wrong about this, Lightsong thought, glancing at the group of priests chatting anxiously at the side of the room. Larimar sat in his own cage, the one next to Lightsong's, head bowed. Lightsong looked back at Blushweaver. "How long?" he asked. "How long were you working with them?" "From the beginning," Blushweaver said. "I was supposed to get the command phrases. We came up with a plan together." "Why did they turn on you?" She shook her head, glancing down. "They claimed I didn't do my part, that I was withholding things from them." "Were you?" She looked away, eyes tear-stained. She looked very odd, sitting in her cell, a beautiful woman of deific proportions, wearing a delicate silk gown, sitting on the ground, surrounded by bars, crying. We have to get out of here, Lightsong thought. He crawled over to the bars, separating his cage from Larimar's, ignoring the pain of his thigh. "Scoot," he hissed. "Scoot." Larimar glanced up. He looked haggard. "What does one use to pick a lock?" Lightsong asked. Larimar blinked. "What?" "Pick a lock," Lightsong said, pointing. "Maybe I'll discover that I know how to do it, if I get my hands into the right position. I still haven't figured out why my swordsmanship skills were so poor. But surely I can do this, if I can only remember what to use." Larimar stared at him. Lightsong began. "What is wrong with you?" Larimar whispered. Lightsong paused. "What is wrong with you?" Larimar bellowed, standing. "You were a scribe, Lightsong. A colors-cursed scribe. Not a soldier, not a detective, not a thief. You were an accountant for a local moneylender." "What?" Lightsong thought. "You were as much an idiot then as you are now," Larimar shouted. "Don't you ever think about what you're going to do before you just saunter off and do it? Why can't you just stop occasionally and ask yourself if you're being a complete fool or not? I'll give you a hint. The answer is usually yes." Lightsong stumbled back from the bars, shocked. Larimar was yelling. "And every time," Larimar said, turning away, "I get in trouble with you. Nothing has changed. You become a god, and I still end up in prison." The heavy priest slumped down, breathing in deep gasps, shaking his head in obvious frustration. Blushweaver was staring at them, and so were the priests. "What is it I find odd about them?" Lightsong thought, trying to sort out his thoughts and emotions as the group of priests approached. "Lightsong," one of them said, stooping down beside his cage. "We need your command phrases." He snorted. "I'm sorry to say that I've forgotten them. You probably know my reputation for being weak-minded. I mean, what kind of fool would come charging in here and get himself captured so easily?" He smiled at them. The priest by his cage sighed, then waved a hand at the others. They unlocked Blushweaver's cage and pulled her out. She yelled and fought, and Lightsong smiled at the trouble she gave them. Yet there were 6 priests, and they finally managed to get her out. Then one got out a knife and slit her throat. The shock of the moment hit Lightsong like a physical force. He froze, eyes wide, watching in horror as the red blood spilled out the front of Blushweaver's throat, staining her beautiful nightgown. Far more disturbing was the look of panicked terror in her eyes. Such beautiful eyes. "No!" Lightsong screamed, slamming against the bars, reaching helplessly toward her. He strained his godly muscles, pressing himself against the steel as he felt his body begin to shake. It was useless. Even a perfect body couldn't push its way through the steel. "You bastards!" he yelled. "You colors-cursed bastards!" He struggled, pounding the bars with one hand as Blushweaver's eyes began to dim. And then her biochroma faded. Like a blazing bonfire, dimming down to a single candle. It puffed out. "No," Lightsong said, sliding down to his knees, numb. The priest regarded him. "So you did care for her," he said. "I'm sorry that we had to do that." He knelt down, solemn. "However, Lightsong, we decided that we had to kill her so that you would understand that we're serious. I do know your reputation, and I know that you usually take things lightheartedly. That is a fine attribute to have in many situations. Right now, you must realize how dangerous things are. We have shown you that we will kill. If you don't do as we ask, others will die." "Bastard," Lightsong whispered. "I need your command phrases," the priest said. "This is important. More important than you can understand." "You can beat them out of me," Lightsong growled, feeling rage slowly overwhelm his shock. "No," the priest said, shaking his head. "We're actually new to all of this. We don't know how to torture very well. And it would take too much time to force you to talk that way. Those who are skilled at torture aren't being very cooperative right now. Never pay a mercenary before the job is done." The priest waved, and the others left Blushweaver's corpse on the ground. Then they moved to Larimar's cage. "No!" Lightsong screamed. "We are serious, Lightsong," the man said. "Very, very serious. We know how much you care for your high priest. You now know that we will kill him if you don't do as we say." "Why?" Lightsong said. "What is this even about? The God King you serve could order us to move the armies if he wanted to. We'd listen to him. Why do you care so much about those command phrases?" The priests forced Larimar from his cage, then pushed him to his knees. One put a knife to his throat. "Red Panther!" Lightsong yelled, weeping. "That's the command phrase. Please, leave him be." The priest nodded to the others, and they put Larimar back in his cell. They left Blushweaver's corpse on the ground, face down in the blood. "I hope that you haven't lied to us, Lightsong," the main priest said. "We're not playing games. It would be unfortunate if we discovered that you still are." He shook his head. "We are not cruel men, but we are working for something very important. Do not test us." With that, he left. Lightsong barely noticed. He was still staring at Blushweaver, trying to convince himself that he was hallucinating, or that she was faking, or that something would change to make him realize that it was all just an elaborate scam. "Please," he whispered. "Please, no." Chapter 54. "What's the word on the street, Tuft?" Vivenna asked, sidling up to a beggar. He snorted, holding out his cup to those few who passed in the early light. Tuft was always one of the first to arrive in the mornings. "What do I care?" he said. "Come on," Vivenna said. "You kicked me out of this spot on 3 different occasions. I figure you owe me something." "I don't owe nobody nothing," he said, squinting at the passerby with his one eye. The other eye was simply an empty hole. He didn't wear a patch. "Particularly, don't owe you nothing," he said. "You were a plant all the time, not a real beggar." Vivenna paused. "I wasn't a plant, Tuft. I just thought I should know what it was like.
Huh?
Living among you, she said. I figured your life couldn't be easy, but I couldn't know, not really know, until I tried it for myself. So I came to the streets, determined to live here for a time.
Foolish thing to do.
No, she said. The fools are those who pass, without even thinking about what it must be like to live like you. Maybe if they knew, they'd give you something. She reached into her pocket, pulling out one of the bright handkerchiefs. She placed one in the cup. I don't have any coins, but I know you can sell that. He grunted, eyeing it.
What do you mean by word on the street?
Disturbances, Vivenna said. Ones that are out of the ordinary, perhaps involving awakeners.
Go to the third dock slums, Tuft said. Look around the buildings near the wharf. Maybe you'll find what you're looking for there.
Light peeked through the window.
Morning already,
Vasher thought, head down, still hanging by his wrists. He knew what to expect from torture. He was not new to it. He knew how to scream, how to give the torturer what he wanted. He knew how to not expend his strength in resisting too much. He also knew that none of that was likely to do any good. How would he be after a week of torture? Blood dripped down his chest, staining his undershorts. A dozen small pains nagged at his skin, cuts that had been drenched in lemon juice. Denth stood with his back facing Vasher, bloodied knives on the ground around him. Vasher looked up, forcing a smile.
Not as much fun as you thought it would be, is it, Denth?
Denth didn't turn.
There's still a good man in there,
Vasher thought,
even after all these years. He's just been beaten down, bloodied, cut up worse than I have been. Torturing me won't bring her back,
Vasher said. Denth turned, eyes dark.
No, it won't.
He picked up another knife. The priests pushed Ciri through the passageways of the palace. They occasionally passed corpses in the dark black hallways, and she could still hear fighting in places. What is going on? Someone was attacking the palace. But who? For a moment, she hoped it was her people, her father's soldiers coming to save her. She discarded that immediately. The men opposing the priests were using lifeless soldiers. That ruled out Idris. It was someone else, a third force, and they wanted to free her from the grip of the priests. Hopefully, her calls for help wouldn't go unheeded. Trelades and his men led her quickly through the palace, passing through the colorful inner rooms in their rush to get to wherever they were going. The white cuffs of Ciri's dress suddenly began to bend with color. She looked up with hope as they entered a last room. The God King stood inside the room, surrounded by a group of priests and soldiers. "Sisebron," she said, straining against her captors. He took a step toward her, but a guard held his arm, pulling him back. They're touching him, Ciri thought. All semblance of respect is gone. No need to pretend now. The God King looked down at his arm, frowning. He tried to tug it free, but another soldier stepped up to help hold him. Sisebron glanced at this man, then at Ciri, confused. "I don't understand either," she said. Trelades entered the room. "Bless the colors," he said. "You've arrived. Quickly, we must go. This place is not safe." "Trelades," Ciri said, turning to glare at him. "What is going on?" He ignored her. "I am your queen," Ciri said.
You will answer my question."
He actually stopped, surprising her. He turned with an annoyed look.
"A group of lifeless has attacked the palace vessel. They are trying to get to the God King."
"I figured out that much, priest," Ciri snapped. "Who are they?"
"We don't know," Trelades said, turning from her. As he did, a distant scream came from outside the room.
It was followed by the sound of fighting.
Trelades glanced toward the sounds. "We have to move," he said to one of the other priests. There were perhaps a dozen of them in the room, as well as a half-dozen soldiers. "The palace has too many doorways and passages. It would be too easy to surround us."
"The back exit?" the other priest said.
"If we can get to it," Trelades responded. "Where is that squadron of reinforcements?" I demanded.
"They're not coming, Your Grace," a new voice said. Ciri turned to see Bluefingers, looking haggard, enter through the far door with a couple of wounded soldiers. "The enemy has taken the east wing and is pushing this way."
Trelades cursed.
"We have to get His Majesty to safety," Bluefingers said.
"I'm well aware of that," Trelades snapped.
"If the east wing has fallen," the other priest said, "we won't be able to get out that way."
Ciri watched, helpless, trying to get Bluefinger's attention. He met her eyes, then nodded covertly, smiling.
"Your Grace," Bluefinger said, "we can escape through the tunnels."
The sounds of fighting were growing closer. It seemed to Ciri that their room was virtually surrounded by combat. "Perhaps," Trelades said, as one of his priests rushed to the door to peek out. The soldiers who had come with Bluefingers were resting by the wall, bleeding. One of them seemed to have stopped breathing.
"We should go,"
Bluefingers said urgently. Trelades was quiet. Then he walked over to one of the fallen soldiers and picked up the man's sword. "Very well," he said. "Gendron, take half of the soldiers and go with Bluefingers. Take His Majesty to safety." He looked at Bluefingers. "Seek the docks if you can."
"Yes, Your Grace,"
Bluefingers said, looking relieved. The priests released the God King, and he rushed to Ciri, taking her in his arms. She held him, tense, trying to sort through her emotions. Bluefingers. Going with him made sense. The look in his eyes indicated that he had a plan to save her and the God King, get them away from the priests. And yet, something felt wrong to her. One of the priests gathered 3 of the soldiers and then moved to the far side of the room, peeking out. They waved to Ciri and the God King. The other priests joined Trelades, taking weapons from the dead guards, their expressions grim. Bluefingers pulled on Ciri's arm.
"Come, my queen," he whispered. "I made you a promise before. Let's get you out of this mess."
"What about the priests?" she asked. Trelades glanced at her. "Foolish girl, go! The attackers are moving in this direction. We will let them see us. Then we will lead them in another direction. They will assume we know where the God King is." The priests with him didn't look hopeful. If, when, they were caught, they would be slaughtered.
"Come on!"
Bluefingers hissed. Sisebron looked at her, frightened. She slowly let Bluefingers tug her and the God King to the side, to where the solitary priest and 3 soldiers had been joined by a group of servants in brown. Something whispered in her mind. Something Lightsong had told her. "Don't make too many waves until you're ready to strike," he had said. "Sudden and surprising. That's how you want to do things. You don't want to appear non-threatening. People are always suspicious of the innocent. The trick is to appear average." Average.
It was good advice. Advice that, likely, others knew and understood. She glanced at Bluefingers, walking beside her, urging her forward, nervous, as always. The fighting, she thought. Several groups have been contending back and forth, seizing control of my room. One force belongs to the priests. The second force, the one with the lifeless, belongs to someone else. This mysterious third party. Someone in Tutelar had been pushing the kingdom toward war. But who would have anything at all to gain from such a disaster? Hallandren, which would expend huge resources to quell rebels, fighting a battle that they would win, but likely at great cost? It didn't make sense. Who would gain the most if Hallandren and Idris went to war? "Wait!" Ciri said, stopping. Things were suddenly falling into place. "Vessel?" Bluefingers asked. Sisebron laid a hand on her shoulder, looking at her with confusion. Why would the priests sacrifice themselves if they were planning to kill Sisebron? She thought. Why would they simply let us go, allow us to flee, if the God King's safety were not their prime concern? She looked into Bluefinger's eyes and saw him grow more nervous. His face paled, and she knew. "How does it feel, Bluefingers?" she asked. "You're from Pankal, yet everyone always just assumes that your people are Hallandren. The Pankal people were here first, in this land, but it was taken from you. Now you're just another province, part of the kingdom of your conquerors. You want to be free, but your people have no military of their own. And so here you are, unable to fight, unable to free yourselves, considered second class. And yet, if your oppressors were to get into a war, it might give you an opening, a chance to break away." He met her eyes, then took off in a dash, fleeing from the room. "What in the name of the colors?" Trelady said. Ciri ignored him, looking up into the God King's face. "You were right all along," she said. "We should have trusted your priests." "Vessel?" Trelady said, stalking over. "We can't go that way," Ciri said. "Bluefingers was leading us into a trap." The High Priest opened his mouth to respond, but she met his eyes sternly and turned her hair the deep red of anger. Bluefingers had betrayed her, the one person she'd thought she could trust to help them. "We go for the front gates, then," Trelady said, looking over their motley collection of priests and wounded soldiers, "and try to fight our way out." It was easy for Vivenna to find the location the beggar had mentioned. The building, a slum tenement, was surrounded by gawkers, despite the morning hour. People whispered, talking about spirits and death and ghosts from the sea. Vivenna stopped at the perimeter, trying to see what had drawn their attention. The docks were to her left, the sea brine pungent. The dock slums, where many of the dockhands lived and drank, were a small section of buildings clustered between warehouses and shipyards. Why would Vasher have come here? He had been planning to visit the Court of Gods. From what she could gather, there had been a murder in the building where the crowd had formed. People whispered of ghosts and of Kalad's phantoms, but Vivenna simply shook her head. This wasn't what she was looking for. She'd have to... "Vivenna?" The voice was faint, but she could just barely make it out, and recognize it. "Nightblood?" she whispered. "Vivenna, come get me." She shivered. She wanted to turn and run. Even thinking about the sword was nauseating. Yet Vasher had taken Nightblood with him. She was in the right place after all. The gawkers spoke of a murder. Was Vasher the person who had been killed? Suddenly concerned, she shoved her way through the crowd, ignoring yells that she should stay back. She climbed up the stairs, passing door after door. In her haste, she almost missed the one with black smoke creeping out under it. She froze. Then, taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was poorly kept, the floor littered with trash, the furniture rickety and worn. 4 dead bodies lay on the floor. Nightblood was stuck in the chest of the 4th. An old man with a leathery face who lay on his side, dead eyes wide. "Vivenna!" Nightblood said happily. "You found me. I'm so excited. I tried to get them to take me to the Court of Gods, but it didn't turn out well. He did draw me a little bit. That's good, right?" She fell to her knees, feeling sick. "Vivenna?" Nightblood asked. "I did well, right? Varatrelides threw me into the ocean, but I got back out. I'm quite satisfied. You should tell me that I did well." She didn't respond. "Oh," Nightblood said, "and Vasher is hurt, I think. We should go find him." She looked up. "Where?" she asked, uncertain if the sword would even be able to hear her. "The God King's palace," Nightblood said. "He went to get your sister out. I think he likes you, even though he says he doesn't. He says you're annoying." Vivenna blinked. "Ciri? You went after Ciri?" "Yes, but Varatrelides stopped us." "Who is that?" she asked, frowning. "You call him Denth. He's Shashara's brother. I wonder if she's here too. I'm not sure why he threw me in the water. I thought he liked me." "Vasher," she said, climbing back to her feet, feeling woozy from the sword's influence. Vasher had been taken by Denth. She shivered, remembering the anger in Denth's voice when he'd spoken of Vasher. She gritted her teeth and grabbed a dirty blanket off the crude bed and wrapped it around Nightblood so that she wouldn't have to touch him. "Ah," Nightblood said, "you don't really need to do that. I had the old man clean me off after he got me out of the water." She ignored the sword, managing to lift the bundle with only slight nausea. Then she left, heading for the Court of Gods. Lightsong sat, staring at the stones in front of him. A trickle of Blushweaver's blood was making its way down a crack in the rock. "Your Grace?" Larimar asked quietly. He stood up against the bars between their cages. Lightsong didn't respond. "Your Grace, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you." "What good is godhood?" Lightsong whispered. Silence. Lanterns flickered on either side of the small chamber. Nobody had cleaned up Blushweaver's body, though they had left a couple of priests and lifeless behind to watch Lightsong. They still needed him, should it turn out that he'd lied about the command phrases. He hadn't. "What?" Larimar finally asked. "What good is it?" Lightsong said. "We aren't gods. Gods don't die like that. A little cut. Not even as wide as my palm." "I'm sorry," Larimar said. "She was a good woman, even among gods." "She wasn't a god," Lightsong said. "None of us are. Those dreams are lies, if they led me to this. I've always known the truth, but nobody pays attention to what I say. Shouldn't they listen to the one they worship? Particularly if he's telling you not to worship him?" Larimar seemed at a loss for words. "They should have seen," Lightsong hissed. "They should have seen the truth about me. An idiot. Not a god, but a scribe. A silly little scribe who was allowed to play God for a few years. A coward." "You're no coward," Larimar said. "I couldn't save her," Lightsong said. "I couldn't do anything.
I just sat there and screamed. Maybe if I'd been more brave, I'd have joined with her and taken control of the armies. But I hesitated. And now she's dead.
Silence.
You were a scribe,
Larimar said quietly to the damp air.
And you were one of the best men I'd ever known. You were my brother.
Lightsong looked up. Larimar stared out through the bars at one of the flickering lanterns hanging from the stark stone wall.
I was a priest, even then. I worked in the palace of Kindwinds the Honest. I saw how he lied to play political games. The longer I stayed in that palace, the more my faith waned.
He fell silent for a moment. Then he looked up.
And then you died. Died rescuing my daughter. That's the girl you see in your visions, Lightsong. The description is perfect. She was your favorite niece. Still would be, I assume, if you hadn't.
He shook his head.
When we found you dead, I lost hope. I was going to resign my position. I knelt above your body, weeping. And then the colors started to glow. You lifted your head, body changing, getting larger, muscles growing stronger. I knew it at that moment. I knew that if a man like you were chosen to return, a man who had died to save another, then the iridescent tones were real. The visions were real. And the gods were real. You gave me back my faith, Stenimar.
He met Lightsong's eyes.
You are a god. To me, at least. It doesn't matter how easily you can be killed, how much breath you have, or how you look. It has to do with who you are and what you mean.
Chapter 55.
There is fighting at the front gates, Your Excellency, the bloodied soldier said. The insurgents are fighting each other there. We might be able to get out.
Ciri felt a stab of relief. Finally, something was going right. Trelades turned toward her.
If we can get into the city, the people will rally around their god king. We should be safe there.
Where did they get so many lifeless? Ciri asked. Trelades shook his head. They had paused in a room near the front of the palace, desperate, yet unsure. Breaking through the Pankal fortification of the Court of Gods was bound to be difficult. She looked up at Sisebron. His priests treated him like a child. They gave him respect, but they obviously gave no thought to ask his opinion. For his part, he stood, hand on her shoulder. She saw thoughts and ideas working behind those eyes of his, but there was nothing for him to write on to tell her.
Vessel, Trelades said, drawing her attention. You need to know something.
She looked at him.
I hesitate to mention this, Trelades said, as you are not a priest. But if you survive and we do not...
Speak it, she commanded.
You cannot bear the God King a child, he said. Like all returned, he is unable to sire children. We have not yet learned how the first returned managed to have a child all those years ago. In fact,
you don't even think he did, she said. You think the royal line is a fabrication. Of course, the priests dispute the record of the royal line coming from the first returned, she thought. They wouldn't want to give credibility to Idris's claim to the throne. He flushed.
It's what people believe that matters. Regardless, we have a child.
Yes, Ciri said. A returned child you're going to make the next God King.
He looked at her, shocked. You know?
You're planning to kill him, aren't you? She hissed. Take Sisebron's breath and leave him dead.
Colors, no,
Trelades said, shocked.
How could you think? No, we'd never do such a thing. Vessel, the God King needs only give away the treasure of breaths he holds, investing them into the next God King, and then he can live the rest of his life, so long as he should desire, in peace. We change God Kings whenever an infant returns. It is our sign that the previous God King has done his duty, and should be allowed to live the rest of his life without bearing his terrible burdens.
Ciri looked at him skeptically. That's foolish, Trelades. If the God King gives away his breath, he will die.
No, there is a way,
the priest said. That is supposed to be impossible.
Not at all. Think about it. The God King has two sources of breath. One is his innate divine breath, that which makes him returned. The other is the breath given to him as the treasure of Peacegiver, 50,000 breaths strong. That he can use as any Awakener could, as long as he is careful about the commands he uses. He could also survive quite easily as a returned without it. Any of the other gods could do the same, should they gain breath beyond the 1 a week which sustains them. They'd consume them at a rate of 1 a week, of course, but they could stockpile them and use the extras in the meantime.
You keep them from realizing that, though, Ciri said.
Not keep, specifically,
the priest said, looking away.
It does not arise. Why would the returned care about awakening? They have everything they need.
Except knowledge, Ciri said. You keep them in ignorance. I'm surprised you didn't cut out all their tongues to hide your precious secrets. Trelades looked back at her, expression hardening.
You judge us still. We do what we do because it is what we must, Vessel. The power he holds in that treasure, 50,000 breaths, could destroy kingdoms. It is too great a weapon. We were charged as our sole divine mission to keep it safe and not let it be used. If Khalad's army ever returns from where it was exiled, we...
A sound came from a nearby room. Trelades looked up, concerned, and Sisebron's grip on Ciri's shoulder tightened. Her glance hardened. Trelades, she said, I need to know. How? How can Sisebron give away his breath? He can speak no command.
Trelades was interrupted by a group of lifeless, bursting through the doorway to their left. Trelades yelled for her to flee, but another group of the creatures came through the other way.
Ciri cursed, grabbing Sisebron's hand, pulling him toward yet another doorway. She pulled it open. Blue Fingers stood on the other side. He looked into her eyes, face grim. Lifeless stood behind him. Ciri felt a stab of terror, backing away. Sounds of fighting came from behind her, but she was too focused on the lifeless stepping around Blue Fingers toward her and Sisebron. The God King cried out, a tongueless, wordless groan of anger. And then the priests were there. They threw themselves in front of the lifeless, trying to beat them back, trying desperately to protect their God King. Ciri clung to her husband in the ready room, watching as the priests were slaughtered by emotionless warriors with gray faces. Priest after priest jumped in the way, some with weapons, others simply waving their arms in a hopeless attack. She saw Trelades grit his teeth,
terror showing in his eyes as he ran forward, trying to attack a lifeless. He died like the others. His secrets died with him. The lifeless stepped over the corpses. Sisebron pushed Ciri behind him, arms shaking as he backed them toward a wall, facing down the bloodied monsters. The lifeless finally stopped, and Bluefingers walked around them, looking past Sisebron toward her. "And now, Vessel, I believe we were going somewhere." "I'm sorry, miss," the guard said, holding up a hand. "All access to the Court of Gods is forbidden." Vivenna ground her teeth. "This is unacceptable," she said. "I'm to report to the Goddess Allmother at once. Can't you see how many breaths I hold? I'm not someone you can just turn away." The guards remained firm. There were a good 24 of them at the gates, stopping anyone who tried to enter. Vivenna turned away. Whatever Vasher had done inside the night before, he'd apparently caused quite a stir. People clustered around the gateway to the court, demanding answers, asking if something was wrong. Vivenna made her way back through them, leaving the gates behind. "Go to the side," Nightblood said. "Vasher never asks if he can enter. He just goes in." Vivenna glanced at the side of the plateau. There was a short, rocky ledge running around the outside of the wall, with the guards so distracted by the people wanting in. She slipped to the side. It was early in the morning yet, the sun not having crested the eastern mountains. There were guards on the wall above. She could feel them with her life sense, but she was below their angle of view as long as they looked outward. She might be able to sneak by them. She waited until one patrol had passed, then awakened one of the tapestries. "Lift me," she said, dropping a drained handkerchief. The tapestry twisted into the air, wrapping around her, the top end still attached to the wall. Like a muscular arm, it lifted her up, twisting and depositing her atop the wall. She glanced around, recovering her breath. To the side, some distance away, a group of guards was pointing at her. "You're not any better at this than Vasher is," Nightblood noted. "You people can't sneak at all. Yestiel would be so disappointed with you." She cursed, awakened the tapestry again, and had it lower her into the court. She recovered her breath, then took off running across the grassy lawn. Few people were about, but that only made her stand out even more. "The palace," Nightblood said. "Go there." That was where she was going. However, the longer she held the sword, the more she understood that it said whatever came to its steely mind, whether or not its comments were relevant. It was like a child, speaking or asking questions without inhibition. The front of the palace was very well guarded by a group of men who weren't wearing uniforms. "He's in there," Nightblood said. "I can feel him. 3rd floor, where he and I were before." Vivenna got an image of the room shoved into her head. She frowned. Remarkably useful, she thought, for an evil weapon of destruction. "I'm not evil," Nightblood said, voice not defensive, simply informative, as if reminding her of something she'd forgotten. "I destroy evil. I think maybe we should destroy those men up ahead. They look evil. You should pull me out." For some reason, she doubted that would be a good idea. "Come on," Nightblood said. The soldiers were pointing at her. She glanced behind, and saw others rushing across the lawn. "Astra, forgive me," she thought. Then, gritting her teeth, she threw Nightblood, blanket and all, toward the guards in front of the building. They halted. To a man, they looked down at the sword as it rolled free of the blanket, silver sheath glistening on the lawn. "Well, I guess this works too," Nightblood noted, voice feeling distant now. One of the soldiers picked up the sword. Vivenna dashed past them, ignored by the soldiers. They started to fight.
Can't go that way, she thought, eyeing the front entrance, not wanting to risk pushing her way through fighting men. So instead she ran to the side of the massive palace. The lower levels were made of the step-like black blocks that gave the palace its pyramid-like quality. Above these, it grew into a more traditional fortress with steep walls. There were windows, if she could reach them. She twitched her fingers, making the tassels on her sleeves clench and unclench. Then she jumped, her awakened leggings tossing her up a few extra feet. She reached up and made the tassels grab the edge of the large black block. The tassels just barely held, gripping the stone like foot-long fingers. With difficulty, Vivenna pulled herself up onto the block. Men yelled and screamed below, and she spared them a glance. The guard who had grabbed Nightblood was fighting off the others, a small trail of black smoke swirling around him. As she watched, he backed into the palace itself, the other men following him. "So much evil," Nightblood said, like a woman tisking as she cleaned cobwebs from her ceiling. Vivenna turned away, feeling slightly guilty for giving the sword to the men. She jumped up and pulled herself onto the next block, continuing as the soldiers who had seen her from the walls arrived. They wore the colors of the city guard, and while a couple of them got caught up in the Nightblood fight, most of them ignored it. Vivenna continued. "To the right," Nightblood said distantly. "That window on the 3rd floor. 2 over. He's in there." As his voice faded, Vivenna looked up at the window indicated. She still had to climb up a number of blocks, then somehow reach a window that was an entire story up a sheer wall. There did appear to be some decorative stonework that could serve as handholds, but she grew dizzy even thinking about climbing them. An arrow snapped against the stone beside her, making her jump. Several guards below had bows. "Colors," she thought, pulling herself up to the next block. She heard a whoosh behind her and cringed, feeling as if she should have been struck, but nothing happened. She pulled herself up onto the block, then twisted around. She could just barely see a corner of her cloak holding an arrow. She started, grateful that she had awakened it. It dropped the arrow, then returned to normal. Handy, that, she thought, climbing up the last block. By the time she got to the top of it, her arms were sore. Fortunately, her awakened fingers were still gripping as well as ever. She took a deep breath, then began to climb straight up the upper wall of the black fortress, using the carvings as handholds, and decided, for her own sanity, that she'd better avoid looking down. Lightsong stared ahead. Too much information. Too much was happening. Blushweaver's murder, then Larimar's revelation, the betrayal of the God King's priests, all in such quick succession. He sat in his cell, arms wrapped around himself, gold and red robes dirtied from crawling through the tunnel, then sitting in his cage. His thigh ached from where it had been struck with a sword, though the wound hadn't been bad, and it was barely bleeding anymore. He ignored the pain. It was insignificant compared to the pain inside. The priests talked quietly on the far side of the room. Oddly, as he glanced at them, something caught his eye. He let his mind be diverted by the realization. He finally grasped what was bothering him about them. He should have seen it earlier. It had to do with color. Not the color of their clothing, but the color of their faces. It was just slightly off. The deviation in one man would have been easy to ignore, but all of them together was a pattern. No regular person could have noticed it. To a man with his heightenings, it was obvious, once he knew what to look for. These men were not from Hallandren. Anyone can wear a set of robes, he realized. that doesn't mean that they're priests. In fact, judging by the faces, he realized the men must be from Pankal. And then it all made sense to him. That quickly. They'd all been played for fools. "Bluefingers," Ciri demanded, "talk to me. What are you going to do with us?" The labyrinth of the God King's palace was complex, and it was sometimes difficult even now for her to find her way around. They'd traveled down a stairwell, but now were going up another one. Bluefingers didn't answer. He walked with his customary nervousness, wringing his hands. The fighting in the hallways seemed to be decreasing. In fact, once they left the stairwell, this newest hallway was dreadfully quiet. Ciri walked with Sisebron's nervous arm around her waist. She didn't know what he was thinking. They hadn't been able to pause long enough for him to write anything. He gave her a comforting smile, but she knew that this all must be just as terrifying for him as it was for her. Probably more so. "You can't do this, Bluefingers," Ciri said, snapping at the little balding man. "It is the only way we'd ever be able to break free," Bluefingers said, not turning, but finally responding to her. "But you can't," Ciri said. "The Idrians are innocent." Bluefingers shook his head. "How many of my people would you sacrifice if it would mean freedom for yours?" "None," she said. "I should like to see you say that if our positions were reversed," he said, still not meeting her eyes. "I'm sorry for your pain, but your people are not innocent. They're just like the Halandren. In the Many-War, you rolled over us, made us your workers and slaves. Only at the end, when the royal family fled, did Idris and Halandren split." "Please," Ciri said. Sisebron suddenly punched a lifeless. The God King growled, struggling as he kicked at another. There were dozens of them. He looked at her, waving a hand, motioning for her to flee. She didn't intend to leave him. Instead, she tried to grab Bluefingers, but a lifeless was too quick. It took her arm, holding her firm, even when she batted at it. A couple of men wearing the robes of Sisebron's priesthood came out of a stairwell ahead of them, carrying lanterns. Ciri, looking closely, immediately recognized them as being from Pankal. They were too short, and their skin color was just slightly off. "I've been a fool," she thought. Bluefingers had played the game so well. He'd driven a wedge between her and the priests from the start. Most of her fears and worries she'd gotten from him, and it had been reinforced by the priest's arrogance. All part of the scribe's plan to someday use her to gain freedom for his people. "We have Lightsong's security phrase," one of the new men said to Bluefingers. "We have checked it, and it works. We changed it to the new one. The rest of the lifeless are ours." Ciri glanced to the side. The lifeless had pulled Sisebron to the ground. He yelled, though it came out more as a moan. Ciri yanked, trying to escape her lifeless and help him. She began to cry. To the side, Bluefingers nodded to his accomplices, looking fatigued. "Very well. Give the command. Order the lifeless to march on Idris." "It will be done," the man said, laying a hand on Bluefingers' shoulder. Bluefingers nodded, looking morose as the others withdrew. "What do you have to be sad about?" she spat. Bluefingers turned toward her. "My friends now are the only ones who know the command phrases for Halandren's lifeless army. Once those lifeless leave for Idris, with orders to destroy everything they find there, my friends will kill themselves with poison. There won't be anyone who can stop the creatures." Astra, Ciri thought, feeling numb. Lord of colors.
Take the God King below, Bluefinger said, waving to several lifeless. Hold him until it is time. They were joined by a Pancall scribe wearing fake priest's robes as they towed Sisebron toward the stairwell. Ciri reached for him. He continued to struggle, reaching back, but the lifeless were too strong. She listened to his inarticulate yells echoing down the stairwell. "What will you do with him?" Ciri asked, tears cold on her cheeks. Bluefingers glanced at her, but once again would not meet her eyes. "There will be many in the Hallandren government who see the lifeless attack as a political mistake, and they may seek to stop the war. Unless Hallandren actually commits itself to this fight, our sacrifice will be useless." "I don't understand." "We will take the bodies of Lightsong and Blushweaver, the two gods with the command phrases, and leave them in the lifeless barracks, surrounded by dead Idrians we took from the city. Then we will leave the corpse of the God King to be discovered in the palace dungeons. Those who investigate will assume that Idrian assassins attacked and killed him. We've hired enough mercenaries from the Idrian slums that it shouldn't be too difficult to believe. Those of my scribes who survive the night will confirm the story." Ciri blinked out tears. "Everyone will assume that Blushweaver and Lightsong sent the armies as retribution for the death of the God King," she thought. "And with the king dead, the people will be furious." "I wish you hadn't gotten involved in all of this," Bluefinger said, motioning for her lifeless captors to pull her along. "It would have been easier for me if you'd been able to keep yourself from getting pregnant." "I'm not," she said. "The people think you are," he said with a sigh as they walked toward the stairwell. "And that's enough. We have to break this government, and we have to make the Idrians angry enough to want to destroy the Hallandren. I think your people will do better in this war than everyone says, especially if the lifeless march without leadership. Your people will ambush them, making sure this is not an easy war for either side." He glanced at her. "But for this war to work right, the Idrians have to want to fight. Otherwise they'll flee and vanish into those highlands. No, both sides have to hate each other. Pull as many allies into the battle as possible so that everyone is too distracted." "And what better way to make Idris willing to fight," she thought with horror, "than to kill me? Both sides will see the death of my supposed child as an act of war. This won't simply be a fight for domination. It will be a drawn-out war of hatred. The fighting could last for decades. And nobody will ever realize that our real enemy, the one who started it all, is the peaceful, quiet province to the south of Hallandren." Chapter 56. Vivenna hung outside the window, breathing deeply, sweating heavily. She'd peeked inside. Denth was in there, as was Tonkfa. Vasher was hanging from a hook on the ceiling. He was bloodied, and he held no breath, but he seemed to be alive. "Can I stop both Denth and Tonkfa?" she thought. Her arms were tired. She had a couple of lengths of rope in her pocket she could awaken. What if she threw and missed? She had seen Denth fight. He was faster than she'd thought possible. She would have to surprise him, and if she missed, she would die. "What am I doing?" she thought. "Hanging from a wall, about to challenge two professional soldiers?" Her recent past gave her the strength to push down her fear. They might kill her, but that would be a quick end. She'd survived betrayals, the death of a dear friend,
and a time going mad from the illness, hunger, and terror of living on the streets. She'd been pushed down, forced to admit that she'd betrayed her people. There wasn't really any more they could do to her. For some reason, those thoughts gave her power. Surprised at her own determination, she quietly recovered the breath from her cloak and her leggings. She awakened a pair of rope pieces, telling them to grab when thrown. She said a quiet prayer to Astra, then pulled herself up through the window and into the room. Vasher was groaning. Tonk-Fa was dozing in the corner. Denth, holding a bloody knife, looked up immediately as she landed. The look of utter shock on his face was, in itself, almost worth everything she'd been through. She tossed the rope at him, threw the other at Tonk-Fa, then dashed into the room. Denth reacted immediately, cutting the rope out of the air with his dagger. The pieces of it twisted and wriggled, but weren't long enough to grab anything. The one she threw at Tonk-Fa, however, hit. He cried out, waking as it wrapped around his face and neck. Vivenna pulled to a halt beside Vasher's swinging body. Denth had his sword out. He'd pulled it free more quickly than she could track. She gulped, then pulled out her own sword, holding it forward as Vasher had taught her. Denth paused just briefly in surprise. That was enough. She swung, not for Denth, but for the rope holding Vasher to the ceiling. He fell with a grunt, and Denth struck, slamming the point of his dueling blade through her shoulder. She fell, gasping in pain. Denth stepped back. "Well, princess," he said, warily holding his blade. "I didn't expect to see you here." Tonk-Fa made a gagging sound as the rope twisted around his neck, choking him. He struggled to pull it free with little success. Once, the pain in her shoulder might have been debilitating, but after the beatings she'd taken on the street, it seemed somewhat familiar to her. She looked up and met Denth's eyes. "Was this supposed to be a rescue?" Denth asked. "Because, honestly, I'm not very impressed." Tonk-Fa knocked over his stool in his thrashing. Denth glanced at him, then back at Vivenna. There was a moment of silence, save for Tonk-Fa's weakening struggles. Finally, Denth cursed and jumped over to cut at the rope on his friend's neck. "You all right?" Vasher asked from beside her. She was shocked by how solid his voice sounded, despite his bloodied body. She nodded. "They're going to send Lifeless marching on your homeland," he said. "We've been wrong about this all along. I don't know who's behind it, but I think they're winning the fight for the palace." Denth finally got the rope cut free. "You need to run," Vasher said, wiggling his hands free from their rope bonds. "Get back to your people. Tell them not to fight the Lifeless. They need to flee through the northern passes, hide in the highlands. Do not fight, or bring other kingdoms into the war." Vivenna glanced back at Denth, who was smacking Tonk-Fa back to consciousness. Then she closed her eyes. "Your breath to mine," she said, drawing back the breath from her hand tassels, adding it to the large amount she still held from before. She reached out, placing her hand on Vasher. "Vivenna," he said. "My life to yours," she said. "My breath become yours." Her world became a thing of dullness. Beside her, Vasher gasped, then began to convulse at the bestowal of breath. Denth stood up, spinning. "You do it, Vasher," Vivenna whispered. "You'll be far better at it than I will be." "Stubborn woman," Vasher said as he overcame the convulsions. He reached out, as if to restore her breath to her, but noticed Denth. Denth smiled, raising his blade. Vivenna put a hand to her shoulder, stopping the blood flow. and she began to push herself back toward the window. Though, without breath, she wasn't certain what she intended to do there. Vasher stood up, taking her sword in his hand. He wore only the bloody knee-length underbreeches, but his stance was firm. He slowly wrapped the rope he'd been hanging from around his waist, forming his characteristic belt. How does he do it? She thought. Where does his strength come from? I should have hurt you more, Denth said. I took my time, savoring it too much. Vasher snorted, tying off the belt. Denth seemed to be waiting, anticipating something. I've always found it funny that we bleed, just like ordinary men, Denth said. We might be stronger, might live much longer, but we die just the same. Not the same, Vasher said, raising Vivenna's blade. Other men die with far more honor than we, Denth. Denth smiled. Vivenna could see excitement in his eyes. He always claimed that there was no way Vasher could have beaten his friend Arsteel in a duel, she thought. He wants to fight Vasher. He wants to prove to himself that Vasher isn't as good as he is. Blades whipped into motion, and after just a quick exchange, Vivenna could see that there was no contest. Denth was clearly the better. Perhaps it was Vasher's wounds. Perhaps it was the growing anger she saw in Vasher's eyes as he fought, marring his ability to be calm and collected during the fight. Maybe he just really wasn't as good as Denth. However, as Vivenna watched, she realized that Vasher was going to lose. I didn't do all this so you could just die, she thought, rising to try to help. A hand fell on her shoulder, pushing her back down. I don't think so, Tonkfa said, looming over her. Nice trick with a rope, by the way. Very clever. I know a few tricks with ropes myself. Did you know, for instance, that a rope can be used to burn a person's flesh? He smiled, then leaned down. Mercenary humor, you see. His cloak slid slightly off his shoulder, falling against her cheek. It can't be, she thought. I escaped from him. I tried to awaken his cloak, but used a bad command. Could he have been stupid enough to keep wearing it? She smiled, glancing over her shoulder. Vasher had backed against the far wall to the window, and he was sweating profusely, bloody drops falling to the ground. Denth forced him back again, and Vasher stepped up on the table by the far wall, seeking higher ground. She looked back at Tonkfa, his cloak still touching her cheek. Your breath to mine, she said. She felt a sudden, welcoming burst of breath. Huh? Tonkfa said. Nothing, she said. Just attack and grab Denth. Command made. Visualization made. The cloak began to quiver. Tonkfa's shirt drained of color, and his eyes widened with surprise. The cloak suddenly whipped into the air, yanking Tonkfa to the side and causing him to stumble away from her. That's why I'm the princess, and you're just a mercenary, she thought with satisfaction, rolling over. Tonkfa cried out. Denth spun at the sound, yelling as the very large, very uncoordinated Pan Kal man crashed into him, cloak whipping about. Denth slammed backward, catching Vasher by surprise as they rammed together. Tonkfa grunted. Denth cursed. And Vasher was shoved backward out the window. Vivenna blinked in surprise. That wasn't what she'd been intending. Denth cut away the cloak, pushing Tonkfa back. All was silent in the room for a moment. Go grab your squad of lifeless, Denth said. Now! You think he'll live? Tonkfa asked. He just fell out the third-story window.
plummeting towards certain doom. Dent said, "Of course he'll live. Send the squad to the front doors to slow him." Dent glanced at Vivenna. "You, Princess, are far more trouble than you're worth."
"So people are fond of telling me," she said with a sigh, raising her bloodied hand to her shoulder again, too exhausted to be as scared as she probably should have been. Vasher fell toward the hard stone blocks below. He watched the window retreat above him.
"Almost," he thought with frustration. "I just about had him."
Wind whistled. He screamed in frustration, pulling free the rope at his waist. Vivenna's breath, a lively strength within him.
"Grab things,"
he commanded, whipping the rope out, drawing color from his blood-stained shorts. They bled to gray, and the rope wrapped around an outcropping of stone on the palace wall. It pulled taut, and he ran sideways along the ebony blocks, slowing his fall.
"Your breath to mine,"
he yelled, as his momentum slowed. The rope dropped free, and he landed on the first block.
"Become as my leg, and give it strength,"
he commanded, drawing color from the blood on his chest. The rope twisted down, wrapping around his leg and foot as he leaped off. He landed on the next block, 1 foot down. The coiled rope, and its strange, inhuman muscles, bearing the brunt of the shock. 4 hops, and he hit the ground. A group of soldiers stood amidst some bodies at the front gates, looking confused. Vasher barreled toward them, colorless, translucent blood dropping from his skin as he drew his breath back from the rope. He scooped a sword from a fallen soldier. The men before the gates turned and readied their weapons. He didn't have the time or the patience for pleasantries. He struck, cutting men down with quick efficiency. He wasn't as good as Dent, but he had practiced for a very, very long time. Unfortunately, there were a lot of men. Maybe too many to fight. Vasher cursed, spinning between them, dropping another one. He bent down, slapping his hand against the waist of a fallen soldier, touching both shirt and pants, looping his fingers around the colored inner undershirt. "Fight for me, as if you were me," he commanded, draining the man's undershirt completely gray. Vasher spun, blocking a sword strike. Another came from the side, and another. He couldn't block them all. A sword flashed in the air, blocking a weapon that would have hit Vasher. The dead man's shirt and trousers, having pulled themselves free, stood holding a blade. They struck, as if controlled by an invisible person inside, blocking and attacking with skill. Vasher put his back to the awakened construct. When he had a chance, he made another one, draining away his remaining breath. They fought in a trio, Vasher and his 2 sets of awakened clothing. The guards cursed, much more wary now. Vasher eyed them, planning an attack. At that moment, a troop of some 50 lifeless barreled around the corner, charging toward him. "Colors," Vasher thought. He growled in rage, striking and taking down another soldier. "Colors, colors, colors!" "You shouldn't swear," a voice said in his head. "Shashara told me that was evil." Vasher spun toward the sound. A little line of black smoke was trailing out from beneath the closed front doors of the palace. "Aren't you going to thank me?" Nightblood said. "I came to save you." One of his sets of clothing fell, the leg cut off by a soldier's clever strike. Vasher reached back, drawing the breath back from the second set of clothing, then stepped with an unclothed toe on the fallen set, recovering the breath from it as well. The soldiers backed away, wary, more than happy to let the lifeless take him. And in that moment of peace, Vasher charged for the gates to the palace. He threw his shoulder against them, slamming them open, skidding into the entryway. A large group of men lay dead on the ground. Nightblood sprouted from one man's chest, as usual, hilt pointing toward the sky. Vasher hesitated only briefly. He could hear Lifeless charging up behind him. He ran forward and grabbed Nightblood's hilt and pulled the sword free, leaving the sheath behind in the body. The blade sprayed a wave of black liquid as he swung it. The liquid dissolved into smoke before touching walls or floor, like water in an oven. Smoke twisted, some rising from the blade, some falling in a stream to the floor, dripping like black blood. "Destroy!" Nightblood's voice boomed in his head. "The evil must be destroyed!" Pain shot up Vasher's arm, and he felt his breath being leached away, sucked into the blade, fueling its hunger. Drawing the weapon had a terrible cost. At that moment, he didn't really care. He spun toward the charging Lifeless, and, enraged, attacked. Each creature he struck with the blade immediately flashed and became smoke. A single scratch, and the bodies dissolved like paper being consumed by an invisible fire, leaving behind only a large stain of blackness in the air. Vasher spun among them, striking with wrath, killing Lifeless after Lifeless. Black smoke churned around him, and his arm twisted with pain as vein-like tendrils climbed up the hilt and around his forearm, like black blood vessels that latched onto his skin, feeding off his breath. In a matter of minutes, the breath Vivenna had given him had been reduced by half. Yet in those moments, he destroyed all 50 Lifeless. The soldiers outside pulled to a halt, watching the display. Vasher stood amidst a churning mass of deep ebony smoke. It slowly rose into the air, the only remnants of the 50 creatures he had destroyed. The soldiers ran away. Vasher screamed, charging toward the side of the room. He slammed Nightblood through a wall. The stone dissolved just as easily as flesh had, evaporating away before him. He burst through the dissipating black smoke, entering the next room. He didn't bother with the stairwell. He simply jumped onto a table and rammed Nightblood into the ceiling. A circle 10 feet wide vanished. Dark, mist-like smoke fell around him like streaks of paint. He awakened his rope again, and then tossed it up, using it to pull himself up onto the next floor. A moment later, he did it again, climbing onto the 3rd floor. He spun, slashing through walls, bellowing as he ran back toward Denth. The pain in his arm was incredible, and his breath was draining away at an alarming rate. Once it was gone, Nightblood would kill him. Everything was growing fuzzy. He slashed through a final wall, finding the room where he had been tortured. It was empty. He cried out, arm shaking, "Destroy! Evil!" Nightblood said in his mind. All lightness gone from the tone, all familiarity. It boomed like a command, an awful, inhuman thing. The longer Vasher held the sword, the faster it drained his breath. Gasping, he threw the sword aside and fell to his knees. It skidded, tearing a rip in the floor that puffed away into smoke. But it hit a wall with a pling and fell still. Smoke rose from the blade. Vasher knelt, arm twitching. The black veins on his skin slowly evaporated. He was left with just barely enough breath to reach the first tightening. Another few seconds, and Nightblood would have sucked the rest away. He shook his head, trying to clear his vision. Something fell to the tiled floor in front of him. A dueling blade. Vasher looked up. "Stand up," Denth said, eyes hard. "We're going to finish what we started." Chapter 57. Bluefingers led Ciri, held by several lifeless, up to the 4th floor of the palace, the top floor. They entered a room lavishly decorated with rich colors, even for Hallandren. Lifeless guards there let them pass, bowing their heads to Bluefingers. All the lifeless in the city are controlled by Bluefingers and his scribes, she thought. But even before that, the scribes had great power over the bureaucracy and workings of the kingdom. Did the Hallandren realize that they were dooming themselves by relegating the Pankal people to such lowly, yet important, positions? "My people will not fall for this," Ciri found herself saying as she was pulled to the front of the room. "They won't fight Hallandren. They'll retreat through the passes, take refuge in the highland valleys, or one of the outer kingdoms." The front of the room held a black block of stone, shaped like an altar. Ciri frowned. From behind, a group of lifeless entered the room, carrying the corpses of several priests. She saw Trelady's body among them. What? Ciri thought. Bluefingers turned toward her. "We'll make certain they're angry," he said. "Trust me. When this is through, Princess, Idris will fight until either it or Hallandren is destroyed." They tossed someone into the cell next to Lightsong. He looked up with weary eyes, uncaring. It was another returned. Which of the gods had they taken captive now? The God King, he thought. Interesting. He looked down again. What did it matter? He'd failed Blushweaver. He'd failed everyone. The lifeless armies were probably already marching on Idris. Hallandren and Idris would fight, and the Pankal would have their revenge. It had been 300 years coming. Vasher stood up with difficulty. He held the dueling sword in a weak hand, looking at Denth, still shaken by his use of Nightblood. The empty black hallway was now open around them. Vasher had destroyed several of the walls. It was amazing the roof hadn't fallen in. Corpses littered the floor, the result of the fights when Denth's men had taken over the palace. "I'll let you die easily," Denth said, raising his blade. "Just tell me the truth. You never beat Arsteel in a duel, did you?" Vasher raised his own blade. The cuts, the pain in his arm, the exhaustion of being awake so long, it was all wearing on him. Adrenaline could only get him so far, and even his body could only take so much. He didn't reply. "Have it your way," Denth said, attacking. Vasher backed away, forced to the defensive. Denth had always been better at swordplay. Vasher had been better at research, but what had that earned him? Discoveries that had caused the many war, an army of monsters that had killed so many. He fought. He fought well, he knew, considering how tired he was. But it did little good. Denth drove his blade through Vasher's left shoulder, Denth's favorite place for a first strike. It allowed his opponent to keep fighting, wounded, and drew out the fight for Denth's enjoyment. "You never beat Arsteel," Denth whispered. "You're going to kill me on that altar," Ciri said, standing in the strange room held by lifeless. Around her, other lifeless placed bodies on the floor. Priests. "It doesn't make sense, Bluefingers. You don't follow their religion. Why do this?" Bluefingers stood to the side, holding a knife. She could see the shame in his eyes. "Bluefingers," she said, forcing her voice to remain even, her hair to stay black. "Bluefingers, you don't have to do this." Bluefingers finally looked at her. "After all I've already done, do you think one more death means anything to me?" "After all you've done," she said, "do you really think one more death will matter for your cause?" He glanced at the altar. "Yes," he said. "You know how the Idrians whisper of the things that go on in the court of gods. Your people hate and distrust the Hallandran priests. They speak of murders done on dark altars in the backs of the palaces. Well, we are going to let a group of those Idrian mercenaries see this once you are dead. We'll show them that we were too late to save you, that the twisted priests had already killed you on one of their profane altars. We'll show them the dead priests we killed trying to save you. The Idrians will riot in the city. They're strained to snapping anyway. We have you to thank for that. The city will be in chaos, and there will be a slaughter, the like of which hasn't been seen since the Many War, as the Hallandran kill Idrian peasants to maintain order. Those Idrians who live will return to their homeland to tell the tale. They'll let everyone know that the Hallandran only wanted a princess of the royal blood so that they could sacrifice her to their god-king. It is exaggerated and foolish to think that the Hallandran would really do such a thing, but sometimes the wildest tales are the ones best believed, and the Idrians will accept this one. You know they will." And she did. She'd heard similar stories since her childhood. Hallandran was remote to her people, frightening, bizarre. Ciri struggled, feeling even more worried. Bluefingers glanced back at her. "I truly am sorry." "I am nothing," Lightsong thought. Why couldn't I save her? Why couldn't I protect her? He was crying again. Oddly, someone else was, too. The man in the cell next to him. The God King. Tsesebron moaned with frustration, pounding against the bars of his cage. He didn't speak, though, or denounce his captors. I wonder why that is, Lightsong thought. Men approached the God King's cell. Pankal men, with weapons. Their expressions were grim. Lightsong found it hard to care. You are a god. Larimar's words still challenged him. The high priest lay in his own cell, to Lightsong's left, eyes closed against the terrors around them. You are a god. To me, at least. Lightsong shook his head. No, I'm nothing. No god. Not even a good man. You are. To me. Water splashed against him. Lightsong shook his head, shocked. Thunder sounded, distant in his head. Nobody else seemed to notice. It was growing dark. What? He was on a ship. Tossing, pitching, on a dark sea. Lightsong stood on the deck, trying to stay upright on the slick boards. Part of him knew it was simply a hallucination, that he was still back in the prison cell. But it felt real. Very real. The waves churned. Black sky ripped by lightning ahead, and the ship's motion slammed his face against the wall of the ship's cabin. Light from a pole-mounted lantern flickered uncertainly. It seemed weak compared with the lightning, which was so violent and angry. Lightsong blinked. His face was pressed up against something painted on the wood. A red panther, glistening in the lantern light and the rain. The name of the ship, he remembered. The Red Panther. He wasn't Lightsong. Or he was, but he was a much smaller, pudgier version of himself. A man accustomed to being a scribe, to working long hours counting coins, checking ledgers. Seeking for lost money, that's what he'd done. People hired him to discover where they'd been cheated or if a contract hadn't been paid properly. His job was to look through the books, searching out hidden or confusing twists of arithmetic. A detective, just not the sort he had imagined. Waves crashed against the boat. Larimar, looking a few years younger, yelled for help from the prow. Deckhands rushed to his aid. It wasn't Larimar's ship, or even Lightsong's. They had borrowed it for a simple pleasure trip. Sailing was a hobby of Larimar's. The storm had come on suddenly. Lightsong lurched back to his feet, barely managing to stay up as he made his way forward, clutching the railing. Waves surged across the deck, and sailors struggled to keep the boat from capsizing. The sails were gone, only tattered shreds remaining. Wood creaked and cracked around him. Dark black water churned in the ocean just to his right. Larimar yelled to Lightsong, asking him to lash down the barrels. Lightsong nodded, grabbing a rope and tying one end to a davit. A wave hit and he skidded, almost falling over the rail into the water. He froze, gripping the rope, looking into the sea's mad, terrifying depths. He shook himself free, then tied the rope in a wide slip knot. It came naturally to him. Larimar had taken him on enough sailing trips now. Larimar called for help again, and suddenly a young woman left the cabin and ran across the deck, grabbing ropes as if to lend assistance. "Tatara!" a woman called from the cabin. There was terror in her voice. Lightsong looked up. He recognized the girl. He reached out, rope looped in his hands. He shouted for her to go back below, but his voice was lost in the thunder. She turned to look at him. The next wave tossed her into the ocean. Larimar cried out in despair. Lightsong watched, shocked. The deep blackness claimed his niece, engulfed her, swallowed her. Such great, horrible chaos. The sea in a storm at night. He felt useless, his heart thumping with fright as he watched the young woman get swept into the churning current. He saw flashes of her golden hair twisting in the water. A weak splash of color passing his side of the ship. It would soon be gone. Men cursed. Larimar screamed. A woman wept. Lightsong just stared into the bubbling deep, with its alternating froth and blackness. The terrible, terrible blackness. He still held the rope in his hand. Without thinking, he leaped up onto the railing and threw himself into the darkness. Icy water took him, but he reached out, thrashing and churning in the tempest. He barely knew how to swim. Something passed him. He grabbed it. Her foot. He threw the loop around her ankle, somehow managing to get the knot tight despite the water and the waves. As soon as he did, a surge in the undulating water yanked him away, sucking him down. He reached upward, toward where the lightning lit the surface. That light grew distant as he sank. Down, into the black deep, claimed by the void. He blinked, waves and thunder fading. He sat on the cool stones of his cell. The void had taken him, but something had sent him back. He'd returned because he'd seen war and destruction. The God King was yelling in fear. Lightsong looked over, as the fake priests grabbed Sisebron, and Lightsong could see into the God King's mouth. No tongue, Lightsong thought. Of course, to keep him from using all that biochroma. It makes sense. He turned to the side. Blushweaver's body lay red and bloodied. He'd seen that in a vision, in the vague shadows of morning memory. He'd thought that the image had been of her blushing, but now he remembered. He looked to the side. Larimar, eyes closed as if asleep. That image had been in his dream as well. Lightsong realized the man had them shut as he wept. The God King in prison. Lightsong had seen that too. But above it all, he remembered standing on the other side of a brilliant, colorful wave of light, looking down at the world from the other side, and seeing everything he loved dissolved into the destruction of war. A war greater than any the world had known. A war more deadly, even, than the Many War. He remembered the other side, and he remembered a voice, calm and comforting, offering him an opportunity to return. By the colors, Lightsong thought, standing up as the priests forced the God King to his knees. I am a god. Lightsong stepped forward, moving up to the bars of his cage. He saw pain and tears in the God King's face, and somehow understood them. The man did love Ciri. Lightsong had seen the same thing in the Queen's eyes. She had somehow come to care for the man who was to oppress her. You are my king, Lightsong whispered, and Lord of the Gods. The Pankal men forced the God King face down on the stones. One of the priests raised a sword. The God King's arm jutted out, his hand toward Lightsong. I have seen the void, he thought, and I came back. And then Lightsong reached through the bars and grasped the God King's hand. A fake priest looked up with alarm. Lightsong met the man's eyes, then smiled broadly, looking down at the God King. My life to yours, Lightsong said. My breath become yours. Denth slashed, wounding Vasher in the leg. Vasher stumbled, going down on one knee. Denth struck again, and Vasher barely managed to keep the sword away. Denth backed off, shaking his head. You are pathetic, Vasher. There you kneel, about to die, and you still think you're better than the rest of us. You judge me for becoming a mercenary? What else was I to do? Take over kingdoms, rule them, and start wars as you did? Vasher bowed his head. Denth growled and ran forward, lashing out with his sword. Vasher tried to defend himself, but he was just too weak. Denth knocked Vasher's weapon aside, then kicked him in the stomach, sending Vasher backward against the wall. Vasher slumped down, sword lost. He reached for a knife on the belt of a fallen soldier, but Denth stepped up and put his booted foot on Vasher's hand. You think I should just go back to the way I was before? Denth spat. The happy, friendly man everyone loved. You were a good person, Vasher whispered. That man saw and did terrible things, Denth said. I've tried, Vasher. I've tried going back. But the darkness, it's inside. I can't escape it. My laughter has an edge to it. I can't forget. I can make you, Vasher said. I know the commands. Denth froze. "I promise," Vasher said. "I will take it all from you, if you wish." Denth stood for a long moment, foot on Vasher's arm, sword lowered. Then finally he shook his head. "No. I don't deserve that. Neither of us do. Goodbye, Vasher." He raised his blade to strike, and Vasher moved his arm up, touching Denth's leg. "My life to yours. My breath become yours." Denth froze, then stumbled. 50 breaths fled from Vasher's chest and surged into Denth's body. They would be unwelcome, but he couldn't turn them away. 50 breaths. Not many, but enough. Enough to make Denth shake with pleasure. Enough to make him lose control for just a second, falling to his knees. And, in that second, Vasher stood, ripping the dagger free from the corpse beside him, then slashed it through Denth's throat. The mercenary fell back, eyes wide, neck bleeding. He shook amidst the pleasure of gaining new breaths, even as his life flowed from him. "Nobody ever expects it," Vasher whispered, stepping forward. "Breath is worth a fortune. To put it into someone, then kill them, is to lose more wealth than most men will ever know. They never expect it." Denth shook, bleeding, and lost control. His hair suddenly bled to deep black, then blonde, then an angry red. Finally, the hair turned white with terror and stayed there. He stopped moving, life fading away, new breaths and old, both vanishing. "You wanted to know how I killed Arsteel," Vasher said, spitting blood to the side. "Well, now you do." Blue Fingers picked up a knife. "The least I can do," he decided, "is to kill you myself, rather than letting the lifeless do it. I promise it will be quick. We will make it look like a pagan ritual afterward, sparing you the need to die in a painful way." He turned to her lifeless captors. "Tie her to the altar." Ciri struggled against the lifeless, holding her by the shoulders, but it was useless. They were terribly strong, and her hands were tied together. "Blue Fingers," she snapped, holding his eyes, "I will not die tied to some rock like a useless maid from one of the stories. You want me dead? Then have the decency to let me die standing up." Blue Fingers hesitated, but the authority in her voice actually seemed to make him cringe. He raised a hand, stopping the lifeless as they pulled her to the altar. "Very well," he said. "Hold her tightly." "You realize the wonderful opportunity you waste by killing me," she said as he approached. "The wife of the God King would make a wonderful hostage. You are a fool to kill me and—" He ignored her this time, taking the knife, placing it against her chest, picking his spot. She started to feel numb. She was going to die. She was actually going to die. And the war would start. "Please," she whispered. He looked at her, hesitated, then grew grim and drew back the dagger. The building began to shake. Blue Fingers looked to the side in alarm, glancing towards several of his scribes. They shook their heads in confusion. "Earthquake?" one asked. The floor began to turn white. The color moved like a wave of sunlight crossing the land as the sun rose above the mountains. The walls, the ceiling, the floor, all of the black stone faded. The priests stepped away from it, looking frightened, one hopping onto a rug to keep from touching the strange white stones. Bluefingers looked at her, confused. The ground continued to tremble, but he raised his blade anyway, held in fingers that had been stained repeatedly by ink. And, strangely, Ciri saw the whites of his eyes bend and release a rainbow of colors. The entire room burst with color, the white stones fuzzing and splitting like light through a prism. The doors to the room exploded. A twisting mass of colorful cloth shot through it, like the countless tentacles of an enraged sea leviathan. They churned and curled, and Ciri recognized tapestries, carpets, and long lengths of silk from the palace decorations. Awakened cloth slapped aside lifeless, curling around them, tossing them into the air. Priests cried out as they were snatched up, and a long, thin length of violet cloth snapped forward and wrapped around Bluefinger's arm. The surging mass undulated, churning, and Ciri could finally see a figure walking in the middle of it. A man of epic proportions, black of hair, pale of face, youthful in appearance, but of great age. Bluefinger struggled to ram his knife into Ciri's chest, but the God King raised a hand. "You will stop," Sesebron said, in a clear voice. Bluefingers froze, looking toward the God King in amazement. The dagger slipped from his stunned fingers as an awakened carpet twisted around him, pulling him away from Ciri. Ciri stood, dumbfounded. Sesebron's cloths lifted him up and over beside her, and a pair of small silken handkerchiefs reached forward, sliding around the ropes binding her hands, untying them with ease. Freed, she grabbed him and let him lift her into his arms, weeping. Chapter 58. The closet door opened, letting in lantern light. Vivenna looked up, gagged and bound, at Vasher's silhouette. He dragged Nightblood behind him, covered, as usual, by his silver sheath. Looking very tired, Vasher knelt and undid her gag. "About time," she noted. He smiled wanly. "I don't have any breath remaining," he said quietly. "It was very hard to locate you." "Where did it all go?" she asked as he undid the ropes on her hands. "Nightblood devoured most of it." "I don't believe him," Nightblood said happily. "I can't really remember what happened, but we did slay a lot of evil." "You drew him?" Vivenna asked as Vasher untied her feet. Vasher nodded. Vivenna rubbed her hands. "Denth?" "Dead," Vasher said. "No sign of Tonk Fa or the woman Jules. I think they took their money and fled." "So it's over." Vasher nodded, sliding down to seat himself, resting his head against the wall. "And we lost." She frowned, grimacing at the pain of her wounded shoulder. "What do you mean?" "Denth was being employed by some of the Pankal scribes in the palace," Vasher said. "They wanted to start a war between Idris and Hallandren, in the hope that it would weaken both kingdoms and let Pankal gain independence." So? Denth is dead now.
So are the scribes, who had the command phrases for the lifeless armies,
Vasher said.
and they already dispatched the troops. The lifeless left the city over an hour ago, charging for Idris.
Vivenna fell silent.
All of this fighting, everything with Denth, that was secondary,
Vasher said, knocking his head back against the wall.
It distracted us. I couldn't get to the lifeless in time. The war has begun. There's no way to stop it.
Sisebron led Ciri down into the depths of the palace. Ciri walked beside him, carefully cradled in his arm, 100 twisting lengths of cloth spinning around them. Even with that many things awakened, he still had enough breath to make every color they passed glow brightly. Of course, that didn't work for many of the stones they passed. Though large chunks of the building were still black, at least half of it had been turned white. Not just the gray of normal awakening, they had been made bone white. And becoming that white, they now reacted to his incredible biochroma, splitting back into colors. Like a circle, somehow, she thought. Colorful, then white, then back to color. He led her into a particular chamber, and she saw what he'd told her to expect. Scribes crushed by the carpets that he'd awakened, bars ripped from their mountings, walls broken down. A ribbon shot from Sisebron, turning over a body so that she wouldn't have to see its wound. She wasn't paying much attention. In the midst of the rubble were a pair of corpses. One was Blushweaver, bloody and red, face down. The other was Lightsong, his entire body drained of color, as if he were a lifeless. His eyes were closed, and he seemed to sleep, as if at peace. A man sat next to him, Lightsong's high priest, holding the god's head in his lap. The priest looked up. He smiled, though she could see tears in his eyes. "I don't understand," she said, looking at Sisebron.
"Lightsong gave his life to heal me," the God King said. "He somehow knew that my tongue had been removed. The returned can heal one person," the priest said, looking down at his god. "It's their duty to decide who and when. They come back for this purpose, some say, to give life to one person who needs it." "I never knew him," Sisebron said. "He was a very good person," Ciri said. "I realize that, though I never spoke to him. Somehow he was noble enough to die so that I might live." The priest smiled down. "The amazing thing is," he said, "Lightsong did that twice." "He told me that I couldn't depend on him in the end," Ciri thought, smiling slightly, though sorrowful at the same time. I guess he lied about that. How very like him. "Come," Sisebron said. "We must gather what is left of my priests. We have to find a way to stop our armies from destroying your people." "There has to be a way, Vasher," Vivenna said. She knelt next to him. He tried to push down his rage, his anger at himself. He'd come to the city to stop a war. Once again, he'd been too late. 40,000 lifeless, he said, pounding his fist against the floor. "I can't stop that many, not even with Nightblood and the breaths of every person in the city. Even if I could somehow keep up with their marching,
One would eventually get in a lucky strike and kill me.
There has to be a way, Vivenna said.
Has to be a way. I thought the same thing before, he said, putting his head in his hands. I wanted to stop it. But by the time I realized what was happening, it had gone too far. It had taken on a life of its own.
What are you talking about?
The many war,
Vasher whispered. Silence. Who are you? He kept his eyes closed. They used to call him Taloxin, Nightblood said. Taloxin, Vivenna said, amused. Nightblood, that's one of the 5 scholars. She trailed off. He lived over 300 years ago, she finally said.
Biochroma can keep a man alive a long time,
Vasher said, sighing and opening his eyes. She didn't argue. They used to call him other things, too, Nightblood said. If you're really one of them, Vivenna said, then you'll know how to stop the lifeless.
Sure,
Vasher said wryly.
With other lifeless.
That's it?
The easiest. Barring that, we can chase them down and grab them one at a time, then break them and replace their command phrases. But even if you had the 8th heightening to let you break commands instinctively, changing so many would take weeks.
He shook his head.
You could have an army fight them, but they are our army. The Hallandran forces aren't large enough to fight the lifeless on their own, and they wouldn't be able to get to Idris with any semblance of speed. The lifeless will beat them by days. Lifeless don't sleep, don't eat, and can march tirelessly.
Ike or alcohol, Vivenna said. They'll run out.
It's not like food, Vivenna. It's like blood. They need a new supply if they get cut and drained, or if it gets corrupted. A few will probably stop working without maintenance, but only a small number.
She fell silent. Well then, we awaken an army of our own to fight them. He smiled wanly. He felt so lightheaded. He'd bound his wounds, the bad ones anyway, but he wouldn't be doing more fighting anytime soon. Vivenna didn't look much better, with that bloody stain on her shoulder.
Awaken an army of our own, he said. First, where would you get the breath? I used all of yours. Even if we find my clothing, which still has some in it, we'll only have a couple hundred. It takes 1 per lifeless. We're severely overmatched.
The God King, she said.
Can't use his breath,
Vasher said.
The man's tongue was removed when he was a child.
And you can't get it out of him somehow? Vasher shrugged.
The 10th heightening allows a man to command mentally, without speaking, but it can take months of training to learn how to do that, even if you have someone to teach you. I think his priests must know how, so they can transfer that wealth of breath from one king to another, but I doubt they've trained him yet. One of their duties is to keep him from using his breaths in the first place.
He's still our best option, Vivenna said.
Oh? And you'll use his power how? Make lifeless? Are you forgetting that we'll need to find 40,000 bodies?
She sighed, resting back against the wall. Vasher? Nightblood asked in his mind. Didn't you leave an army behind here last time? He didn't reply. Vivenna opened her eyes, however. Apparently, Nightblood had decided to include her in all of his thoughts now.
"What is this?" she asked.
"Nothing,"
Vasher said.
No, it's not," Nightblood said. "I remember. You talked to that priest, told him to take care of your breath for you, should you need it again. And you gave him your army. It stopped moving. You called it a gift for the city. Don't you remember? It was just yesterday."
"Yesterday?" Vivenna asked.
"When the many-war stopped," Nightblood said. "When was that?" "He doesn't understand time," Vasher said. "Don't listen to him."
"No," Vivenna said, studying him. "He knows something." She thought for a moment, then her eyes opened wide. "Kalad's army," she said, pointing at him. "His phantoms. You know where they are." He hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "Where?"
"Here. In the city."
"We have to use them." He eyed her.
"You're asking me to give Hallandren a tool, Vivenna. A terrible tool. Something worse than what they have now."
"And if that army of theirs slaughters my people?" Vivenna asked. "Could what you're talking about give them more power than that?"
"Yes."
She fell silent. "Do it anyway," she said. He glanced at her. "Please, Vasher." He closed his eyes again, remembering the destruction he had caused, the wars that had started, all because of the things he had learned to create.
"You would give your enemies such power?"
"They're not my enemies," she said, "even if I hate them." He regarded her for a moment, then finally stood.
"Let's find the God King. If he even still lives, then we shall see."
"My lord and lady," said the priest, bowing with his face down before them. "We heard rumors of a plot to attack the palace. That's why we locked you away. We wanted to protect you." Ciri looked at the man, then glanced at Sisebron. The God King rubbed his chin in thought. They both recognized this man as one of his actual priests, rather than an impostor. They'd only been able to determine that with certainty for a handful of them. They imprisoned the others, sending for the city guard to come in and start cleaning up the wreckage of the palace. The breeze blew Ciri's hair, red, to show her displeasure, as they stood atop the palace.
"There, my lord,"
a guard said, pointing. Sisebron turned, walking over to the edge of the palace. Most of his entourage of twisting cloths were no longer streaming about him, but they waited on his will in a pile on the rooftop. Ciri joined him at the side of the palace, and in the distance she could make out a smudge and what looked like smoke.
"The lifeless army," the guard said. "Our scouts have confirmed that it's marching toward Idris. Almost everyone in the city saw it pass out through the gates."
"That smoke?" Ciri asked.
"Dust of its passing, my lady," the guard said. "That's a lot of soldiers."
She looked up at Sisebron. He frowned.
"I could stop them."
His voice was stronger than she had expected it to be. Deeper.
"My lord?"
the guard asked.
"With this much breath," Sisebron said, "I could charge them. Use these cloths to tie them up."
"My lord," the guard said hesitantly,
"there are 40,000 of them. They would cut at the cloth, overwhelm you."
Sisebron seemed resolute.
"I have to try."
"No," Ciri said, laying a hand on his chest.
"Your people."
"We'll send messengers," she said, "explaining our regret. My people can withdraw, ambush the lifeless. We can send troops to help."
"We don't have many," he said, "and they won't get there very quickly. Could your people really get away?"
No, she thought, heart-wrenching. You don't know that, though, and you're innocent enough to believe they can escape. Her people might survive as a whole, but many would die. Sisebron getting himself killed fighting the creatures wouldn't be of much use, however. He had amazing power, but fighting so many lifeless was well beyond the scope of whatever he could do. He saw the look in her face, and surprisingly, he read it well.
"You don't believe that they can get away," he said. "You're just trying to protect me."
Surprising how well he understands me already.
"My lord!"
a voice said from behind. Sisebron turned, looking across the top of the palace. They'd come to the top partially to get a look at the lifeless, but also because both Ciri and Sisebron were tired of being closed in tight quarters. They wanted to be in the open, where it would be harder to sneak up on them. A guard came out of the stairwell, then walked over, hand on sword. He bowed.
"My lord, there's someone here to see you." "I don't want to see anyone," Sisebron said. "Who are they?"
Amazing how well he can speak, she thought, never having had a tongue. What did Lightsong's breath do? It healed more than his body. It gave him the capacity to use the regrown tongue.
"My lord," the guard said, "the visitor. She has the royal locks."
"What?" Ciri asked with surprise. The guard turned, and, shockingly, Vivenna stepped up onto the roof of the palace. Or Ciri thought it was Vivenna. She wore trousers and a tunic, with a sword tied at her waist, and she appeared to have a bloody wound on one shoulder. She saw Ciri and smiled, her hair turning yellow with joy. Vivenna's hair changing? Ciri thought. It can't be her. But it was. The woman laughed, dashing across the top of the roof. Some guards stopped her, but Ciri waved for them to let the woman pass. She ran over, embracing Ciri. "Vivenna?" The woman smiled ruefully. "Yes, mostly," she said. She glanced at Sisebron. "I'm sorry," Vivenna said quietly. "I came to the city to try rescuing you." "That was very kind of you," Ciri said. "But I don't need rescuing." Vivenna frowned more deeply.
"And who is this, Ciri?"
Sisebron asked. "My eldest sister."
"Ah,"
Sisebron said, bowing his head cordially.
"Ciri has told me much about you, Princess Vivenna. I wish we could have met under better circumstances."
Vivenna stared at the man with shock. "He's not really as bad as they say," Ciri said, smiling. "Most of the time."
"That is sarcasm,"
Sisebron said.
"She is quite fond of it."
Vivenna turned from the God King. "Our homeland is under attack." "I know," Ciri said. "We're working on that. I'm preparing messengers to send to Father." "I have a better way," Vivenna said. "But you'll have to trust me." "Of course," Ciri said. "I have a friend who needs to speak with the God King," Vivenna said, "where he can't be overheard by guards." Ciri hesitated. Silly, she thought. This is Vivenna. I can trust her. She'd thought she could trust Bluefingers, too. Vivenna regarded her with a curious expression.
"If this can help save Idris,"
Sisebron said,
"then I will do it. Who is this person?"
Moments later, Vivenna stood quietly on the roof of the palace with the God King of Halandren. Ciri stood a short walk away, watching the lifeless churn dust in the distance. All of them waited, while the soldiers searched Vasher for weapons. He stood with arms upraised on the other side of the rooftop, surrounded by suspicious guards. He had wisely left Nightblood below, and didn't have any other weapons on him. He didn't even have any breath.
"Your sister is an amazing woman,"
the God King said. Vivenna glanced at him. This was the man she was to have married, the terrible creature that she was supposed to have given herself to. She'd never expected to end up like this, pleasantly chatting with him. She'd also never expected that she'd like him. It was a quick judgment. She'd gotten over chastising herself for making those, though she had learned to leave them open for revision. She saw kindness in his fondness for Ciri. How had a man like this ended up as God King of terrible Hallandren? "Yes," she said, "she is."
"I love her," Sisebron said. "I would have you know this."
Slowly, Vivenna nodded, glancing over at Ciri. She's changed so much, Vivenna thought. When did she become so regal, with that commanding bearing and ability to keep her hair black? Her little sister, no longer quite as little, seemed to wear the expensive dress well. It fit her. Odd. On the other end of the rooftop, the guards took Vasher behind a screen to change. They obviously wanted to be certain none of his clothing was awakened. He left a few moments later, wearing a wrap around his waist, but nothing else. His chest was cut and bruised, and Vivenna thought it shameful that he should be forced to undergo such humiliation. He suffered it, walking across the rooftop with an escort. As he did, Ciri walked back, eyes watching him keenly. Vivenna had spoken with her sister briefly, but could already tell that Ciri no longer took pride in being unimportant. Changed, indeed. Vasher arrived, and Sisebron dismissed the guards. Behind him, the jungles extended to the north toward Idris. Vasher glanced at Vivenna, and she thought he might tell her to go. However, he finally just turned away from her, looking resigned.
"Who are you?"
Sisebron asked.
"The one responsible for you getting your tongue cut out,"
Vasher said. Sisebron raised an eyebrow. Vasher closed his eyes. He didn't speak, didn't use his breath or make a command. Yet, suddenly, he started to glow. Not as a lantern would glow, not as the sun glowed, but with an aura that made colors brighter. Vivenna started as Vasher increased in size. He opened his eyes and adjusted the wrap at his waist, making room for his growth. His chest became more firm, the muscles bulging, and the scruffy beard on his face retreated, leaving him clean-shaven. His hair turned golden. He still bore the cuts on his body, but they seemed inconsequential. He seemed divine. The God King watched with interest. He was now faced by a fellow god, a man of his own stature.
"I don't care if you believe me or not,"
Vasher said, his voice sounding more noble.
"But I will have you know that I left something here, long ago. A wealth of power that I promised to one day recover. I gave instructions for its care, and a charge that it should not be used. The priests, apparently, took this to heart."
Sisebron, surprisingly, dropped to one knee.
"My lord," Where have you been? Paying for what I've done,
Vasher said.
or trying to. That is unimportant. Stand.
What is going on? Vivenna thought. Ciri looked equally confused, and the sisters shared a look. Sisebron stood, though he kept his posture reverent.
You have a group of rogue lifeless,
Vasher said.
You've lost control of them. I'm sorry, my lord,
the God King said. Vasher regarded him. Then he glanced at Vivenna. She nodded her head. I trust him.
It's not about trust,
Vasher said, turning back to Sisebron.
Either way, I am going to give you something.
What?
My army,
Vasher said. Sisebron frowned.
But, my lord, our lifeless just marched away to attack Idris. No,
Vasher said.
Not that army. I'm going to give you the one I left behind 300 years ago. The people call them Kalad's Phantoms. They are the force by which I made Hallandren stop its war.
Stop the many war, my lord? Sisebron said.
You did that by negotiation.
Vasher snorted.
You don't know much about war, do you?
The God King paused, then shook his head.
No. Well, learn,
Vasher said.
Because I charge you with command of my army. Use it to protect, not attack. Only use it in an emergency.
The God King nodded, dumbly. Vasher glanced at him, then sighed.
My sin be hidden.
What? Sisebron asked.
It's a command phrase,
Vasher said.
The one you can use to give new orders to the Dedenner statues I left in your city.
But my lord, Sisebron said, stone cannot be awakened.
The stone hasn't been awakened,
Vasher said.
There are human bones in those statues. They are lifeless.
Human bones. Vivenna felt a chill. He'd told her that bones were usually a bad choice to awaken, because it was hard to keep them in the shape of a man during the awakening process. But what if those bones were encased in stone? Stone that held its shape, stone that would protect them from harm, make them nearly impossible to hurt or break. Awakened objects could be so much stronger than human muscles. If a lifeless could be created from bones, made strong enough to move a rock body around it, you'd have soldiers unlike any that had ever existed. Colors, she thought.
There are some 1,000 original Dedenner in the city,
Vasher said.
And most of them should still function, even still. I created them to last.
But they have no ichor alcohol, Vivenna said. They don't even have veins. Vasher looked at her. It was him. The same look to the face, the same expressions. He hadn't changed shape to look like someone else. He just looked like a returned version of himself. What was going on?
We didn't always have ichor alcohol,
Vasher said.
It makes the awakening easier and cheaper, but it isn't the only way. And in the minds of many, I believe it has become a crutch.
He glanced at the God King again.
You should be able to imprint them quickly with a new security phrase, then order them out to stop the other army. I think you'll find those phantoms of mine to be very effective. Weapons are virtually useless against stone.
Sisebron nodded again.
They are your responsibility now,
Vasher said, turning away.
Do better with them than I did.
Epilogue. The next day, an army of 1,000 stone soldiers charged from the gates of the city, running down the highway after the lifeless who had left the day before. Vivenna stood outside the city, leaning against the wall, watching them go. How often did I stand under the gaze of those Dudenner, she thought, never knowing they were alive, just waiting to be commanded again. Everyone said that Peacegiver had left the statues behind as a gift to the people, a symbol to remind them not to go to war. She'd always found it strange. A bunch of statues of soldiers, a gift to remind the people that war was terrible. And yet, they were a gift. The gift that had ended the many-war. She turned toward Vasher. He, too, leaned against the city wall, night blood in one hand. His body had reverted to its mortal form, scraggly hair and all. "What was that first thing you taught me about awakening?" she asked.
"That we don't know much," he asked. "That there are hundreds, perhaps thousands of commands that we haven't discovered yet."
"That's the one," she said, turning to watch the awakened statues charge into the distance. "I think you were right."
"You think?"
She smiled. "Will they really be able to stop the other army?"
"Probably," Vasher said, shrugging. "They'll be fast enough to catch up. The flesh lifeless won't be able to march as quickly as the ones with stone feet. I've seen those things fight before. They're really tough to beat."
She nodded. "So my people will be safe?"
"Unless that God King decides to use the lifeless statues to conquer them."
She snorted. "Has anyone ever told you that you're a grump, Vasher?" "Finally," Nightblood said. "Someone agrees with me."
Vasher scowled. "I'm not a grump," he said. "I'm just bad with words."
She smiled.
"Well, that's it then," he said, picking up his pack. "See you around." With that, he began to walk along the path away from the city.
Vivenna walked up next to him.
"What are you doing?"
he asked. "Going with you," she said.
"You're a princess," he said. "Stay with that girl who rules Hallandren. Or go back to Idris and be proclaimed as the heroine who saved them. Either way will give you a happy life."
"No," she said. "I don't think so. Even if my father did take me back, I doubt that I'll ever be able to live a happy life in either a plush palace or a quiet town."
"You'll think differently. After a little time on the road. It's a difficult life."
"I know," she said. "But, well, everything I've been, everything I was trained to do, has been a lie wrapped in hatred. I don't want to go back to it. I'm not that person. I don't want to be."
"Who are you, then?"
"I don't know," she said, nodding toward the horizon. "But I think I'll find the answer out there." They walked for another short time.
"Your family will worry about you,"
Vasher said. "They'll get over it," she replied. Finally, he just shrugged.
"All right. I don't really care."
She smiled. "It's true," she thought. "I don't want to go back." Princess Vivenna was dead. She died on the streets of Teteller. Vivenna the Awakener had no desire to bring her back. "So," she asked as they walked along the jungle road, "I can't figure it out. Which one are you? Khalad, who started the war? Or Peacegiver, who ended it? He didn't answer immediately.
It's odd, he finally said, what history does to a man. I guess people couldn't understand why I suddenly changed, why I stopped fighting, and why I brought the Phantoms back to seize control of my own kingdom. So they decided I must have been two people. A man can get confused about his identity when things like that happen.
She grunted in assent. You're still returned, though.
Of course I am, he said.
Where did you get the breath? She asked. The one a week you need to survive.
I carried them with me, on top of the one that makes me returned. In a lot of ways, returned aren't quite what people think they are. They don't automatically have hundreds or thousands of breath.
But
they're of the fifth heightening,
Vasher said, interrupting her.
But they don't get there by the number of breaths, but by the quality. Returned have a single, powerful breath, one that takes them all the way to the fifth heightening. It's a divine breath, you might say. But their body feeds on breath like the sword.
Vasher nodded.
Nightblood only needs it when he's drawn. Returned feed off their breath once a week, so if you don't give them one, they essentially eat themselves, devouring their one single breath, killing them. However, if you give them extra breath, on top of their single divine one, they'll feed off those each week.
So the Hallandran gods could be fed more than one, Vivenna said. They could have a stock of breaths, a buffer to keep them alive if one couldn't be provided.
Vasher nodded. Wouldn't make them as dependent on their religion to care for them, though.
That's a cynical way of looking at it. He shrugged. So you're going to burn up a breath every week, she said, reducing our stock. He nodded.
I used to have thousands of breath. I ate all of those.
Thousands? But it would take you years and years to... She trailed off. He'd been alive for over 300 years. If he absorbed 50 breaths a year, that was thousands of breaths. You're an expensive guy to keep around, she noted. How do you keep yourself from looking like a returned? And why don't you die when you give away your breaths?
Those are my secrets,
he said, not looking at her.
Though you should have figured out that returned can change their forms.
She raised an eyebrow.
You've got returned blood in you, he said. The royal line. Where do you think that ability to change your hair color comes from?
Does that mean I can change more than just my hair?
Maybe, he said. Takes time to learn. Go stroll around the Hallandran Court of Gods sometime, though. You'll find that the gods look exactly as they think they should. The old ones look old. The heroic ones become strong. The ones who think a beautiful goddess should be well-endowed become unnaturally voluptuous. It's all about how they perceive themselves.
And this is how you perceive yourself, Vasher? She thought, curious. As the scraggly man, rough and unkempt? She said nothing of that. She just walked on, her life sense letting her feel the jungle around them. They'd recovered Vasher's cloak, shirt, and trousers, the ones that Denth had originally taken from him. There had been enough breath in those to split between the two of them and get them each to the second heightening. It wasn't as much as she was used to, but it was a fair bit better than nothing. So where are we going, anyway?
Ever heard of Cuth and Huth? He asked.
Sure, she said. They were your main rivals in the Many War.
Somebody's trying to restore them, he said. A tyrant of some kind. He's apparently recruited an old friend of mine.
Another one? She asked. He shrugged.
There were 5 of us. Me, Denth, Shashara, Arsteel, and Yestil. It looks like Yestil has resurfaced. Finally.
He's related to Arsteel? Vivenna guessed.
Brothers.
Great.
I know. He's the one who originally figured out how to make Ichor alcohol. I heard rumors that he got a new form of it. More potent.
Even better. They walked in silence for a time longer. I'm bored, Nightblood said. Pay attention to me. Why doesn't anyone ever talk to me?
Because you're annoying,
Vasher snapped. The sword huffed. What's your real name? Vivenna finally asked.
My real name?
Vasher asked. Yes, she said. Everyone calls you things. Peacegiver, Kalad, Vasher, Taloxin. Is that last one your real name? The name of the scholar? He shook his head.
No.
Well, what is it then?
I don't know, he said. I can't remember the time before I returned.
Oh, she said.
When I came back, however, I did get a name.
He finally said.
The cult of Returned, those who eventually founded the Halandran iridescent tones, found me and kept me alive with breaths. They gave me a name. I didn't like it much. Didn't seem to fit me.
Well, she asked, what was it?
Warbreaker the Peaceful,
he finally admitted. She raised an eyebrow.
What I can't figure out, he said, is whether that was truly prophetic, or if I'm just trying to live up to it.
Does it matter? She asked. He walked for a time in silence.
No,
he finally said.
No, I guess it doesn't. I just wish I knew if there is really something spiritual about the returns, or if it's all just cosmic happenstance.
Probably not for us to know.
Probably,
he agreed. Silence. Should have called you Wart Lover the Ugly, she finally said.
Very mature, he replied. You really think those sorts of comments are proper for a princess?
She smiled broadly. I don't care, she said. And I never have to again. Ars Arcanum. Note 1. Reaching above the 6th heightening is incredibly rare, and therefore few people understand the powers of the 7th heightening and above. Very little research has been done. The only known people ever to reach the 8th heightening and above are the Halandran God Kings. Note 2. Returned appear to achieve the 5th heightening by virtue of their breath. It is theorized that they do not actually receive 2,000 breaths when they return, but instead receive a single powerful breath, which brings with it the powers of the first 5 heightenings. Note 3. The numbers given in the table of the heightenings are only estimates, as very little is known about the upper heightenings. Indeed, even for the lower levels, fewer or more breaths may be required to achieve a given heightening, depending on circumstances and the strength of the breath. Note 4. Each additional breath grants some things, no matter which heightening an awakener has achieved. The more breath one has, the more resistance to disease and aging a person is. The easier it is for them to distinguish colors, the more naturally they can learn to awaken, and the stronger their life sense becomes. Heightening powers. Aura recognition. Approximately 50 breaths needed. The first heightening grants a person the ability to see the breath auras of others instinctively. This allows them to judge roughly how many breaths the person contains and the general health of that breath. Persons without this heightening have a much more difficult time judging auras directly, and must rely instead on how deeply the colors around a person change when they enter the aura. Without at least the first heightening, it is impossible for the naked eye to notice an awakener who has fewer than about 30 breaths. Perfect pitch. Approximately 200 breaths needed. The second heightening grants perfect pitch to those who achieve it. Perfect color recognition. Approximately 600 breaths needed. While each gained breath leads a person to greater appreciation of colors, it isn't until one reaches the third heightening that one can instantly and instinctively determine exact shades of colors and their hue harmonics. Perfect life sense. Approximately 1,000 breaths needed. At the fourth heightening, an awakener's life sense achieves its maximum strength. Agelessness. Approximately 2,000 breaths needed. At the fifth heightening, an awakener's resistance to aging and disease reaches its maximum strength. These persons are immune to most toxins, including the effects of alcohol and most physical ailments, such as headaches, diseases, and organ failure. The person no longer ages and becomes functionally immortal. Instinctive awakening. Approximately 3,500 breaths needed. All persons of the sixth heightening and above immediately understand and can use basic awakening commands without training or practice. More difficult commands are easier for them to master and to discover. Breath recognition. Approximately 5,000 breaths needed. Those few persons who have reached the seventh heightening gain the ability to recognize the auras of objects and can tell when something has been invested with breath via awakening. Command breaking. Approximately 10,000 breaths needed. Any persons of the eighth heightening or more gain the ability to override commands in other invested objects, including lifeless. This requires concentration and leaves the awakener exhausted. Greater awakening. Approximately 20,000 breaths needed. Persons of the ninth heightening are reportedly able to awaken stone and steel, though doing so requires large investitures of breath and specialized commands. This ability has not been studied or confirmed. Also, audible command. Persons of the ninth heightening also gain the ability to awaken objects that they are not physically touching, but that are within the sound of their voice. Color distortion. Approximately 50,000 breaths needed. At the 10th heightening, an awakener gains the natural and intrinsic ability to bend light around white objects, creating colors from them as if from a prism. Also, perfect invocation. Awakeners of the 10th heightening can draw more color from the objects they use to fuel their art. This leaves objects drained to white rather than gray. And finally, there are rumors of other powers granted by the 10th heightening that are not understood or have not been made known by those who have achieved it. The end. This is Elisa Bresnahan. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Warbreaker by Brandon Sanderson. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader. It's funny, Vasher thought, How many things begin with my getting thrown into prison? The guards laughed to one another, slamming the cell door shut with a clang. Vasher stood and dusted himself off, rolling his shoulder and wincing. While the bottom half of his cell door was solid wood, the top half was barred, and he could see the 3 guards open his large duffel and rifle through his possessions. One of them noticed him watching. The guard was an oversized beast of a man with a shaved head and a dirty uniform that barely retained the bright yellow and blue coloring of the tutelar city guard. Bright colors. Vasher thought, I'll have to get used to those again. In any other nation, the vibrant blues and yellows would have been ridiculous on soldiers. This, however, was Hallandren, land of returned gods, lifeless servants, biochromatic research, and, of course, color. The large guard sauntered up to the cell door, leaving his friends to amuse themselves with Vasher's belongings. "They say you're pretty tough," the man said, sizing up Vasher. Vasher didn't respond. "The bartender says you beat down some 20 men in the brawl." The guard rubbed his chin. "You don't look that tough to me. Either way, you should have known better than to strike a priest. The others, they'll spend a night locked up. You, though, you'll hang. Colorless fool." Vasher turned away. His cell was functional, if unoriginal. A thin slit at the top of one wall let in light. The stone walls dripped with water and moss, and a pile of dirty straw decomposed in the corner. "You ignoring me?" the guard asked, stepping closer to the door. The colors of his uniform brightened, as if he'd stepped into a stronger light. The change was slight. Vasher didn't have much breath remaining, and so his aura didn't do much to the colors around him. The guard didn't notice the change in color, just as he hadn't noticed back in the bar, when he and his buddies had picked Vasher up off the floor and thrown him in their cart. Of course, the change was so slight to the unaided eye that it would have been nearly impossible to pick out. "Here, now," said one of the men looking through Vasher's duffel. "What's this?" Vasher had always found it interesting that the men who watched dungeons tended to be as bad as, or worse than, the men they guarded. Perhaps that was deliberate. Society didn't seem to care if such men were outside the cells or in them, so long as they were kept away from more honest men. Assuming that such a thing existed.